Introduction Part 1 of Rob Roy. This is LibriVox recording, or LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rowan. Rob Roy by Sir Walter Scott. Volume 1. For why? Because the good old rule sufficeth them. The simple plan, that they should take who have the power, and they should keep who can. Rob Roy's Grave, Wordsworth. Advertisement to the first edition. When the editor of the following volumes published, about 2 years since, the work called Antiquary, he announced that he was, for the last time, intruding upon the public in his present capacity. He might shelter himself under the plea that every anonymous writer is, like the celebrated Junius, only a phantom, and that therefore, although an apparition, of a more benign as well as much meaner description, he cannot be bound to plead to a charge of inconsistency. A better apology may be found in the imitating the confession of honest Benedict, that, when he said he would die a bachelor, he did not think he should live to be married. The best of all would be if, as has eminently happened in the case of some distinguished contemporaries, the merit of the work, in the reader's estimation, form an excuse for the author's breach of promise. Without presuming to hope that this may prove the case, it is only further necessary to mention, that his resolution, like that of Benedict, fell a sacrifice, to temptation at least, if not to stratagem. It is now about 6 months since the author, through the medium of his respectable publishers, received a parcel of papers containing the outlines of this narrative, with a permission, or rather a request, couched in highly flattering terms, that they might be given to the public, with such alterations as should be found suitable. As it may be necessary, in the present edition, 1829, to speak upon the square, the author thinks it proper to own that the communication alluded to is entirely imaginary. These were of course so numerous that, besides the suppression of names and of incidents approaching too much to reality, the work may in a great measure be said to be new written. Several anachronisms have probably crept in during the course of these changes, and the mottos for the chapters have been selected without any reference to the supposed date of the incidents. For these, of course, the editor is responsible. Some others occurred in the original materials, but they are of little consequence. In point of minute accuracy, it may be stated that the bridge over the Forth, or rather the Avon Dhu, or Black River, near the hamlet of Aberfoyle, had not an existence 30 years ago. It does not, however, become the editor to be the first to point out these errors, and he takes this public opportunity to thank the unknown and nameless correspondent to whom the reader will owe the principal share of any amusement which he may derive from the following pages. 1st of December 1871. Introduction, 1829. When the author projected this further encroachment on the patience of an indulgent public, he was at some loss for a title, a good name being very nearly of as much consequence in literature as in life. The title of Rob Roy was suggested by the late Mr. Constable, whose sagacity and experience foresaw the germ of popularity which it included. No introduction can be more appropriate to the work than some account of the singular character whose name is given to the title page, and who, through good report and bad report, has maintained a wonderful degree of importance in popular recollection. This cannot be ascribed to the distinction of his birth, which, though that of a gentleman, had in it nothing of high destination, and gave him little right to command in his clan. Neither, though he lived a busy, restless, and enterprising life, were his feats equal to those of other freebooters who have been less distinguished. He owed his fame in great measure to his residing on the very verge of the Highlands, and playing such pranks in the beginning of the 18th century as they usually ascribed to Robin Hood in the Middle Ages, and that, within 40 miles of Glasgow, a great commercial city, the seat of a learned university. Thus a character like his, blending the wild virtues, the subtle policy, and unrestrained license of an American Indian, was flourishing in Scotland during the Augustan age of Queen Anne and George I. Addison, it is probable, or Pope, would have been considerably surprised if they had known that there existed in the same island with them a personage of Rob Roy's peculiar habits and profession. It is this strong contrast betwixt the civilized and cultivated mode of life on the one side of the Highland line, and the wild and lawless adventure which were habitually undertaken and achieved by one who dwelt on the opposite side of that ideal boundary, which creates the interest attracted to his name. Hence it is that even yet, far and near, through vale and hill, are faces that attest the same, and kindle like a fire new stirred at sound of Rob Roy's name. There were several advantages which Rob Roy enjoyed for sustaining to advantage the character which he assumed. The most prominent of these was his descent from, and connection with, the clan MacGregor, so famous for their misfortunes, and the indomitable spirit with which they maintained themselves as a clan, linked and banded together in spite of the most severe laws, executed with unheard-of rigour against those who bore this forbidden surname. Their history was that of several other of the original Highland clans, who were suppressed by more powerful neighbours, and either extirpated or forced to secure themselves by renouncing their own family appellation and assuming that of the conquerors. The peculiarity in the story of the MacGregors is their retaining with such tenacity their separate existence and union as a clan under circumstances of the utmost urgency. The history of the tribe is briefly as follows, but we must premise that the tale depends in some degree on tradition. Therefore, excepting when written documents are quoted, it must be considered as in some degree dubious. The sept of MacGregor claimed a descent from Gregor, or Gregorius, third son, it is said, of Alpin, King of Scots, who flourished about 787. Hence their original patronymic is MacAlpine, and they are usually termed the clan Alpine. An individual tribe of them retains the same name. They are accounted one of the most ancient clans in the Highlands, and it is certain they were a people of original Celtic descent, and occupied at one period very extensive possessions in Perthshire and Argyllshire, which they imprudently continued by the cora glaive, that is, the right of the sword. Their neighbours, the Earl of Argyle and Breadalbane, in the meanwhile, managed to leave the lands occupied by the MacGregors, engrossed in those charters which they easily obtained from the crown, and thus constituted a legal right in their own favour, without much regard to its justice. As opportunity occurred of annoying or extirpating their neighbours, they gradually extended their own domains, by usurping, under the pretext of such royal grants, those of their more uncivilized neighbours. A Sir Duncan Campbell of Lochow, known in the Highlands by the name of Donach Dunan Coraachid, that is, Black Duncan with the cowl, it being his pleasure to wear such a headgear, is said to have been peculiarly successful in those acts of spoliation upon the clan MacGregor. The devoted sept, ever finding themselves iniquitously driven from their possessions, defended themselves by force, and occasionally gained advantage, which they used cruelly enough. This conduct, though natural, considering the country and time, was studiously represented at the capital as arising from an untamable and innate ferocity, which nothing, it was said, could remedy, save cutting off the tribe of MacGregor root and branch. In an Act of Privy Council at Stirling, 22nd September 1563, in the reign of Queen Mary, commission is granted to the most powerful nobles and chiefs of the clans to pursue the clan Gregor with fire and sword. A similar warrant in 1563, not only grants the like powers to Sir John Campbell of Glenorchy, the descendant of Duncan with the cowl, but discharges the lieges to receive or assist any of the clan Gregor, or afford them, under any colour whatever, meat, drink, or clothes. An atrocity which the clan Gregor committed in 1589 by the murder of John Drummond of Drummond Ernoch, a forester of the royal forest of Glenartney, is elsewhere given, with all its horrid circumstances. The clan swore upon the severed head of the murdered man, that they would make common cause in avowing the deed. This led to an act of the Privy Council, directing another crusade against the wicked clan Gregor, so long continuing in blood, slaughter, theft, and robbery, in which letters of fire and sword are denounced against them for the space of 3 years. The reader will find this particular fact illustrated in the introduction to the legend of Montrose, in the present edition of these novels. Other occasions frequently occurred in which the MacGregors testified contempt for the laws, from which they had often experienced severity but never protection. Though they were gradually deprived of their possessions, and of all ordinary means of procuring substance, they could not, nevertheless, be supposed likely to starve for famine, while they had the means of taking from strangers what they considered as rightfully their own. Hence they became versed in predatory forays and accustomed to bloodshed. Their passions were eager, and, with a little management on the part of some of their most powerful neighbours, they could easily be hounded out, to use an expressive Scottish phrase, to commit violence, of which the wily instigators took the advantage, and left the ignorant MacGregors an undivided portion of blame and punishment. This policy of pushing on the fierce clans of the Highlands and Borders to break the peace of the country is accounted by the historian one of the most dangerous practices of his own period, in which the MacGregors were considered as ready agents. Notwithstanding these severe denunciations, which were acted upon in the same spirit in which they were conceived, some of the clans still possessed property, and the chief of the name in 1592 is designed Alistair MacGregor of Glenstrae. He is said to have been a brave and active man, but, from the tenor of his confession at his death, appears to be engaged in many and desperate feuds, one of which finally proved fatal to himself and many of his followers. This was the celebrated conflict at Glenfruin, near the south-western extremity of Loch Lomond, in the vicinity of which the MacGregors continued to exercise much authority by their cora glaive, or right of the strongest, which we have already mentioned. There had been a long and bloody feud betwixt the MacGregors and the Laird of Luss, head of the family of Colquhoun, a powerful race in the lower part of Loch Lomond. The MacGregors' tradition affirms that the quarrel began on a very trifling subject. Two of the MacGregors being benighted, asked shelter in a house belonging to a dependant of the Colquhouns, and were refused. They then retreated to an outhouse, took a wedder from the fold, killed it, and supped off the carcass, for which, it is said, they offered payment to the proprietor. The Laird of Luss seized on the offenders, and, by the summary process which feudal barons had at their command, had them both condemned and executed. The MacGregors verify this account of the feud by appealing to a proverb current amongst them, execrating the hour, Malt thur an cabal gil, that the black wedder with the white tail was ever lambed. To avenge this quarrel, the Laird of MacGregor assembled his clan, to the number of 300 or 400 men, and marched towards Luss from the banks of Loch Long, by a pass called Raid na Gael, or the Highlandman's Pass. Sir Humphrey Colquhoun received early notice of this incursion, and collected a strong force, more than twice the number of that of the invaders. He had with him the gentleman of the name of Buchanan, with the Grahams, and other gentry of the Lennox, and a party of the citizens of Dumbarton, under command of Tobias Smollett, a magistrate or bailie of that town, an ancestor of the celebrated author. The parties met in the valley of Glen Fruin, which signifies the Glen of Sorrow, a name that seemed to anticipate the event of the day, which, fatal to the conquered party, was at least equally so to the victors, the babe unborn of Clan Alpine having reason to repent it. The MacGregors, somewhat discouraged by the appearance of a force much superior to their own, were cheered on to the attack by a seer or second-sighted person, who professed that he saw the shrouds of the dead wrapped around their principal opponents. The clan charged with great fury on the front of the enemy, while John MacGregor, with a strong party, made an unexpected attack on the flank. A great party of the Colquhoun's force consisted in cavalry, which could not act in the boggy ground. They were said to have disputed the field manfully, but were at length completely routed, and a merciless slaughter was exercised on the fugitives, of whom betwixt 200 and 300 fell on the field and in the pursuit. If the MacGregors lost, as is averred, only 2 men slain in the action, they had slight provocation for an indiscriminate massacre. It is said that their fury extended itself to a party of students for clerical orders, who had imprudently come to see the battle. Some doubt is thrown on this fact, from the indictment against the chief of the clan Gregor being silent on the subject, as is the historian Johnston, and of Professor Ross, who wrote an account of the battle 29 years after it was fought. It is, however, constantly averred, by the tradition of the country, and a stone where the deed was done is called Lecher Minster, the minster or clerk's flagstone. The MacGregors, by a tradition which is now found to be inaccurate, imputed this cruel action to the ferocity of a single man of their tribe, renowned for size and strength, called Dulgard Kai War, or the Great Mouse-coloured Man. He was MacGregor's foster brother, and the chief committed the youths to his charge, with directions to keep them safely till the affray was over. Whether fearful of their escape, or incensed by some sarcasms which they threw on his tribe, or whether, out of mere thirst of blood, this savage, while the other MacGregors were engaged in the pursuit, poignarded his helpless and defenceless prisoners, when the chieftain, on his return, demanded where the youths were, the Ciar Mhor drew out his bloody dirk, saying in Gaelic, "Ask that, and God save me." The latter words alluded to the exclamation which his victims used when he was murdering them. It would seem, therefore, that this horrible part of the story is founded on fact, though the number of the youths so slain is probably exaggerated in the Lowland accounts. The common people say that the blood of the Ciar Mhor victims can never be washed off the stone. When MacGregor learnt their fate, he expressed the utmost horror at the deed, and upbraided his foster brother with having done that which would occasion the destruction of him and his clan. This supposed homicide was the ancestor of Rob Roy, and the tribe from which he was descended. He lies buried at the church at Fortingall, where his sepulchre, covered with a large stone, is still shown, and where his great strength and courage are the theme of many traditions. MacGregor's brother was one of the very few of the tribe who was slain. He was buried near the field of battle, and the place is marked by a rude stone, called the Grey Stone of MacGregor. Sir Humphrey Colquhoun, being well mounted, escaped for a time to the castle of Bannockor, or Bennecar. It proved no sure defence, however, for he was shortly after murdered in the vault of the castle. The family annals say, by the MacGregors, though other accounts charge the deeds upon the MacFarlanes. This battle of Glen Fruin, and the severity which the victors exercised in the pursuit, was reported to King James VI. In a manner the most unfavourable to the clan Gregor, whose general character, being that of lawless though brave men, could not much avail them in such a case. That James might fully understand the extent of the slaughter, the widows of the slain, to the number of 11 score, in deep mourning, riding upon white palfreys, and each bearing her husband's bloody shirt on a spear, appeared at Stirling, in presence of a monarch peculiarly accessible to such sights of fear and sorrow, to demand vengeance for the death of their husbands, upon those by whom they had been made desolate. The remedy resorted to was at least as severe as the cruelties which it was designed to punish. By an act of the Privy Council, dated 3rd April 1603, the name of MacGregor was expressly abolished, and those who had hitherto borne it were commanded to change it for other surnames, the pain of death being denounced against those who should call themselves Gregor or MacGregor, the names of their fathers. Under the same penalty, all who had been at the conflict of Glenfruin, or accessory to other marauding parties charged in the act, were prohibited from carrying weapons, except a pointless knife to eat their victuals. By a subsequent Act of Council, 24th June 1613, death was announced against any persons of the tribe formerly called MacGregor, who should presume to assemble in greater numbers than 4. Again, by an Act of Parliament, 1617, chapter 26, these laws were continued and extended to the rising generation, in respect that great numbers of the children of those against whom the Acts of Privy Council had been directed were stated to be then approaching to maturity, who, if permitted to resume the name of their parents, would render the clan as strong as it was before. The execution of those severe acts was chiefly entrusted in the west to the Earl of Argyle and the powerful clan of Campbell, and to the Earl of Athol and his followers in the more eastern highlands of Perthshire. The MacGregors failed not to resist with the most determined courage, and many a valley in the west and north highlands retains memory of the severe conflicts, in which the proscribed clans sometimes obtained transient advantages, and always sold their lives dearly. At length the pride of Alistair MacGregor, the chief of the clan, was so much lowered by the sufferings of his people, that he resolved to surrender himself to the Earl of Argyle, with his principal followers, on condition that they should be sent out of Scotland. If the unfortunate chief's own account be true, he had more reasons than one for expecting some favour from the Earl, who had in secret advised and encouraged him to many of the desperate actions for which he was now called to so severe a reckoning. But Argyle, as old Birrell expresses himself, kept a Highlandman's promise with them, fulfilling it to the ear, and breaking it to the sense. MacGregor was sent under a strong guard to the frontier of England, and being thus, in the literal sense, sent out of Scotland, Argyle was judged to have kept faith with him, though the same party which took him there brought him back to Edinburgh in custody. MacGregor of Glanstry was tried before the Court of Justiciary, 20th of January 1604, and found guilty. He appears to have been instantly conveyed from the bar to the gallows, for Birrell, of the same date, reports that he was hanged at the cross, and, for distinction's sake, was suspended higher by his own height than 2 of his kindred and friends. End of Introduction, Part 1. Introduction, Part 2, of Rob Roy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Rowan. Rob Roy by Sir Walter Scott. Volume 1. Introduction, Part 2. On the 18th of February following, more men of the MacGregors were executed after a long imprisonment, and several others in the beginning of March. The Earl of Argyle's service, in conducting to the surrender of the insolent and wicked race in name of MacGregor, notorious common malefactors, and in the bringing in of MacGregor, with a great many of the leading men of the clan, worthily executed to death for their offences, is thankfully acknowledged by an Act of Parliament, 1607, chapter 16, and rewarded with the grant of 20 chalders of victual out of the lands of Kintyre. The MacGregors, notwithstanding the letters of fire and sword, and orders for military execution, repeatedly directed against them by the Scottish legislator, who apparently lost all the calmness of conscious dignity and security, and could not even name the outlawed clan, without vituperation, showed no inclination to be blotted out of the roll of clanship. they submitted to the law, indeed, so far as to take the names of the neighbouring families amongst whom they happened to live, nominally becoming, as the case might render it most convenient, Drummonds, Campbells, Grahams, Buchanans, Stuarts, and the like. But to all intents and purposes of combination and mutual attachment, they remained the clan Gregor, united together for right or wrong, and menacing with the general vengeance of their race all who committed aggressions against any individual of their number. They continued to take and give offence, with as little hesitation as before the legislative dispersion which had been attempted, as appears from the preamble to Statute 1633, chapter 30, setting forth that the clan Gregor, which had been suppressed and reduced to quietness by the great care of the late King James of eternal memory, had nevertheless broken out again, in the counties of Perth, Stirling, Clackmannan, Monteith, Lennox, Angus, and Mearns, for which reason the statute re-establishes the disabilities attached to the clan, and grants a new commission for enforcing the laws against that wicked and rebellious race. Notwithstanding the extreme servitudes of King James I. and Charles I. against the unfortunate people who were rendered furious by proscription, and then punished for yielding to the passions which had been wilfully irritated, the MacGregors, to a man, attached themselves during the civil war to the cause of the latter monarch. Their bards have ascribed this to the native respect of the MacGregors for the crown of Scotland, which their ancestors once wore, and have appealed to their armorial bearings, which display a pine-treed crossed saltire wise, with a naked sword, the point of which supports a royal crown. But, without denying that such motives may have had their weight, we are disposed to think that a war which opened the Low Country to the raids of the clan Gregor would have more charms for them than any inducement to espouse the cause of the Covenanters, which would have brought them into contact with Highlanders as fierce as themselves, and having as little to lose. Patrick MacGregor, their leader, was the son of a distinguished chief, named Duncan Abbarach, to whom Montrose wrote letters as to his trusty and special friend, expressing his reliance on his devoted loyalty, with an assurance that when once his Majesty's affairs were placed upon a permanent footing, the grievances of the clan MacGregor should be readdressed. At a subsequent period of these melancholy times, we find the clan Gregor claiming the immunities of other tribes, when summoned by the Scottish Parliament to resist the invasion of the Commonwealth's army in 1651. On the last day of March in that year, a supplication to the King and Parliament, from Callum Macondachie, Fitz Ewan, and Ewan Macondachie, Ewan in their own name, and that of the whole names of MacGregor, set forth that while, in obedience to the orders of Parliament, enjoining all clans to come out in the present service under their chieftains, for the defence of religion, king, and kingdoms, the petitioners were drawing their men to guard the passes at the head of the river Forth. Set forth, that while, in obedience to the orders of Parliament, enjoining all clans to come out in the present service under their chieftains, for the defence of religion, king, and kingdoms, the petitioners were drawing their men to guard the passes at the head of the river Forth. They were interfered with by the Earl of Athol and the Laird of Buchanan, who had required the attendance of many of the clan Gregor upon their arrays. This interference was doubtless owing to the change of name, which seems to have given rise to the claim of the Earl of Athol and the Laird of Buchanan to muster the MacGregors under their banners, as Murrays or Buchanans. It does not appear that the petition of the MacGregors, to be permitted to come out in a body, as other clans, received any answer. But upon the Restoration, King Charles, in the first Scottish Parliament of his reign, Statute 1661, chapter 195, annulled the various acts against the clan Gregor, and restored them to the full use of their family name, and the other privileges of liege subjects, setting forth as a reason for this lenity that those who were formerly designed MacGregors had, during the late troubles, conducted themselves with such loyalty and affection to his Majesty as might justly wipe off all memory of further miscarriages, and take away all marks of reproach for the same. It is singular enough that it seems to have aggravated the feelings of the non-conforming Presbyterians, when the penalties which were most unjustly imposed upon themselves were relaxed towards the poor MacGregors. So little are the best men, any more than the worst, able to judge with impartiality of the same measures as applied to themselves or to others. Upon the Restoration, an influence inimical to this unfortunate clan, said to be the same with that which afterwards dictated the massacre of Glencoe, occasioned the re-enaction of the penal statutes against the MacGregors. There are no reasons given why these highly penal acts should have been renewed, nor is it alleged that the clan had been guilty of late irregularities. Indeed, there is some reason to think that the cause was formed of set purpose, in a shape which should elude observation. For, though continuing conclusions fatal to the rights of so many Scottish subjects, it is neither mentioned in the title nor in the rubric of the Act of Parliament in which it occurs, and is thrown briefly in at the close of the statute 1693, chapter 61, entitled An Act for the Justiciary in the Highlands. It does not, however, appear that after the Revolution the acts against the clan were severely enforced, and in the latter half of the 18th century they were not enforced at all. Commissioners of supply were named in Parliament by the prescribed title of MacGregor, and decrees of courts of justice were pronounced, and legal deeds entered into under the same appellative. The MacGregors, however, while the laws continued in the statute book, still suffered under the deprivation of the name which was their birthright, and some attempts were made for the purpose of adopting another, MacAlpine or Grant being proposed as the title of the whole clan in future. No agreement, however, could be entered into, and the evil was submitted to as a matter of necessity, and a full redress was obtained from the British Parliament by an act abolishing for ever the penal statutes which had been so long imposed upon this ancient race. This statute, while merited by the services of many a gentleman of the clan in behalf of their king and country, was passed, and the clan proceeded to act upon it with the same spirit of ancient times, which had made them suffer severely under a deprivation that would have been deemed of little consequence by a great part of their fellow subjects. They entered into a deed, recognising John Murray of Lanrick, Esquire, afterwards Sir John MacGregor, Baronet, representative of the family Glencarnock, as lawfully descended from the ancient stock and blood of the lairds and lords of MacGregor, and therefore acknowledged him as their chief on all lawful occasions and causes whatsoever. The deed was subscribed by 826 persons of the name of MacGregor, capable of bearing arms. A great many of the clan during the last war formed themselves into what was called the Clan Alpine Regiment, raised in 1799, under the command of their chief and his brother Colonel MacGregor. Having briefly noticed the history of this clan, which presents a rare and interesting example of the indelible character of the patriarchal system, the author must now offer some notices of the individual who gives name to these volumes. In giving an account of a Highlander, his pedigree is first to be considered. That of Rob Roy was deduced from Caer Hor, the great mouse-coloured man, who is accused by tradition of having slain the younger students at the battle of Glenfruin. Without puzzling ourselves and our readers with the intricacies of Highland genealogy, it is enough to say, that after the death of Alistair MacGregor of Glanstree, the clan, discouraged by the unremitting persecution of their enemies, seems not to have had the means of placing themselves under the command of a single chief. According to their places of residence and immediate descent, the several families were led and directed by chieftains, which in the Highland acceptation signifies the head of a particular branch of a tribe, in opposition to chief, who is the leader and commander of the whole name. The family and descendants of Dugald Caer Mhor lived chiefly in the mountains between Loch Lomond and Loch Katrine, and occupied a good deal of property there, whether by sufferance, by the right of the sword, which it was never safe to dispute with them, or by the legal titles of various kinds, it would be useless to inquire and unnecessary to detail. Enough, there they certainly were, a people whom their most powerful neighbours were desirous to conciliate, their friendship in peace being very necessary to the quiet of the vicinage, and their assistance in war equally prompt and effectual. Rob Roy MacGregor Campbell, whose last name he bore in consequence of the Acts of Parliament abolishing his own, was the younger son of Donald MacGregor of Glengyle, said to have been a lieutenant colonel, probably in the service of James II. By his wife, a daughter of Campbell of Glenfalloch, Rob's own designation was of Inversnaid, but he appears to have acquired a right of some kind or other to the property or possession of Craig Royston, a domain of rock and forest lying on the east side of Loch Lomond, where the beautiful lake stretches into the dusky mountains of Glenfalloch. The time of his birth is uncertain, but he is said to have been active in the scenes of war and plunder which succeeded the Revolution, and tradition affirms him to have been the leader in a predatory incursion into the parish of Kippen, in the Lennox, which took place in the year 1691. It was of almost a bloodless character, only one person losing his life, but from the extent of the depredation it was long distinguished by the name of Hereship, or devastation, of Kippen. The time of his death is also uncertain, but he is said to have survived the year 1733, and died an aged man. It is probable he may have been 25 about the time of the Hereship of Kippen, which would assign his birth to be the middle of the 17th century. In the more quiet times which succeeded the Revolution, Rob Roy, or Red Robert, seems to have exerted his active talents, which were of no mean order, as a drover or trader in cattle, to a great extent. It may well be supposed that in those days no Lowland, much less English drovers, ventured to enter the Highlands. The cattle, which were the staple commodity of the mountains, were escorted down to fairs, on the borders of the Lowlands, by a party of Highlanders, with their arms rattling around them, and who dealt, however, in all honour and good faith with their southern customers. A fray indeed would sometimes arise when the Lowland men, chiefly borderers, who had to supply the English market, used to dip their bonnets in the next brook, and wrapping them round their hands, oppose their cudgels to the naked broadswords, which had not always a superiority. I have heard from aged persons, who had been engaged in such affrays, that the Highlanders used remarkably fair play, never using the point of the sword, far less their pistols or daggers, so that, with many a stiff thwack and many a bang, hard crabtree and cold iron rang. A slash or two, or a broken head, was easily accommodated, and as the trade was of benefit to both parties, trifling skirmishes were not allowed to interrupt its harmony. Indeed, it was of vital interest to the Highlanders, whose income, so far as derived from their estates, depended entirely on the sale of black cattle, and a sagacious and experienced dealer benefited not only himself, but his friends and neighbours by his speculations. Those of Rob Roy were for several years so successful as to inspire general confidence, and raise him in the estimation of the country in which he resided. His importance was increased by the death of his father, in consequence of which he succeeded to the management of his nephew, Gregor MacGregor, of Glengyle's property, and, as his tutor, to such influence with the clan and following as was due to the representative of Dugald Ciar. Such influence was the more uncontrolled, that this family of the MacGregors seemed to have refused adherence to MacGregor of Glencarnock, the ancestor of the present Sir Ewan MacGregor, and asserted a kind of independence. It was at this time that Rob Roy acquired an interest by purchase, wadset or otherwise, to the property of Craig Royston already mentioned. He was in particular favour, during this prosperous period of his life, with his nearest and most powerful neighbour, James, first Duke of Montrose, from whom he received many marks of regard. His Grace consented to give his nephew and himself a right of property on the estates of Glengyle and Inversnaid, which they had till then only held as kindly tenants. The Duke also, with a view to the interest of the country and his own estate, supported our adventurer by loans of money to a considerable amount, to enable him to carry on his speculations in the cattle trade. Unfortunately, that species of commerce was and is liable to sudden fluctuations, and Rob Roy was, by a sudden depression of markets, and, as a friendly tradition adds, by the bad faith of a partner named MacDonald, whom he had imprudently received into his confidence, and entrusted with a considerable sum of money, rendered totally insolvent. He absconded, of course, not empty-handed, if it be true, as stated in an advertisement for his apprehension, that he had in his possession sums to the amount of £1,000 sterling, obtained from several noblemen and gentlemen under pretence of purchasing cows from them in the Highlands. The advertisement appeared in June 1712, and was several times repeated. It fixes the period when Rob Roy exchanged his commercial adventures for speculations of a very different complexion. [Footnote: See Appendix No. 1. He appears at this period first to have removed from his ordinary dwelling at Inversnaid 10 or 12 Scots miles, which is double the number of English, farther into the Highlands, and commenced the lawless sort of life which he afterwards followed. The Duke of Montrose, who conceived himself deceived and cheated by MacGregor's conduct, employed legal means to recover the money lent to him. Rob Roy's landed property was attached by the regular form of legal procedure, and his stock and furniture made the subject of arrest and sale. It is said that this diligence of the law, as it is called in Scotland, which the English more bluntly term distress, was used in this case with uncommon severity, and that the legal satellites, not usually the gentlest persons in the world, had insulted MacGregor's wife in a manner which would have aroused a milder man than he to thoughts of unbounded vengeance. She was a woman of fierce and haughty temper, and it is not unlikely to have disturbed the officers in the execution of their duty, and thus to have incurred ill treatment, though, for the sake of humanity, it is to be hoped that the story sometimes told is a popular exaggeration. It is certain that she felt extreme anguish at being expelled from the banks of Loch Lomond, and gave vent to her feelings in a fine piece of pipe music, still well known to amateurs by the name of Rob Roy's Lament. The fugitive is thought to have found his first place of refuge in Glendochat, under the Earl of Breadalbane's protection, for, though that family had been active agents in the destruction of the MacGregors in former times, they had of late years sheltered a great many of the name in their old possessions. The Duke of Argyle was also one of Rob Roy's protectors, so far as to afford him, according to the Highland phrase, wood and water, the shelter, namely, that is afforded by the forests and lakes of an inaccessible country. The great men of the Highlands in that time, besides being anxiously ambitious to keep up what was called their following, or military retainers, were also desirous to have at their disposal men of resolute character, to whom the world and the world's law were no friends, and who might at times ravish the lands or destroy the tenants of a feudal enemy, without bringing responsibility on their patrons. The strife between the names of Campbell and Graham during the civil wars of the 17th century had been stamped with mutual loss and inveterate enmity. The death of the great Marquess of Montrose on one side, the defeat at Inverlochy, and the cruel plundering of Lorn on the other, were reciprocal injuries not likely to be forgotten. Rob Roy was, therefore, sure of refuge in the country of the Campbells, both as having assumed their name as connected by his mother with the family of Glenfalloch, and as an enemy to the rival house of Montrose. The extent of Argyle's possessions, and the power of retreating thither in any emergency, gave great encouragement to the bold schemes of revenge which he had adopted. This was nothing short of the maintenance of a predatory war against the Duke of Montrose, whom he considered as the author of his exclusion from civil society, and of the outlawry to which he had been sentenced by letters of horning and caption, legal writs so called, as well as the seizure of his goods and adjudication of his landed property. Against his Grace, therefore, his tenants, friends, allies, and relatives, he disposed himself to employ every means of annoyance in his power, And though this was a circle sufficiently extensive for active depredation, Rob, who professed himself a Jacobite, took the liberty of extending his sphere of operations against all whom he chose to consider as friendly to the revolutionary government, or to that most obnoxious of measures, the union of the kingdoms. Under one or other of these pretexts, all his neighbours of the Lowlands who had anything to lose, or were unwilling to compound for security by paying him an annual sum for protection or forbearance, were exposed to his ravages. The country in which this private warfare or system of depredation was to be carried on was, until opened up by roads, in the highest degree favourable for his purpose. It was broken up into narrow valleys, the habitable part of which bore no proportion to the huge wilderness of forest, rocks, and precipices by which they were encircled, and which was, moreover, full of inextricable passes, morasses, and natural strengths, unknown to any but the inhabitants themselves, where a few men acquainted with the ground were capable, with ordinary address, of baffling the pursuit of numbers. The opinions and habits of the nearest neighbours to the Highland line were also highly favourable to Rob Roy's purpose. A large proportion of them were of his own clan of MacGregor, who claimed the property of Balquhidder and other Highland districts, as having been part of the ancient possessions of their tribe, though the harsh laws, under the severity of which they had suffered so deeply, had assigned the ownership to other families. The civil wars of the 17th century had accustomed these men to the use of arms, and they were peculiarly brave and fierce for remembrance of their sufferings. The vicinity of a comparatively rich lowland district gave also great temptations to incursion. Many belonging to other clans, habituated to contempt of industry, and to the use of arms, drew towards an unprotected frontier which promised facility of plunder, and the state of the country, now so peaceable and quiet, verified at that time the opinion which Dr. Johnson heard with doubt and suspicion, that the most disorderly and lawless districts of the Highlands were those which lay nearest to the Lowland line. There was therefore no difficulty in Rob Roy, descendant of a tribe which was widely dispersed in the country we have described, collecting any number of followers whom he might be able to keep in action and to maintain by his proposed operations. He himself appears to have been singularly adapted for the profession which he proposed to exercise. His stature was not of the tallest, but his person was uncommonly strong and compact. The great peculiarities of his frame were the breadth of his shoulders, and the great and almost disproportionate length of his arms, so remarkable indeed, that it was said that he could, without stooping, tie the garters of his Highland hose, which are placed 2 inches below the knee. His countenance was open, manly, stern at periods of danger, but frank and cheerful in his hours of festivity. His hair was dark red, thick and frizzled, and curled short around the face. His fashion of dress showed, of course, the knees and upper part of the leg, which was described to me as resembling that of a Highland bull, hirsute, with red hair and evincing muscular strength similar to that animal. To these personal qualifications must be added a masterly use of the Highland sword, in which his length of arm gave him great advantage, and a perfect and intimate knowledge of all the recesses of the wild country in which he harboured, and the character of the various individuals, whether friendly or hostile, with whom he might come in contact. His mental qualities seem to have been no less adapted to the circumstances in which he was placed. Though the descendant of the bloodthirsty Ciar Mhor, he inherited none of his ancestors' ferocity. On the contrary, Rob Roy avoided every appearance of cruelty, and it was not averred that he was ever the means of unnecessary bloodshed, or the actor in any deed which could lead the way to it. His schemes of plunder were contrived and executed with equal boldness and sagacity, and were almost universally successful, from the skill with which they were laid, and the secrecy and rapidity with which they were executed. Like Robin Hood of England, he was a kind and gentle robber, and while he took from the rich, was liberal in relieving the poor. This might in part be policy, but the universal tradition from the country speaks it to have arisen from a better motive. All whom I have conversed with, and I have in my youth seen some who knew Rob Roy personally, gave him the character of a benevolent and humane man, in his way. His ideas of morality were those of an Arab chief, being such as naturally arose out of his wild education. Supposing Rob Roy to have argued on the tendency of the life which he pursued, whether from choice or from necessity, he would doubtless have assumed to himself the character of a brave man, who, deprived of his natural rights by the partiality of laws, endeavoured to assert them by a strong hand of natural power; and he is most felicitously described as reasoning thus, in the high-toned poetry of my gifted friend Wordsworth: Say then that he was wise as brave, as wise in thought as bold in deed, for in the principle of things he sought his moral creed. Said generous Rob, what need of books? Burn all the statutes and their shells. They stir us up against our kind, and worst against ourselves. We have a passion, make a law, too false to guide us or control, and for the law itself we fight in bitterness of soul. And puzzled, blinded, then we lose distinctions that are plain and few. These find I graven on my heart, that tells me what to do. The creatures see of flood and field, and those that travel on the wind, with them no strife can last, they live in peace, and peace of mind. For why? Because the good old rule sufficeth them, the simple plan, that they should take who have the power, and they should keep who can. A lesson which is quickly learned, a signal through which all can see, thus nothing here provokes the strong to wanton cruelty. And freakishness of mind is checked, he tamed who foolishly aspires, while to the measure of his might each fashions his desires. All kinds and creatures stand and fall, by strength of prowess or of wit. 'Tis God's appointment who must sway, and who is to submit. Since then, said Robin, right is plain, and longest life is but a day, to have my ends, maintain my rights, I'll take the shortest way. And thus among these rocks he lived, through summer's heat and winter's snow. The eagle he was lord above, and Rob was lord below. We are not, however, to suppose the character of this distinguished outlaw to be that of an actual hero, acting uniformly and consistently on such moral principles as the illustrious bard who, standing by his grave, has vindicated his fame. On the contrary, as is common with barbarous chiefs, Rob Roy appears to have mixed his professions of principle with a large alloy of craft and dissimulation, of which his conduct during the civil war is sufficient proof. It is also said, and truly, that although his courtesy was one of the strongest characteristics, yet sometimes he assumed an arrogance of manner which was not easily endured by the high-spirited men to whom it was addressed, and drew the daring outlaw into frequent disputes, from which he did not always come off with credit. From this it has been inferred that Rob Roy was more of a bully than a hero, or at least that he had, according to the common phrase, his fighting days. Some aged men who knew him well have described him also as better at attack Toulouse, or scuffle within doors, than in mortal combat. The tenor of his life may be quoted to repel this charge, while at the same time it must be allowed that the situation in which he was placed rendered him prudently averse to maintaining quarrels where nothing was to be had save blows, and where success would have raised up against him new and powerful enemies, in a country where revenge was still considered as a duty rather than a crime. The power of commanding his passions on such occasions, far from being inconsistent with the part which MacGregor had to perform, was essentially necessary, at the period when he lived, to prevent his career from being cut short. End of Introduction, Part 2.
Volume 1, Introduction, Part 3 of Rob Roy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Harris. Rob Roy by Sir Walter Scott. Volume 1, Introduction, Part 3. I may here mention one or two occasions on which Rob Roy appears to have given way in the manner alluded to. My late venerable friend, John Ramsay of Ochtertyre, alike eminent as a classic scholar and as an authentic register of the ancient history and manners of Scotland, informed me that on occasion of a public meeting at a bonfire in the town of Doune, Rob Roy gave some offence to James Edmondstone of Newton, the same gentleman who was unfortunately concerned in the slaughter of Lord Rollo. See Maclaurin's Criminal Trials, No. 9. When Edmondstone compelled MacGregor to quit the town on pain of being thrown by him into the bonfire, "I broke one off your ribs on a former occasion," said he, "and now, Rob, if you provoke me further, I'll break your neck." But it must be remembered that Edmondstone was a man of consequence in the Jacobite party, as he carried the royal standard of James VII. At the battle of Sheriffmuir, and also that he was near the door of his own mansion house, and probably surrounded by his friends and adherents. Rob Roy, however, suffered in reputation for retiring under such a threat. Another well-vouched case is that of Cunningham of Boken. Henry Cunningham, Esquire, of Boken, was a gentleman of Stirlingshire, who, like many exquisites of our own time, united a natural high spirit and daring character with an affectation of delicacy of address and manners amounting to foppery. Note, his courage and affectation of foppery were united, which is less frequently the case, with a spirit of innate modesty. He is thus described in Lord Binning's satirical verses entitled Argyle's Levy. The Duke then, turning round well pleased, said, "Sure you've been in France." A more polite and jaunty man I never saw before. Then Harry bowed and blushed and bowed and strutted to the door. See a collection of original poems by Scotch Gentlemen, Volume 2, page 125. He chanced to be in company with Rob Roy, who, either in contempt of Boken's supposed effeminacy, or because he thought him a safe person to fix a quarrel on, a point which Rob's enemies alleged he was wont to consider, insulted him so grossly that a challenge passed between them. The goodwife of the Clachan had hidden Cunningham's sword, and while he rummaged the house in quest of his own or some other, Rob Roy went to the Shealing Hill, the appointed place of combat, and paraded there with great majesty, waiting for his antagonist. In the meantime, Cunningham had managed to rummage out an old sword, and, entering the ground of contest in all haste, rushed on the outlaw with such unexpected fury that he fairly drove him off the field, nor did he show himself in the village again for some time. Mr. MacGregor Stirling has a softened account of this anecdote in his new edition of Nimmo's Stirlingshire. Still, he records Rob Roy's discomfiture. Occasionally Rob Roy suffered disasters and incurred great personal danger. On one remarkable occasion he was saved by the coolness of his lieutenant, Macanaleister of Fletcher, the Little John of his band, a fine active fellow, of course, and celebrated as a marksman. It happened that MacGregor and his party had been surprised and dispersed by a superior force of horse and foot, and the word was given to split and squander. Each shifted for himself, but a bold dragoon attached himself to pursuit of Rob, and, overtaking him, struck at him with his broadsword. A plate of iron in his bonnet saved the MacGregor from being cut down to the teeth, but the blow was heavy enough to bear him to the ground, crying as he fell, "Oh, Macanaleister, is there naething in her?" i.e. in the gun. The trooper at the same time exclaiming, "Damn ye, your mother never wrought your nightcap," had his arm raised for a second blow, when Macanaleister fired, and the ball pierced the dragoon's heart. Such as he was, Rob Roy's progress in his occupation is thus described by a gentleman of sense and talent, who resided within the circle of his predatory wars, had probably felt their effects, and speaks of them, as might be expected, with little of the forbearance with which, from their peculiar and romantic character, they are now regarded. This man, Rob Roy MacGregor, was a person of sagacity, and neither wanted stratagem nor address. and having abandoned himself to all licentiousness, set himself at the head of all the loose, vagrant, and desperate people of that clan, in the west end of Perth and Stirlingshires, and infested those whole countries with thefts, robberies, and depredations. Very few who lived within his reach, that is, within the distance of a nocturnal expedition, could promise to themselves security, either for their persons or effects, without subjecting themselves to pay him a heavy and shameful tax of blackmail. He at last proceeded to such a degree of audaciousness that he committed robberies, raised contributions, and resented quarrels, at the head of a very considerable body of armed men, in open day, and in the face of the government. And from Mr. Graham of Gartmore's Causes of the Disturbances in the Highlands, see Jameson's edition of Burt's Letters from the North of Scotland Appendix, Volume 2, page 348. The extent and success of these depredations cannot be surprising when we consider that the scene of them was laid in a country where the general law was neither enforced nor respected. Having recorded that the general habit of cattle stealing had blinded even those of the better classes to the infamy of the practice, and that as men's property consisted entirely in herds, it was rendered in the highest degree precarious, Mr. Graham adds, on those accounts there is no culture of ground, no improvement of pastures, and from the same reasons no manufactures, no trade, in short, no industry. The people are extremely prolific, and therefore so numerous that there is not business in that country, according to its present order and economy, for the one half of them. Every place is full of idle people, accustomed to arms, and lazy in everything but rapines and depredations. As Buddle or Akavitae houses are to be found everywhere throughout the country, so in these they saunter away their time, and frequently consume there the returns of their illegal purchases. Here the laws have never been executed, nor the authority of the magistrate ever established. Here the officer of the law neither dare nor can execute his duty, and several places are about 30 miles from lawful persons. In short, there is no order, no authority, no government. The period of the rebellion, 1715, approached soon after Rob Roy had attained celebrity. His Jacobite partialities were now placed in opposition to his sense of the obligations which he owed to the indirect protection of the Duke of Argyle. But the desire of drowning his sounding steps amid the din of general war induced him to join the forces of the Earl of Mar, although his patron the Duke of Argyle was at the head of the army opposed to the Highland insurgents. The MacGregors, a large sept of them at least, that of Ciar Mhor, on this occasion were not commanded by Rob Roy, but by his nephew, already mentioned, Gregor MacGregor, otherwise called James Graham of Glengyle, and still better remembered by the Gaelic epithet Gleandu, i.e. black knee, from a black spot on one of his knees, which his Highland garb rendered visible. There can be no question, however, that being then very young, Glengyle must have acted on most occasions by the advice and direction of so experienced a leader as his uncle. The MacGregors assembled in numbers at that period, and began even to threaten the lowlands towards the lower extremity of Loch Lomond. They suddenly seized all the boats which were upon the lake, and, probably with a view to some enterprise of their own, drew them overland to Inversnaid, in order to intercept the progress of a large body of west country Whigs, who were in arms for the government, and moving in that direction. The Whigs made an excursion for the recovery of the boats. Their forces consisted of volunteers from Paisley, Kilpatrick, and elsewhere, who, with the assistance of a body of seamen, were towed up the river Leven in longboats belonging to the ships of war then lying in the Clyde. At Luss they were joined by the forces of Sir Humphrey Colquhoun and James Grant, his son-in-law, with their followers, attired in the Highland dress of the period, which is picturesquely described. At night they arrived at Luss, where they were joined by Sir Humphrey Colquhoun of Luss and James Grant of Placander, his son-in-law, followed by 40 or 50 stately fellows in their short hose and belted plaids, armed each of them with a well-fixed gun on his shoulder, a strong handsome target with a sharp-pointed steel of above half an ell in length screwed into the navel of it on his left arm, a sturdy claymore by his side, and a pistol or two with a dirk and knife in his belt. That description from Ray's History of the Rebellion, page 287. The whole party crossed to Craig Royston, but the MacGregors did not offer combat. If we are to believe the account of the expedition given by the historian Ray, they leaped on shore at Craig Royston with the utmost intrepidity, no enemy appearing to oppose them, and by the noise of their drums, which they beat incessantly, and the discharge of their artillery and small arms, terrified the MacGregors, whom they appear never to have seen, out of their fastnesses, and caused them to fly in a panic to the general camp of the Highlanders at Strathfillan. The Low Country men succeeded in getting possession of the boats at a great expenditure of noise and courage, and little risk of danger. After this temporary removal from his old haunts, Rob Roy was sent by the Earl of Mar to Aberdeen, to raise, it's believed, a part of the clan MacGregor, which is settled in that country. These men were of his own family, the race of Sir Mor. They were the descendants of about 300 MacGregors, whom the Earl of Murray, about the year 1624, transported from his estates in Menteith to oppose against his enemies, the Macintoshes, a race as hardy and restless as they were themselves. But while in the city of Aberdeen, Rob Roy met a relation of a very different class and character from those he was sent to summon to arms. This was Dr. James Gregory, by descent a MacGregor, the patriarch of a dynasty of professors distinguished for literature and scientific talent, and the grandfather of the late eminent physician and accomplished scholar, Professor Gregory of Edinburgh. This gentleman was at the time professor of medicine in King's College, Aberdeen, and son of Dr. James Gregory, distinguished in science as the inventor of the reflecting telescope. With such a family it may seem our friend Rob could have had little communion, but civil war is a species of misery which introduces men to strange bedfellows. Dr. Gregory thought it a point of prudence to claim kindred, at so critical a period, with a man so formidable and influential. He invited Rob Roy to his house, and treated him with so much kindness that he produced in his generous bosom a degree of gratitude which seemed likely to occasion very inconvenient effects. The Professor had a son about 8 or 9 years old, a lively, stout boy of his age, with whose appearance our Highland Robin Hood was much taken. On the day before his departure from the house of his learned relative, Rob Roy, who had pondered deeply how he might requite his cousin's kindness, took Dr. Gregory aside, and addressed him to this purport: "My dear kinsman, I have been thinking what I could do to show my sense of your hospitality. Now here you have a fine spirited boy of a son, whom you are ruining by cramming him with your useless book learning, and I am determined, by way of manifesting my great goodwill to you and yours, to take him with me and make a man of him." The learned Professor was utterly overwhelmed when his warlike kinsman announced his kind purpose, in language which implied no doubt of its being a proposal which would he, and ought to be, accepted with the utmost gratitude. The task of apology or explanation was of a most delicate description, and there might have been considerable danger in suffering Rob Roy to perceive that the promotion with which he threatened the son was, in the father's eyes, the ready road to the gallows. Indeed, every excuse which he could at first think of, such as regret for putting his friend to trouble with a youth who had been educated in the Lowlands, and so on, only strengthened the chieftain's inclination to patronize his young kinsman, as he supposed they arose entirely from the modesty of the father. He would for a long time take no apology, and even spoke of carrying off the youth by a certain degree of kindly violence, whether his father consented or not. At length the perplexed Professor pleaded that his son was very young, and in infirm state of health, and not yet able to endure the hardships of a mountain life, but that in another year or two he hoped his health would be firmly established, and he would be in a fitting condition to attend on his brave kinsman, and follow out the splendid destinies to which he opened the way. This agreement being made, the cousins parted, Rob Roy pledging his honour to carry his young relation to the hills with him on his next return to Aberdeenshire, and Dr. Gregory, doubtless, praying in his secret soul that he might never see Rob's Highland face again. James Gregory, who thus escaped being his kinsman's recruit, and in all probability his henchman, was afterwards professor of medicine in the college, and, like most of his family, distinguished by his scientific acquirements. He was rather of an irritable and pertinacious disposition, and his friends were wont to remark, when he showed any symptom of these foibles, "Ha! This comes from not having been educated by Rob Roy." The connection between Rob Roy and his classical kinsman did not end with the period of Rob's transient power. At a period considerably subsequent to the year 1715, he was walking in the Castle Street of Aberdeen, arm in arm with his host, Dr. James Gregory, when the drums in the barracks suddenly beat to arms, and soldiers were seen issuing from the barracks. "If these lads are turning out," said Rob, taking leave of his cousin with great composure, "it's time for me to look after me safety." So saying, he dived down a close, and, as John Bunyan said, went upon his way and was seen no more. The first of these anecdotes, which brings the highest pitch of civilization so closely in contact with the half-savage state of society, I have heard told by the late distinguished Dr. Gregory, and the members of his family have had the kindness to collate the story with their recollections and family documents, and furnish the authentic particulars. The second rests on the recollection of an old man who was present when Rob took French leave of his literary cousin on hearing the drums beat, and communicated the circumstance to Mr. Alexander Forbes, a connection of Dr. Gregory by marriage, who is still alive. We have already stated that Rob Roy's conduct during the insurrection of 1715 was very equivocal. His person and followers were in the Highland army, but his heart seems to have been with the Duke of Argyle's. Yet the insurgents were constrained to trust to him as their only guide when they marched from Perth towards Dunblane, with the view of crossing the Forth at what are called the fords of Frew, and when they themselves said he could not be relied upon. This movement to the westward on the part of the insurgents brought on the battle of Sheriffmuir, indecisive indeed in its immediate results, but of which the Duke of Argyle reaped the whole advantage. In this action it will be recollected that the right wing of the Highlanders broke and cut to pieces Argyle's left wing, while the clans on the left of Mar's army, though consisting of Stewarts, Mackenzies, and Camerons, were completely routed. During this medley of flight and pursuit, Rob Roy retained his station on a hill in the centre of the Highland position, and though it said his attack might have decided the day, he could not be prevailed upon to charge. This was the more unfortunate for the insurgents, as the leading of a party of the Macphersons had been committed to MacGregor. This, it is said, was owing to the age and infirmity of the chief of that name, who, unable to lead his clan in person, objected to his heir apparent, Macpherson of Nord, discharging his duty on that occasion, so that the tribe, or a part of them, were brigaded with their allies, the MacGregors. While the favourable moment for action was gliding away unemployed, Mar's positive orders reached Rob Roy that he should presently attack, to which he coolly replied, "Nay, nay, if they cannot do it without me, they cannot do it with me." One of the Macphersons, named Alexander, one of Rob's original profession, videlicet, a drover, but a man of great strength and spirit, was so incensed at the inactivity of this temporary leader, that he threw off his plaid, drew his sword, and called out to his clansmen, "Let us endure this no longer. If ye'll not lead you, I will." Rob Roy replied with great coolness, "Were the question about driving Highland stouts or kylos, Sandy, I'd yield to your superior skill, but as it respects the leading of men, I must be allowed to be the better judge." "Did the matter respect driving Glen Eagle's stouts," answered the Macpherson, "the question with Rob would not be which was to be last, but which was to be foremost." Incensed at this sarcasm, MacGregor drew his sword, and they would have fought upon the spot if their friends on both sides had not interfered. But the moment of attack was completely lost. Rob did not, however, neglect his own private interest on the occasion. In the confusion of an undecided field of battle, he enriched his followers by plundering the baggage and the dead on both sides. The fine old satirical ballad on the Battle of Sheriffmuir does not forget to stigmatize our hero's conduct on this memorable occasion. "Rob Roy he stood watch on a hill for to catch the booty, for aught that I saw, man. For he ne'er advanced from the place where he stanced, till nae mair was to do there at a', man." Notwithstanding the sort of neutrality which Rob Roy had continued to observe during the progress of the rebellion, he did not escape some of its penalties. He was included in the Act of Attainder, and the house in Breadalbane, which was his place of retreat, was burned by General Lord Cadogan, when, after the conclusion of the insurrection, he marched through the Highlands to disarm and punish the offending clans. But upon going to Inverary with about 40 or 50 of his followers, Rob obtained favour by an apparent surrender of their arms to Colonel Patrick Campbell of Finnah, who furnished them and their leader with protections under his hand. Being thus in a great measure secured from the resentment of government, Rob Roy established his residence at Craig Royston, near Loch Lomond, in the midst of his own kinsmen, and lost no time in resuming his private quarrel with the Duke of Montrose. For this purpose he soon got on foot as many men, and well armed too, as he had yet commanded. He never stirred without a bodyguard of 10 or 12 picked followers, and without much effort could increase them to 50 or 60. The Duke was not wanting in efforts to destroy this troublesome adversary. His Grace applied to General Carpenter, commanding the forces in Scotland, and by his orders 3 parties of soldiers were directed from the 3 different points of Glasgow, Stirling, and Finlarig, near Killin. Mr. Graham of Killearn, the Duke of Montrose's relation and factor, Sheriff Depute also of Dumbartonshire, accompanied the troops, that they might act upon the civil authority, and have the assistance of a trusty guide well acquainted with the hills. It was the object of these several columns to arrive about the same time in the neighbourhood of Rob Roy's residence, and surprise him and his followers; but heavy rains, the difficulties of the country, and the good intelligence which the outlaw was always supplied with, disappointed their well concerted combination. The troops, finding the birds were flown, avenged themselves by destroying the nest. They burned Rob Roy's house, though not with impunity, for the MacGregors, concealed among the thickets and cliffs, fired on them and killed a grenadier. Rob Roy avenged himself for the loss which he sustained on this occasion by an act of singular audacity. About the middle of November, 1716, John Graham of Killearn, already mentioned as factor of the Montrose family, went to a place called Chapel Errock, where the tenants of the Duke were summoned to appear with their termly rents. They appeared accordingly, and the factor had received ready money to the amount of about £300, when Rob Roy entered the room at the head of an armed party. The steward endeavoured to protect the Duke's property by throwing the books of accounts and money into a garret, trusting they might escape notice, but the experienced freebooter was not to be baffled where such a prize was at stake. He recovered the books and the cash, placed himself calmly in the receipt of custom, examined the accounts, pocketed the money, and gave receipts on the Duke's part, saying he would hold reckoning with the Duke of Montrose out of the damages which he had sustained by his Grace's means, in which he included the losses he had suffered as well by the burning of his house by General Cadogan as by the later expedition against Craig Royston. He then requested Mr. Graham to attend him, nor does it appear that he treated him with any personal violence or even rudeness, although he informed him he regarded him as a hostage, and menaced rough usage in case he should be pursued, or in danger of being overtaken. Few more audacious feats have been performed. After some rapid changes of place, the fatigue attending which was the only annoyance that Mr. Graham seems to have complained of, he carried his prisoner to an island on Loch Katrine, and caused him to write to the Duke to state that his ransom was fixed at 3,400 merks pounds, being the balance which MacGregor pretended remained due to him, after deducting all that he owed to the Duke of Montrose. However, after detaining Mr. Graham 5 or 6 days in custody on the island, which is still called Rob Roy's prison, and could be no comfortable dwelling for November nights, the outlaw seems to have despaired of attaining further advantage from his bold attempt, and suffered his prisoner to depart uninjured with the account books and bills granted by the tenants, taking special care to retain the cash. The reader will find 2 original letters of the Duke of Montrose, with that which Mr. Graham of Killearn dispatched from his prison house by the outlaw's command, in the appendix No. 2. About 1717 our chieftain had the dangerous adventure of falling into the hands of the Duke of Athol, almost as much his enemy as the Duke of Montrose himself, but his cunning and dexterity again freed him from certain death. See a contemporary account of this curious affair in the appendix No. 5. Other pranks are told of Rob, which argue the same boldness and sagacity as the seizure of Killearn. The Duke of Montrose, weary of his insolence, procured a quantity of arms, and distributed them among his tenantry, in order that they might defend themselves against future violences. But they fell into different hands from those they were intended for. The MacGregors made separate attacks on the houses of the tenants, and disarmed them all, one after another, not, as was supposed, without the consent of many of the persons so disarmed. As a great part of the Duke's rents were payable in kind, there were girnels (granaries) established for storing up the corn at Moulin, and elsewhere on the Buchanan estate. To these storehouses Rob Roy used to repair with a sufficient force, and of course when he was least expected, and insist upon the delivery of quantities of grain, sometimes for his own use, and sometimes for the assistance of the country people, always giving regular receipts in his own name, and pretending to reckon with the Duke for what sums he received. In the meantime a garrison was established by Government, the ruins of which may still be seen about half way betwixt Loch Lomond and Loch Katrine, upon Rob Roy's original property of Inversnaid. Even this military establishment could not bridle the restless MacGregor. He contrived to surprise the little fort, disarm the soldiers, and destroy the fortification. It was afterwards re-established, and again taken by the MacGregors under Rob Roy's nephew, Glendew, previous to the insurrection of 1745-6. Finally, the fort of Inversnaid was a third time repaired after the extinction of civil discord, and when we find the celebrated General Wolfe commanding in it, the imagination is strongly affected by the variety of time and events which the circumstance brings simultaneously to recollection. It is now totally dismantled. About 1792, when the author chanced to pass that way while on a tour through the Highlands, a garrison consisting of a single veteran was still maintaining at Inversnaid. The venerable warder was reaping his barley croft in all peace and tranquillity, and when we asked admittance to repose ourselves, he told us we would find the key to the fort under the door. It was not, strictly speaking, as a professed depredator that Rob Roy now conducted his operations, but as a sort of contractor for the police, in Scottish phrase, a lifter of blackmail. The nature of this contract has been described in the novel of Waverley, and in the notes on that work. Mr. Graham of Gartmore's description of the character may be here transcribed. The confusion and disorders of the country were so great, and the government so absolutely neglected it, that the sober people were obliged to purchase some security to their effects by shameful and ignominious contracts of blackmail. A person who had the greatest correspondence with the thieves was agreed with to preserve the lands contracted for from thefts, for certain sums to be paid yearly. Upon this fund he employed one half of the thieves to recover stolen cattle, and the other half of them to steal, in order to make this agreement and blackmail contract necessary. The estates of those gentlemen who refuse to contract, or give countenance to that pernicious practice, are plundered by the thieving part of the watch, in order to force them to purchase their protection. Their leader calls himself the Captain of the Watch, and his banditti go by that name, and as this gives them a kind of authority to traverse the country, so it makes them capable of doing any mischief. These corps through the Highlands make altogether a very considerable body of men, inured from their infancy to the greatest fatigues, and very capable to act in a military way when occasion offers. People who are ignorant and enthusiastic, who are in absolute dependence upon their chief or landlord, who are directed in their consciousness by Roman Catholic priests or non-juring clergymen, and who are not masters of any property, may easily be formed into any mould. They fear no dangers, as they have nothing to lose, and so can with ease be induced to attempt anything. Nothing can make their condition worse. Confusions and troubles do commonly indulge them in such licentiousness, that by these they better it. That from Letters from the North of Scotland, Volume 2, pages 344-345. End of Volume 1, Section 3. Introduction. Recording by Mike Harris. Volume 1, Introduction, Part 4 of Rob Roy, by Sir Walter Scott. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Harris. Rob Roy, by Sir Walter Scott, Volume 1, Introduction, Part 4. As the practice of contracting for blackmail was an obvious encouragement to rapine, and a great obstacle to the course of justice, it was, by the statute of 1567, Chapter 21, declared a capital crime, both on the part of him who levied and him who paid this sort of tax. But the necessity of the case prevented the execution of this severe law, I believe, in at least one instance, and men went on submitting to a certain unlawful imposition rather than run the risk of utter ruin, just as it is now found difficult or impossible to prevent those who have lost a very large sum of money by robbery from compounding with the felons for restoration of a part of their booty. At what rate Rob Roy levied blackmail I never heard stated, but there is a formal contract by which his nephew, in 1741, agreed with various landlords of estates in the counties of Perth, Stirling, and Dumbarton, to recover cattle stolen from them, or to pay the value within 6 months of the loss being intimated, if such intimation were made to him with sufficient dispatch, in consideration of a payment of £5 on each £100 of valued rent, which was not a very heavy insurance. Petty thefts were not included in the contract, but the theft of one horse, or one head of black cattle, or of sheep exceeding the number of 6, fell under the agreement. Rob Roy's profits upon such contracts brought him in a considerable revenue in money or cattle, of which he made a popular use, for he was publicly liberal as well as privately beneficent. The minister of the parish of Balquhidder, whose name was Robertson, was at one time threatening to pursue the parish for an augmentation of his stipend. Rob Roy took an opportunity to assure him that he would do well to abstain from this new exaction, a hint which the minister did not fail to understand. But to make him some indemnification, MacGregor presented him every year with a cow and a fat sheep, and no scruples as to the mode in which the donor came by them are said to have affected the reverend gentleman's conscience. The following account of the proceedings of Rob Roy, on an application to him from one of his contractors, had in it something very interesting to me, as told by an old countryman in the Lennox who was present on the expedition. But as there is no point or marked incident in the story, and as it must necessarily be without the half frightened, half bewildered look with which the narrator accompanied his recollections, it may possibly lose its effect when transferred to paper. My informant stated himself to have been a lad of 15, living with his father on the estate of a gentleman in the Lennox, whose name I have forgotten, in the capacity of herd. On a fine morning in the end of October, the period when such calamities were almost always to be apprehended, they found the Highland thieves had been down upon them and swept away 10 or 12 head of cattle. Rob Roy was sent for, and came with a party of 7 or 8 armed men. He heard with great gravity all that could be told him of the circumstances of the crech, and expressed his confidence that the herd widdyfows, or mad herdsman, a name given to cattle stealers, properly one who deserves to fill a widdy or a halter. Anyway, the herd widdyfows could not have carried their booty far, and that he should be able to recover them. He desired that 2 Lowlanders should be sent on the party, as it was not to be expected that any of his gentlemen would take the trouble of driving the cattle when he should recover possession of them. My informant and his father were dispatched on the expedition. They had no good will to the journey, nevertheless, provided with a little food and with a dog to help them to manage the cattle, they set off with MacGregor. They travelled a long day's journey in the direction of the mountain Benvoirlich, and slept for the night in a ruinous hut or bothy. The next morning they resumed their journey among the hills, Rob Roy directing their course by signs and marks on the heath which my informant did not understand. About noon Rob commanded the armed party to halt and to lie couched in the heather, where it was the thickest. "Do you and your son," he said to the oldest Lowlander, "go boldly over the hill you'll see beneath you, in a glen on the other side, your master's cattle feeding, it may be, with others. Gather your own together, taking care to disturb no one else, and drive them to this place. If anyone speak to you or threaten you, tell them that I am here at the head of 20 men." "But what if they abuse us or kill us?" said the Lowland peasant, by no means delighted at finding the embassy imposed on him and his son. "If they do you any wrong," said Rob, "I'll never forgive them as long as I live." The Lowlander was by no means content with this security, but did not think it safe to dispute Rob's injunctions. He and his son climbed the hill, therefore, found a deep valley, where they grazed, as Rob had predicted, a large herd of cattle. They cautiously selected those which their master had lost, and took measures to drive them over the hill. As soon as they began to remove them, they were surprised by hearing cries and screams, and, looking around in fear and trembling, they saw a woman, seeming to have started out of the earth, who flyted at them, that is, scolded them in Gaelic. When they contrived, however, in the best Gaelic they could muster, to deliver the message Rob Roy told them, she became silent, and disappeared without offering them any further annoyance. The chief heard their story on their return, and spoke with great complacency of the art which he possessed of putting such things to right without any unpleasant bustle. The party were now on their road home, and the danger, though not the fatigue, of the expedition was at an end. They drove on the cattle with little repose until it was nearly dark, when Rob proposed to halt for the night upon a wide moor, across which a cold north-east wind, with frost on its wing, was whistling to the tune of the Pipers of Strathearn, the winds which sweep a wild glen in Badenoch are so called. The Highlanders, sheltered by their plaids, lay down on the heath quite comfortably enough, but the Lowlanders had no protection whatever. Rob Roy, observing this, directed one of his followers to afford the old man a portion of his plaid. "Brother Callant, the boy, he may," said the freebooter, "keep himself warm by walking about and watching the cattle." My informant heard this sentence with no small distress, and as the frost wind grew more and more cutting, it seemed to freeze the very blood in his young veins. He had been exposed to weather all his life, he said, but never could forget the cold of that night, insomuch that in the bitterness of his heart he cursed the bright moon for giving no heat with so much light. At length the sense of cold and weariness became so intolerable that he resolved to desert his watch to seek some repose and shelter. With that purpose he couched himself down behind one of the most bulky of the Highlanders, who acted as lieutenant to the party. Not satisfied with having secured the shelter of the man's large person, he coveted a share of his plaid, and by imperceptible degrees drew a corner of it round him. He was now comparatively in paradise, and slept sound till daybreak, when he awoke, and was terribly afraid on observing that his nocturnal operations had altogether uncovered the Duhinwassel's neck and shoulders, which, lacking the plaid which should have protected them, were covered with cranreuch, i.e. hoarfrost. The young lad rose in great dread of a beating, at least, when it should be found how luxuriously he had been accommodated at the expense of a principal person of the party. Good Mr. Lieutenant, however, got up and shook himself, rubbing off the hoarfrost with his plaid, and muttering something of a cauld nicht. They then drove on the cattle, which were restored to their owner without further adventure. The above can hardly be termed a tale, but yet it contains materials both for the poet and the artist. It was perhaps about the same time that, by a rapid march into the Balquhidder hills at the head of a body of his own tenantry, the Duke of Montrose actually surprised Rob Roy and made him prisoner. He was mounted behind one of the Duke's followers, named James Stewart, and made fast to him by a horse girth. The person who had him thus in charge was grandfather of the intelligent man of the same name, now deceased, who lately kept the inn in the vicinity of Loch Katrine, and acted as a guide to visitors through that beautiful scenery. From him I learned the story many years before. He was either a publican or a guide, except to moorfowl shooters. It was evening, to resume the story, and the Duke was pressing on to lodge his prisoner, so long sought after in vain, in some place of security, when, in crossing the Teeth or Forth, I forget which, MacGregor took an opportunity to conjure Stewart, by all the ties of old acquaintance and good neighbourhood, to give him some chance of an escape from an assured doom. Stewart was moved with compassion, perhaps with fear. He slipped the girth buckle, and Rob, dropping down from behind the horse's crop, dived, swam, and escaped, pretty much as described in the novel. When James Stewart came on shore, the Duke hastily demanded where his prisoner was, and, as no distinct answer was returned, instantly suspected Stewart's connivance at the escape of the outlaw, and, drawing a steel pistol from his belt, struck him down with a blow on the head, from the effects of which his descendants said he never completely recovered. In the success of his repeated escapes from the pursuit of his powerful enemy, Rob Roy at length became a wanton and facetious. He wrote a mock challenge to the Duke, which he circulated among his friends to amuse them over a bottle. The reader will find this document in the appendix, appendix number 3. It's written in a good hand, and not particularly deficient in grammar or spelling. Our southern readers must be given to understand that it was a piece of humour, a quiz, in short, on the part of the outlaw, who was too sagacious to propose such a rencontre in reality. This letter was written in the year 1719. In the following year Rob Roy composed another epistle very little to his own reputation, as he therein confesses having played booty during the Civil War of 1715. It is addressed to General Wade, at that time engaged in disarming the Highland clans, and making military roads through the country. The letter is a singular composition. It sets out the writer's real and unfeigned desire to have offered his service to King George, but for his liability to be thrown into jail for a civil debt at the instance of the Duke of Montrose. Being thus debarred from taking the right side, he acknowledged he embraced the wrong one, upon Falstaff's principle, that since the king wanted men and the rebels soldiers, it were worse shame to be idle in such a stirring world than to embrace the worst side, where it as black as rebellion could make it. The impossibility of his being neutral in such a debate Rob seems to lay down as an undeniable proposition. At the same time, while he acknowledges having been forced into an unnatural rebellion against King George, he pleads that he not only avoided acting offensively against his Majesty's forces on all occasions, but, on the contrary, sent to them what intelligence he could collect from time to time, for the truth of which he refers to his Grace the Duke of Argyle. What influence this plea had on General Wade we have no means of knowing. Rob Roy appears to have continued to live very much as usual. His fame in the meanwhile passed beyond the narrow limits of the country in which he resided. A pretended history of him appeared in London during his lifetime, under the title of the Highland Rogue. It's a catchpenny publication, bearing in front the effigy of a species of ogre, with a beard of a foot in length, and his actions are as much exaggerated as his personal appearance. Some few of the best known adventures of the hero are told, though with little accuracy, but the greater part of the pamphlet is entirely fictitious. It's a great pity so excellent a theme for a narrative of the kind had not fallen into the hands of Defoe, who was engaged at the time on subjects somewhat similar, though inferior in dignity and interest. As Rob Roy advanced in years, he became more peaceable in his habits, and his nephew, Llyn Dhu, with most of his tribe, renounced those peculiar quarrels with the Duke of Montrose, by which his uncle had been distinguished. The policy of that great family had latterly been rather to attach this wild tribe by kindness than to follow the mode of violence which had been hitherto ineffectually resorted to. Leases at a low rent were granted to many of the MacGregors, who had heretofore held possessions in the Duke's Highland property merely by occupancy, and Glengyle, or Blackney, who continued to act as collector of blackmail, managed his police, as a commander of the Highland watch arrayed at the charge of government. He is said to have strictly abstained from the open and lawless depredations which his kinsman had practised. It was probably after this state of temporary quiet had been obtained that Rob Roy began to think of the concerns of his future state. He had been bred and long professed himself a Protestant, but in his later years he embraced the Roman Catholic faith, perhaps on Mrs. Cole's principle that it was a comfortable religion for one of his calling. He is said to have alleged as the cause of his conversion the desire to gratify the noble family of Perth, who were then strict Catholics. Having, as he observed, assumed the name of the Duke of Argyle, his first protector, he could pay no compliment worth the Earl of Perth's acceptance, save complying with his mode of religion. Rob did not pretend, when pressed closely on the subject, to justify all the tenets of Catholicism, and acknowledged that extreme unction always appeared to him a great waste of ulzie, or oil. Such an admission is ascribed to the robber Donald Bean Lean in Waverley, chapter 22. In the last years of Rob Roy's life, his clan was involved in a dispute with one more powerful than themselves. Stewart of Appin, a chief of the tribe so named, was proprietor of a hill farm in the braes of Balquhidder, called Invernenty. The MacGregors of Rob Roy's tribe claimed a right to it by ancient occupancy, and declared they would oppose to the uttermost the settlement of any person upon the farm not being of their own name. The Stewarts came down with 200 men, well armed, to do themselves justice by main force. The MacGregors took to the field, but were unable to muster an equal strength. Rob Roy, fending himself the weaker party, asked a parley, in which he represented that both clans were friends to the king, and that he was unwilling that they should be weakened by mutual conflict, and thus made a merit of surrendering to Appin the disputed territory of Invernenty. Appin accordingly settled his tenants there at an easy quit rent. The MacLarens, a family dependent on the Stewarts, and from whose character of strength and bravery it was expected that they would make their right good if annoyed by the MacGregors. When all this had been amicably adjusted, in the presence of the two clans, drawn up in arms near the kirk of Balquhidder, Rob Roy, apparently fearing his tribe might be thought to have conceded too much upon the occasion, stepped forward and said that, where so many gallant men were met in arms, it would be shameful to part without a trial of skill, and therefore he took the freedom to invite any gentleman of the Stewarts present to exchange a few blows with him for the honour of their respective clans. The brother-in-law of Appin and second chieftain of the clan, Alastair Stewart of Invernile, accepted the challenge, and they encountered with broadsword and target before their respective kinsmen. Some accounts state that Appin himself was Rob Roy's antagonist on this occasion. My recollection from the accounts of Invernahyle himself was as stated in the text, but the period when I received the information is now so distant that it is possible I may be mistaken. Invernahyle was rather of low stature, but very well made, athletic, and an excellent swordsman. The combat lasted till Rob received a slight wound in the arm, which was the usual termination of such a combat when fought for honour only, and not with a mortal purpose. Rob Roy dropped his point and congratulated his adversary on having been the first man who ever drew blood from him. The victor generously acknowledged that without the advantage of youth and the agility accompanying it, he probably could not have come off with advantage. This was probably one of Rob Roy's last exploits in arms. The time of his death is not known with certainty, but he is generally said to have survived 1738, and to have died an aged man. When he found himself approaching his final change, he expressed some contrition for particular parts of his life. His wife laughed at these scruples of conscience, and exhorted him to die like a man, as he had lived. In reply, he rebuked her for her violent passions, and the counsels she had given him. "You have put strife," he said, "betwixt me and the best men of the country, and now you would place enmity between me and my God." There is a tradition, no way inconsistent with the former, if the character of Rob Roy be justly considered, that while on his deathbed he learned that a person with whom he was at enmity proposed to visit him. "Raise me from my bed," said the invalid, "throw me plaid round me, and bring me my claymore, a dirk, and pistols. It shall never be said that a foeman said Rob Roy MacGregor defenceless and unarmed." His foeman, conjectured to be one of the MacLarens before and after mentioned, entered and paid his compliments, inquiring after the health of his formidable neighbour. Rob Roy maintained a cold, haughty civility during their short conference, and so soon as he had left the house, "Now," he said, "all is over. Let the piper play. Ha till me tullach." We return no more, and he is said to have expired before the dirge was finished. This singular man died in bed in his own house in the parish of Balquhidder. He was buried in the churchyard of the same parish, where his tombstone is only distinguished by a rude attempt at the figure of a broadsword. The character of Rob Roy is, of course, a mixed one. His sagacity, boldness, and prudence, qualities so highly necessary to success in war, became in some degree vices from the manner in which they were employed. The circumstances of his education, however, must be admitted as some extenuation of his habitual transgressions against the law, and for his political tergiversations he might in that distracted period plead that example of men far more powerful and less excusable in becoming the sport of circumstances than the poor and desperate outlaw. On the other hand, he was in the constant exercise of virtues, the more meritorious as they seem inconsistent with his general character. Pursuing the occupation of a predatory chieftain, in modern phrase a captain of banditti, Rob Roy was moderate in his revenge and humane in his successes. No charge of cruelty or bloodshed, unless in battle, is brought against his memory. In like manner, the formidable outlaw was the friend of the poor, and, to the utmost of his ability, the support of the widow and the orphan, kept his word when pledged, and died lamented in his own wild country, where there were hearts grateful for his beneficence, though their minds were not sufficiently instructed to appreciate his errors. The author perhaps ought to stop here, but the fate of a part of Rob Roy's family is so extraordinary as to call for a continuation of this somewhat prolix account, as affording an interesting chapter, not on Highland manners alone, but on every stage of society in which the people of a primitive and half civilized tribe are brought into close contact with a nation in which civilization and polity have attained a complete superiority. Rob had 5 sons: Coll, Ronald, James, Duncan, and Robert. Nothing occurs worth notice concerning 3 of them, but James, who was a very handsome man, seemed to have had a good deal of his father's spirit, and the mantle of Dougal Ciar Mhor had apparently descended on the shoulders of Robin Oig, that is, young Robin. Shortly after Rob Roy's death, the ill will which the MacGregors entertained against the MacLarens again broke out, at the instigation, it was said, of Rob's widow, who seems thus far to have deserved the character given to her by her husband, as an Ate, stirring up to blood and strife. Robin Oig, under her instigation, swore that as soon as he could get back a certain gun which had belonged to his father, and had been lately at Doune to be repaired, he would shoot MacLaren for having presumed to settle on his mother's land. This fatal piece was taken from Robin Oig when he was seized many years afterwards. It remains in possession of the magistrates before whom he was brought for examination, and now makes part of a small collection of arms belonging to the author. It was a Spanish-barrelled gun, marked with the letters R.M.C. for Robert MacGregor Campbell. He was as good as his word, and shot MacLaren when between the stilts of his plough, wounding him mortally. The aid of a Highland leech was procured, who probed the wound with a probe made out of a castock, i.e., the stalk of a colewort or cabbage. This learned gentleman declared he would not venture to prescribe, not knowing with what shot the patient had been wounded. MacLaren died, and about the same time his cattle were houghed and his livestock destroyed in a barbarous manner. Robin Oig, after this feat, which one of his biographers represents as the unhappy discharge of a gun, retired to his mother's house, to boast that he had drawn the first blood in the quarrel aforesaid. On the approach of troops and a body of the Stewarts, who were bound to take up the cause of their tenant, Robin Oig absconded and escaped all search. The doctor already mentioned, by name of Callum MacInleister, with James and Ronald, brothers to the actual perpetrator of the murder, were brought to trial. But as they contrived to represent the action as a rash deed committed by the daft callant Rob, to which they were not accessory, the jury found their accession to the crime was not proven. The alleged acts of spoil and violence on the MacLarens' cattle were also found to be unsupported by evidence. As it was proved, however, that the 2 brothers, Ronald and James, were held and reputed thieves, they were appointed to find caution to the extent of £200 for their good behaviour for 7 years. Note D. Author's expedition against the MacLarens. The spirit of clanship was at that time so strong, to which must be added the wish to secure the adherence of stout, able-bodied, and, as the Scotch phrase then went, pretty men, that the representative of the noble family of Perth condescended to act openly as patron of the MacGregors, and appeared as such upon their trial. So at least the author was informed by the late Robert M'Intosh, Esquire, advocate. The circumstances may, however, have occurred later than 1736, the year in which this first trial took place. Robin Oig served for a time in the 42nd Regiment, and was present at the Battle of Fontenoy, where he was made prisoner and wounded. He was exchanged, returned to Scotland, and obtained his discharge. He afterwards appeared openly in the MacGregors' country, and, notwithstanding his outlawry, married a daughter of Graham of Drunkie, a gentleman of some property. His wife died a few years afterwards. The insurrection of 1745, soon afterwards, called the MacGregors to arms. Robert MacGregor of Glencarnock, generally regarded as the chief of the whole name, and grandfather of Sir John, whom the clan received in that character, raised a MacGregor regiment, with which he joined the standard of the Chevalier. The race of Ciar Mhor, however, affecting independence, and commanded by Glengyle and his cousin James Roy MacGregor, did not join this kindred corps, but united themselves to the levies of the titular Duke of Perth, until William MacGregor Drummond of Bolhaldie, whom they regarded as head of their branch of Clan Alpine, should come over from France. To cement the union after the Highland fashion, James laid down the name of Campbell, and assumed that of Drummond, in compliment to Lord Perth. He was also called James Roy, after his father, and James More, or Big James, from his height. His corps, the relics of his father's Rob's band, behaved with great activity. With only 12 men he succeeded in surprising and burning, for the second time, the fort at Inversnaid, constructed for the express purpose of bridling the country of the MacGregors. What rank or command James MacGregor had is uncertain. He calls himself Major, and Chevalier Johnstone calls him Captain. He must have held rank under Glendu, his kinsman, but his active and audacious character placed him above the rest of his brethren. Many of his followers were unarmed. He supplied the want of guns and swords with side-blades set straight upon their handles. At the battle of Prestonpans, James Roy distinguished himself. "His company," said Chevalier Johnston, "did great execution with their scythes. They cut the legs of the horses in two, the rider through the middle of their bodies." MacGregor was brave and intrepid, but at the same time somewhat whimsical and singular. When advancing to the charge with his company, he received 5 wounds, 2 of them from balls that pierced his body through and through. Stretched on the ground, with his head resting on his hand, he called out loudly to the Highlanders of his company, "My lads, I'm not dead, b'God. I shall see if any of you does not do his duty." The victory, as is well known, was instantly obtained. In some curious letters of James Roy, published in Blackwood's Magazine, Volume 2, page 228, it appears that his thigh bone was broken on this occasion, and that he, nevertheless, rejoined the army with 6 companies, and was present at the battle of Culloden. After that defeat, the clan MacGregor kept together in a body, and did not disperse till they had returned into their own country. They brought James Roy with them in a litter, and without being particularly molested, he was permitted to reside in the MacGregors' country along with his brothers. James MacGregor Drummond was attainted for high treason with persons of more importance, but it appears he had entered into some communication with Government, as in the letters quoted he mentions having obtained a pass from the Lord Justice Clerk in 1747, which was a sufficient protection to him from the military. The circumstance is obscurely stated in one of the letters already quoted, but may perhaps, joined to subsequent incidents, authorize the suspicion that James, like his father, could look at both sides of the cards. As the confusion of the country subsided, the MacGregors, like foxes which had baffled the hounds, drew back to their old haunts, and lived unmolested. But an atrocious outrage, in which the sons of Rob Roy were concerned, brought at length on the family the full vengeance of the law. James Roy was a married man, and had 14 children, but his brother, Robin Oig, was now a widower, and it was resolved, if possible, that he should make his fortune by carrying off and marrying, by force if necessary, some woman of fortune from the lowlands. The imagination of the half-civilized Highlanders was less shocked at the idea of this particular species of violence than might be expected from their general kindness to the weaker sex when they make part of their own families. But all their views were tinged with the idea that they lived in a state of war, and in such a state, from the time of the siege of Troy to the moment when Perviza fell, Childe Harold's Pilgrimage, Canto 2, the wealthy are slaughtered, the lovely are spared. The female captives are, to uncivilized victors, the most valuable part of the booty. We need not refer to the rape of the Sabines, or to a similar instance in the Book of Judges, for evidence that such deeds of violence have been committed upon a large scale. Indeed, this sort of enterprise was so common among the Highland line as to give rise to a variety of songs and ballads. See Appendix No. 6. End of Rob Roy. Volume 1, Introduction, Part 4. Recording by Mike Harris.
Introduction Part 5 of Rob Roy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chris Caron. Rob Roy by Sir Walter Scott. Introduction Part 5. The annals of Ireland, as well as those of Scotland, prove the crime to have been common in the more lawless parts of both countries, and any woman who happened to please a man of spirit, who came of a good house, and possessed a few chosen friends, and a retreat in the mountains, was not permitted the alternative of saying him nay. What is more, it would seem that the women themselves most interested in the immunities of their sex were among the lower classes accustomed to regard such marriages as that which is presently to be detailed as Pretty Fanny's way, or rather the way of Donald with Pretty Fanny. It is not a great many years since a respectable woman above the lower rank of life expressed herself very warmly to the author on his taking the freedom to censure the behavior of the McGregors on the occasion in question. She said that there was no use in giving a bride too much choice upon such occasions, that the marriages were the happiest long syne which had been done offhand. Finally, she averred that her own mother had never seen her father till the night he brought her up from the Lennox with 10 head of black cattle, and there had not been a happier couple in the country. James Drummond and his brethren, having similar opinions with the author's old acquaintance, and debating how they might raise the fallen fortunes of their clan, formed a resolution to settle their brother's fortune by striking up an advantageous marriage betwixt Robin Oig and one Jean Key or Wright, a young woman scarce 20 years old, and who had been left about 2 months a widow by the death of her husband. Her property was estimated at only from 16,000 to 18,000 merks, but it is seen to have been sufficient temptation to these men to join in the commission of a great crime. This poor young victim lived with her mother in her own house at Indinbilly in the parish of Balfron and shire of Stirling. At this place, in the night of 3rd December 1750, the sons of Rob Roy, and particularly James Mohar and Robert Oig, rushed into the house where the object of their attack was resident, presented guns, swords, and pistols to the males of the family, and terrified the woman by threatening to break open the doors if Jean Key was not surrendered. As said James Roy, his brother was a young fellow determined to make his fortune. Having at length dragged the object of their lawless purpose from her place of concealment, they tore her from her mother's arms, mounted her on a horse before one of the gang, and carried her off in spite of her screams and cries, which were long heard after the terrified spectators of the outrage could no longer see the party retreat through the darkness. In her attempts to escape, the poor young woman threw herself from the horse on which they had placed her, and in so doing wrenched her side. They then laid her double over the pommel of the saddle, and transported her through the mosses and moors till the pain of the injury she had suffered in her side, augmented by the uneasiness of her posture, made her consent to sit upright. In the execution of this crime they stopped at more houses than one, but none of the inhabitants dared to interrupt their proceedings. Amongst others who saw them was that classical and accomplished scholar, the late Professor William Richardson of Glasgow, who used to describe as a terrible dream their violent and noisy entrance into the house where he was then residing. The Highlanders filled the little kitchen, brandishing their arms, demanding what they had pleased, and receiving whatever they were demanded. James Moore, he said, was a tall, stern, and soldier-like man. Robert Oig looked more gentle, dark, but then ruddy in complexion. A good-looking young savage, their victim was so dishevelled in her dress, and forlorn in her appearance and demeanour, that he could hardly tell whether she was alive or dead. The gang carried the unfortunate woman to Warridden, where they had a priest unscrupulous enough to read the marriage service, while James Moore forcibly held the bride up before him, and the priest declared the couple man and wife. Even while she protested against the infamy of his conduct, under the same threats of violence which had been all along used to enforce their scheme. The poor victim was compelled to reside with the pretended husband who was thus forced upon her. They even dared to carry her into the public church of Balquhidder, where the officiating clergyman, the same who had been Rob Roy's pensioner, only asked them if they were married persons. Robert MacGregor answered in the affirmative. The terrified female was silent. The country was now too effectually subjected to the law for this vile outrage to be followed by the advantages proposed by the actors. Military parties were sent out in every direction to seize MacGregors, who were for 2 or 3 weeks compelled to shift from one place to another in the mountains, bearing the unfortunate Jean Key along with them. In the meanwhile, the Supreme Civil Court issued a warrant sequestrating the property of Jean Key or Wright, which removed out of the reach of the actors in the violence the prize which they expected. They had, however, adopted a belief of the poor woman's spirit being so far broken that she would prefer submitting to her condition and adhering to Robin Org as her husband, rather than incur the disgrace of appearing in such a cause in an open court. It was, indeed, a delicate experiment. But their kinsman Glengyle, chief of their immediate family, was of a temper adverse to lawless proceedings, and the captive friends having had recourse to this advice, they feared that he would withdraw his protection, if they refused to place the prisoner at liberty. Such at least was his general character, for when James Moore, while perpetrating the violence at Edinbilly, called out in order to overawe opposition, that Glengyle was lying in the moor with 100 men to patronize his enterprise. Jean Key told him he lied, since he was confident Glengyle would never countenance so scoundrelly a business. The brethren resolved, therefore, to liberate the unhappy woman, but previously had recourse to every measure which should oblige her, either from fear or otherwise, to own her marriage with Robert Org. The Calyachs, old Highland hags, administered drugs which were designed to have the effect of philtres, but were probably deleterious. James Moore at one time threatened that if she did not acquiesce in the match she would find that there were enough of men in the Highlands to bring the heads of 2 of her uncles who were pursuing the civil lawsuit. At another time he fell down on his knees and confessed he had been accessory to wronging her, but begged he would not ruin his innocent wife and large family. She was made to swear she would not prosecute the brethren for the offence they had committed, and she was obliged by threats to subscribe papers which were tendered to her, intimating that she was carried off in consequence of her own previous request. James Moore, Drummond accordingly, brought his pretended sister-in-law to Edinburgh, where for some little time she was carried about from one house to another, watched by those with whom she was lodged, and never permitted to go out alone, or even to approach the window. The Court of Session, considering the peculiarity of the case, and regarding Jean Key as being still under some forcible restraint, took her person under their own special charge, and appointed her to reside in the family of Mr. Whiteman of Maudsley, a gentleman of respectability, who was married to one of her near relatives. 2 sentinels kept guard on their house day and night, a precaution not deemed superfluous. When the MacGregors were in question, she was allowed to go out whenever she chose, and to see whoever she had a mind, as well as the men of law employed in the civil suit on either side. When she first came to Mr. Whiteman's house, she seemed broken down with affright and suffering, so changed in features that her mother hardly knew her, and so shaken in mind that she scarce could recognize her parent. It was long before she could be assured that she was in perfect safety, but when she at length received confidence in her situation, she made a judicial declaration, or a fit of it, telling the full history of her wrongs, imputing to fear her former silence on the subject, and expressing her resolution not to prosecute those who had injured her, in respect of the oath she had been compelled to take. From the possible breach of such an oath, through a compulsory one, she was relieved by the forms of Scottish jurisprudence, in that respect more equitable than those of England, prosecutors for crimes being always conducted at the expense and in charge of the king, without inconvenience or cost to the private party who has sustained the wrong. But the unhappy sufferer did not live to be either accuser or witness against those who had so deeply injured her. James Mhor Drummond had left Edinburgh so soon as his half-dead prey had been taken from his clutches. Mrs. Key-Wright was released from her species of confinement there, and removed to Glasgow under the escort of Mr. Whiteman. As they passed the Hill of Shotts, her escort changed to say, "This is a very wild spot. What if MacGregor should come upon us?" "God forbid," was her immediate answer. "The very sight of them would kill me." She continued to reside at Glasgow without venturing to return to her own house at Edinbilly. Her pretended husband made some attempts to obtain the interview with her, which she steadily rejected. She died on the 4th of October, 1751. The information for the Crown hints her decease might be the consequence of the usage she received, but there is a general report that she died of the smallpox. In meantime, James Mhor, or Drummond, fell into the hands of justice. He was considered as the instigator of the whole affair. Nay, the deceased had informed her friends that on the night of her being carried off, Robin Oig, moved by her cries and tears, had partly consented to let her return. When James came up, with the pistol in his hand, and asking whether he was such a coward as to relinquish an enterprise in which he had risked everything to procure him a fortune, in a matter compelled his brother to preserve, James's trial took place on the 13th of July, 1752, and was conducted with the utmost fairness and impartiality. Several witnesses, all of the MacGregor family, swore that the marriage was performed with every appearance of acquiescence on the woman's part, and 3 or 4 witnesses, one of them sheriff's substitute of the country, swore she might have made her escape if she wished, and the magistrate stared away that he offered her assistance, if she felt desirous to do so. But when asked why she in the official capacity did not arrest the MacGregors, he could only answer that had not force sufficient to make the attempt. The judicial declaration of Jean Key-Wright stated the violent manner in which she had been carried off, and they were confirmed by many of her friends, from her private communications with them, which the event of her death rendered good evidence. Indeed, the fact of her abduction, to use a Scottish law term, was completely proved by impartial witnesses. The unhappy woman admitted that she had pretended acquiescence in her fate on several occasions, because she dared not to trust such as offered to assist her to escape, not even the sheriff's substitute. The jury brought in a special verdict, finding that Jean Key-Wright had been forcibly carried off from her house, as charged in the indictment, and that the accused had failed to show that she was herself privy and consenting to the act of outrage, but they found the forcible marriage and subsequent violence was not proved, and also found an alleviation of the panel's guilt in the premises that Jean Key did acquiesce in her condition. 11 of the jury, using the names of other 4 who were absent, subscribed a letter to the court stating that it was their purpose and desire, by such special verdict, to take the panel's case out of the class of capital crimes. Learned informations, written arguments on the import of the verdict, which must be allowed a very mild one in the circumstances, were laid before the High Court of Justiciary. This point is very learnedly debated in these pleadings by Mr. Grant, solicitor for the Crown, and for celebrated Mr. Lockhart, on the part of the prisoner, but James Mhor did not wait the event of the court's decision. He had been committed to the castle of Edinburgh, on some reports that an escape would be attempted, yet he contrived to achieve his liberty even from that fortress. His daughter had the address to enter the prison, disguised as a cobbler, bringing home work as she pretended. In this cobbler's dress her father quickly arrayed himself. The wife and daughter of the prisoner were heard by the Centennial's scolding the supposed cobbler for having done his work ill, and the man came out with his hat slouched over his eyes and grumbling, as if the manner in which they had treated him. In this way the prisoner passed all the guards without suspicion, and made his escape to France. He was afterwards outlawed by the Court of Justiciary, which proceeded to the trial of Duncan MacGregor, or Drummond, his brother, 15th of January, 1753. The accused had unquestionably been with the party which carried off Jean Key, but no evidence being brought which applied to him individually and directly, the jury found him not guilty, and nothing more is known of his fate. That of James MacGregor, who, from talented and activity, if not by seniority, may be considered as head of the family, has been long misrepresented, as it been generally arrived in the law reports, as well as elsewhere, that his outlawry was reversed, and that he returned and died in Scotland. But the curious letters published in Blackwood's Magazine for December 1817 show this to be an error. The first of these documents is a petition to Charles Edward. It is dated 20th of September, 1753, and pleads his service to the cause of the Stuarts, ascribing his exile to the persecution of the Hanoverian government, without any allusion to the affair of Jean Key or the Court of Justiciary. It is stated to be forwarded by MacGregor Drummond of Bohaldie, whom, as before mentioned, James Mhor acknowledged as his chief. The effect which this petition produced does not appear. Some temporary relief was perhaps obtained, but soon after this daring adventurer was engaged in a very dark intrigue against an exile of his own country, and placed pretty nearly in his own circumstances. A remarkable Highland story must be here briefly alluded to. Mr. Campbell of Glenure, who had been named factor for government on the forfeited estates of Stewart of Ardishell, was shot dead by an assassin as he passed through the wood of Lettermore. After crossing the ferry of Ballachulish, a gentleman named James Stewart, a natural brother of Ardishell, the forfeited person, was tried as being accessory to the murder, and condemned and executed upon very doubtful evidence, the heaviest part of which only amounted to the accused person having assisted a nephew of his own, called Alan Breck Stewart, with money to escape after the dead was gone. Not satisfied with his vengeance, which was obtained in the matter little of the honour of the dispensation of justice at the time, the friends of the deceased Glenure were equally desirous to obtain possession of the person of Alan Breck Stewart, supposed to be the actual homicide. James Mhor Drummond was secretly applied to trepan Stewart to the sea coast, and bring him over to Britain to almost certain death. Drummond MacGregor had kindred connections with the slain Glenure, and besides, the MacGregors and Campbells had been friends of late, while the former clan and the Stuarts had, as we have seen, been recently at feud. Lastly, Robert Oig was now in custody of Edinburgh, and James was desirous to do some service by which his brother might be saved. The joint force of which this motive may, in James' estimation of right and wrong, have been some vindication for engaging in such an enterprise, although, as much be necessary supposed, it could only be executed by treachery of a gross description. MacGregor stipulated for a license to return to England, promising to bring Alan Breck thither along with him. but the intended victim was put upon his guard by 2 countrymen who suspected James' intentions toward him. He escaped from his kidnapper, after, as MacGregor alleged, robbing his portmanteau of some clothes and 4 snuff-boxes. Such as a charge, it may be observed, could scarce have been made unless the parties had been living on a footing of intimacy and had access to each other's baggage. Although James Drummond had thus missed his blow in the matter of Alan Breck Stewart, he used his license to make a journey to London, and had an interview, as he avers, with Lord Holdernesse. His lordship and his under-secretary put many puzzling questions to him, and, as he says, offered him a situation which would bring him bread in the government service. This office was advantageous as to in the emolument, but the opinion of James Drummond, his acceptance of it would have been a disgrace to his birth, and have rendered him a scourge to his country. If such a tempting offer and sturdy rejection had any foundation in fact, it probably relates to some plan of espionage on the Jacobites, which the government might hope to carry on by means of a man who, in the matter of Alan Breck Stewart, had shown no great nicety of feeling. Drummond MacGregor was so far accommodating as to intimate his willingness to act in any station in which other gentlemen of honour served, but not otherwise, an answer which, compared with some passages of his past life, may remind the reader of ancient pistols standing upon his reputation. Having thus proved intractable, as he tells the story, to the proposals of Lord Holdernesse, James Drummond was ordered instantly to quit England. On his return to France, his condition seems to have been utterly disastrous. He was seized with fever and gravel, ill consequently in body, and weakened and dispirited in mind. Alan Breck Stewart threatened to put him to death in revenge of the designs he had harboured against him. Note E. Alan Breck Stewart. The Stewart clan were in the highest degree unfriendly to him, and his late expedition to London had been attended with many suspicious circumstances, amongst which it was not the slightest, and that he had kept his purpose secret from his chief Bohaldie. His intercourse with Lord Holdernesse was suspicious. The Jacobites were probably like Don Bernard de Castel Blaze in Gil Blas, the little disposed to like whose, who kept company with alguazils. MacDonald of Lochgarry, a man of unquestioned honour, lodged an information against James Drummond before the High Bailie of Dunkirk, accusing him of being a spy, so that he found himself obliged to leave that town and come to Paris, with only the sum of 13 livres subsistence, and with absolute beggary staring him in the face. We do not offer the convicted common thief, the accomplice in Maclaurin's assassination, or the manager of the outrage against Jean Key, as an object of sympathy, melancholy, to look on the dying struggles, even of a wolf or a tiger, creatures of a species directly hostile to our own, and in like manner the utter distress of this man, whose faults may have sprung from a wild system of education, working on a haughty temper, will not be pursued without some pity. In his last letter to Bohaldie, dated Paris 25th of September, 1754, he describes his state of destitution as absolute, and expresses himself willing to exercise his talents in breaking or breeding horses, or as a hunter or fowler, if he could only procure employment in such an inferior capacity till something better should occur. An Englishman may smile, but a Scotchman will sigh at this postscript, in which the poor starving exile asked the loan of his patron's bagpipes, that he might play over some of the melancholy tunes of his own land. But the effect of music arises, in a great degree, from association, and sounds which might jar the nerves of a Londoner or Parisian bring back to the Highlander his lofty mountain, wild lake, and the deeds of his fathers of the glen. To prove MacGregor's claim to our reader's compassion, we here insert the last part of the letter alluded to. By all appearance I am born to suffer crosses, and it seems they're not at the end. For such is my wretched case at present, that I do not know earthly where to go, or what to do, that I have no subsistence to keep body and soul together. All that I have carried here is about 13 livres, and have taken a room at my old quarters in Hotel St. Pierre, Rue de Cordier. I send you the bearer, begging of you to let me know if you are in that town soon, that I may have pleasure of seeing you, for I have none to make application to but you alone. And all I want is, if it was possible, you could contrive where I could be employed without going to enter Beckery. This probably is a difficult point, yet unless it's attended with some difficulty, you might think nothing of it, as your long head can bring about matters of much more difficulty and consequence than this. If you disclose this matter to your friend Mr. Butler, it's possible he might have some employ wherein I could be of use, as I pretend to know as much of breeding and riding of horse as any in France, besides that I am good hunter either on horseback or by footing. You may judge my reduction, as I propose the meanest things to lend a turn, till better cast up. I am sorry that I am obliged to give you so much trouble, but I hope you are very well assured that I am grateful for what you have done for me, and I leave you to judge of my present wretched case. I am, and shall forever continue, dear chief, your own to command, Jas. MacGregor. Postscript. If you send your pipes by the bearer, and all the other little trinkums belonging to it, I would put them in order, and play some melancholy tunes, which I may now, with safety and in real truth, forgive my not going directly to you, for if I could have borne the seeing of yourself, I could not choose to be seen by my friends in my wretchedness, nor by any of my acquaintance. While MacGregor wrote in this disconsolate manner, death, the sad but sure remedy for mortal evils and decider of all doubts and uncertainty, was hovering near him. A memorandum on the back of the letter says the writer died about a week after, in October 1754. It now remains to mention the fate of Robin Oig, for other reasons of Rob Roy seem to have been no way distinguished. Robin was apprehended by a party of military from the fort of Ivernessade, at the foot of Guatmore, and was converted to Edinburgh 26th of May, 1753. After a delay which may have been protracted by the negotiations of James for delivering up Alan Breck Stewart upon promise of his brother's life, Robin Oig, on the 24th of December, 1753, was brought up to the bar of the High Court of Justiciary, indicted by the name of Robert MacGregor, alias Campbell, alias Drummond, and alias Robert Oig, and the evidence led against him resembled exactly that which was brought by the clown on the formal trial. Robert's case was in some degree more favourable than his brother's, for though the principal in the forcible marriage, he had yet to plead that he had shown symptoms of relenting while they were carrying Jean Key off, which were silenced by the remonstrances and the threats of his harder-natured brother James. A considerable space of time had also elapsed since the poor woman died, which is always a strong circumstance in favour of the accused, for there is a sort of perspective in guilt, and crimes of an old date seem less odious than those of recent occurrence. But notwithstanding those considerations, the jury in Robert's case did not express any solicitude to save his life as they had done that of James. They found him guilty of being art and part in the forcible abduction of Jean Key from her own dwelling. The trials of the sons of Rob Roy, with anecdotes of himself and family, were published at Edinburgh, 1818, in the 12th month. Robin Oig was condemned to death and executed on the 14th of February, 1754. At the place of execution he behaved with great decency, and professing himself a Catholic, imputed all his misfortunes to his swerving from the true church 2 or 3 years before. He confessed the violent methods he had used to gain Mrs. Key her right, and hoped his fate would stop further proceedings against his brother James. James died near 3 months before, but his family might easily remain a long time without the news of that event. The newspapers observed that his body, after hanging the usual time, was delivered to his friends to be carried to the Highlands. To this the recollection of a venerable friend, recently taken from us in the fullness of years, then a schoolboy at Linlithgow, enables the author to add a much larger body of MacGregors than had cared to advance to Edinburgh, received the corpse at that place with the coronach and other wild emblems of Highland mourning, and so escorted it to Balquhidder. Thus we may conclude this long account of Rob Roy and his family with the classic phrase, "Ait conclamatum est." I have only to add that I have selected the above from many anecdotes of Rob Roy which were, and may still be, current among the mountains where he flourished, but I am far from warranting their exact authenticity. Clannish partialities were very apt to guide the tongue and pen, as well as the pistol and claymore, and the features of an anecdote are wonderfully softened or exaggerated as the story is told by a MacGregor or a Campbell. Appendix to Introduction No. 1. Advertisement for the apprehension of Rob Roy. From the Edinburgh Evening Courant, June 18th to June 21st, A.D. 1732, No. 1058. That Robert Campbell, commonly known by the name of Rob Roy MacGregor, being lately entrusted by several noblemen and gentlemen with considerable sums for buying cows for them in the Highlands, has treacherously gone off with the money to the value of L1000 sterling, which he carries along with him. All magistrates and officers of the Majesty's forces are entreated to seize upon the said Rob Roy and the money which he carries with him, until the persons concerned in the money he heard against him, and that notice to be given, when he is apprehended, to the keepers of the Exchange Coffee House at Edinburgh, and the keeper of the Coffee House at Glasgow, where the parties concerned will be advertised, and the seizers shall be very reasonably rewarded for their plans. It is unfortunate that this hue and cry, which is afterwards repeated in the same paper, contains no description of Rob Roy's person, which of course we much suppose to have been pretty generally known, as it is directed against Rob Roy personally. It would seem to exclude the idea of the cattle being carried off by his partner, MacDonald, who would certainly have been mentioned in the advertisement, if the creditors concerned had supposed him to be in possession of the money. End of Introduction, Part 5. Recording by Chris Caron, Ham Lake, Minnesota.
Volume 1, Introduction, Part 6 of Rob Roy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Harris. Rob Roy, by Sir Walter Scott, Volume 1, Introduction, Part 6, Section 6, Number 2, Letters. From and to the Duke of Montrose, respecting Rob Roy's arrest of Mr. Graham of Killearn. The Duke of Montrose to... It does not appear to whom this letter was addressed. Certainly, from its style and tenor, it was designed for some person of high rank and office, perhaps the King's advocate for the time. Dated Glasgow, the 21st of November, 1716. My Lord, I was surprised last night with the account of a very remarkable instance of the insolence of that very notorious rogue, Rob Roy, whom your lordship has often heard named. The honour of his Majesty's government being concerned in it, I thought it my duty to acquaint your lordship of the particulars by an express. Mr. Graham of Killearn, whom I have had occasion to mention frequently to you, for the good service he did last winter during the rebellion, having the charge of my Highland estate, went to Monteith, which is a part of it, on Monday last, to bring in my rents, it being usual for him to be there for 2 or 3 nights together at this time of the year, in a country house, for the conveniency of meeting the tenants upon that account. The same night, about 9 of the clock, Rob Roy, with a party of those ruffians whom he still keeps about him, and has since the last rebellion, surrounded the house where Mr. Graham was, with some of my tenants doing his business, ordered his men to present their guns in at the windows of the room where he was sitting, while he himself at the same time with others entered at the door with cocked pistols, and made Mr. Graham prisoner, carrying him away to the hills with the money he had got, his books and papers, and my tenants' bonds for their fines, amounting to above £1,000 sterling, whereof the one half had been paid last year, and the other was to have been paid now, and at the same time had the insolence to cause him to write a letter to me, the copy of which is enclosed, offering me terms of a treaty. That your lordship may have the better view of this matter, it will be necessary that I should inform you that this fellow has now, of a long time, put himself at the head of the clan MacGregor, a race of people who in all ages have distinguished themselves beyond others by robberies, depredations, and murders, and have been the constant harbourers and entertainers of vagabonds and loose people. From the time of the Revolution he has taken every opportunity to appear against the government, acting rather as a robber than doing any real service to those whom he pretended to appear for, and has really done more mischief to the country than all the other Highlanders have done. Some 3 or 4 years before the last rebellion broke out, being overburdened with debts, he quitted his ordinary residence, and removed some 12 or 16 miles farther into the Highlands, putting himself under the protection of the Earl of Breadalbine. When my Lord Cadogan was in the Highlands, he ordered his house at this place to be burnt, which your lordship sees he now places to my account. This obliges him to return to the same country he went from, being a most rugged, inaccessible place, where he took up his residence anew amongst his own friends and relations, but well judging that it was possible to surprise him, he, with about 45 of his followers, went to Inverary, made a sham surrender of their arms to Colonel Campbell of Finnab, commander of one of the independent companies, and returned home with his men, each of them having the colonel's protection. This happened in the beginning of summer last, yet not long after he appeared with his men twice in arms, in opposition to the king's troops, and one of those times attacked them, rescued a prisoner from them, and all this while sent abroad his party through the country, plundering the country people, and amongst the rest some of my tenants. Being informed of these disorders after I came to Scotland, I applied to Lieutenant General Carpenter, who ordered 3 parties from Glasgow, Stirling, and Finlarig, to march in the night by different routes, in order to surprise him and his men in their houses, which would have its effect certainly if the great rains that happened to fall that very night had not retarded the march of the troops, so as some of the parties came too late to the stations that they were ordered for. All that could be done upon the occasion was to burn a country house where Rob Roy then resided, after some of his clan had from the rocks fired upon the king's troops, by which a grenadier was killed. Mr. Graham of Killearn, being my deputy sheriff in that country, went along with the party that marched from Stirling, and doubtless will now meet with the worst treatment from that barbarous people on that account. Besides that he is my relation, and that they know how active he has been in the service of the government, all which your lordship may believe puts me under very great concern for the gentleman, while at the same time I can foresee no manner of way how to relieve him, other than to leave him to chance and his own management. I had my thoughts before of proposing to government the building of some barracks, as the only expedient for suppressing these rebels, and securing the peace of the country. In that view I spoke to General Carpenter, who has now a scheme of it in his hands, and I am persuaded that will be the true method of restraining them effectually. But in the meantime it will be necessary to lodge some of the troops in those places, upon which I intend to write to the General. I am sensible I have troubled your lordship with a very long letter, which I should be ashamed of, were I myself singly concerned, but where the honour of the King's government is touched, I need make no apology, and I shall only beg leave to add that I am, with great respect and truth, my lord, your lord's most humble and obedient servant, Montrose. Copy of Graham of Killearn's letter enclosed in the preceding. Chabalarach, November 19th, 1716. May it please your grace, I am obliged to give your grace the trouble of this by Robert Roy's commands, being so unfortunate at present as to be his prisoner. I refer the way and manner I was apprehended to the bearer, and shall only in short acquaint your Grace with the demands, which are, that your Grace shall discharge him of all sums he owes your Grace, and give him the sum of 3400 marks for his loss and damages sustained by him both at Craigrostown and at his house Auchengassallen, and that your Grace shall give your word not to trouble or prosecute him afterwards, till which time he carries me all the money I received this day, my books and bonds for interest, not yet paid, along with him, with assurance of hard usage, if any party are sent after him. The sum I received this day, conformed to the nearest computation I can make before several of the gentlemen, is 3227 pounds 2 shillings 8 pence Scots, of which I gave them notes. I shall wait your Grace's return, and ever am your Grace's most obedient, faithful, humble servant, sic subscripturor, John Graham. The Duke of Montrose to Unknown, dated 28th November 1716, Killearn's release. Glasgow, 28th November 1716. Sir, having acquainted you by my last of the 21st instant of what had happened to my friend Mr. Graham of Killearn, I am very glad now to tell you that last night I was very agreeably surprised with Mr. Graham's coming here himself, and giving me the first account I had had of him from the time of his being carried away. It seems Rob Roy, when he came to consider a little better of it, found that he could not mend his matters by retaining Killearn his prisoner, which could only expose him still the more to the justice of the government, and therefore thought fit to dismiss him on Sunday evening last, having kept him from the Monday night before under a very uneasy kind of restraint, being obliged to change continually from place to place. He gave him back the books, papers, and bonds, but kept the money. I am with great truth, sir, your most humble servant, Montrose. Some papers connected with Rob Roy MacGregor, signed Roe Campbell, in 1711, were lately presented to the Society of Antiquaries. One of these is a kind of contract between the Duke of Montrose and Rob Roy, by which the latter undertakes to deliver within a given time 60 good and sufficient Kintail Highland cows, betwixt the age of 5 and 9 years, at 14 pounds Scots per piece, with ane bull to the bargain, and that at the head dykes of Buchanan upon the 28th day of May next, dated December 1711. See Proceedings, Volume 7, page 253. Number 3, Challenge, by Rob Roy. Rob Roy to ain high and mighty Prince James, Duke of Montrose. In charity to your Grace's courage and conduct, please know the only way to retrieve both is to treat Rob Roy like himself, in appointing time, place, and choice of arms, that at once you may extirpate your inveterate enemy, or put a period to your puny life in failing gloriously by his hands. That impertinent critics or flatterers may not brand me for challenging a man that's repute of a poor dastardly soul. Let such know that I admit of the two great supporters of his character, and the captain of his bands, to join with him in the combat. Then sure your Grace won't have the impudence to clamour at court for multitudes to hunt me like a fox, under pretence that I am not to be found above ground. This saves your Grace and the troops any further trouble of searching. That is, if your ambition of glory press you to embrace the unequalled venture offered of Rob's head. But if your Grace's piety, prudence, and cowardice forbids hazarding this gentlemanly expedient, then let your desire of peace restore what you have robbed from me by the tyranny of your present situation. Otherwise your overthrow as a man is determined, and advertise your friends never more to look for the frequent civility paid them, of sending them home without their arms only. Even their former cravings won't purchase that favour. So your Grace by this has peace in your offer, if the sound of wax be frightful, and choose you will, your good friend or mortal enemy. This singular rhodomantade is enclosed in a letter to a friend of Rob Roy, probably a retainer of the Duke of Argyle in Isle, which is in these words: Sir, receive the enclosed paper. When you are taking your bottle, it'll divert yourself and comrades. I got no news since I seed you, only that we had before about the Spaniards is likely to continue. If I'll get any further account about them, I'll be sure to let you know of it. Until then I will not write any more till I'll have more sure account. And I am, sir, your most affectionate cousin, and most humble servant, Rob Roy. April 16th, 1719. To Mr. Patrick Anderson at Hades. The seal, a stag, no bad emblem of a wild cateran. It appears from the envelope that Rob Roy still continued to act as intelligencer to the Duke of Argyle and his agents. The war he alludes to is probably some vague report of invasion from Spain. Such rumours were likely enough to be afloat in consequence of the disembarkation of the troops who were taken at Glen Shiel in the preceding year, 1718. Number 4. Letter. From Robert Campbell, alias MacGregor, commonly called Rob Roy, to Field Marshal Wade, then receiving the submission of disaffected chieftains and clans. This curious epistle is copied from an authentic narrative of Marshal Wade's proceedings in the Highlands, communicated by the late eminent antiquary George Chalmers, Esquire, to Mr. Robert Jameson of the Register House, Edinburgh, and published in the appendix to an edition of Burt's Letters from the North of Scotland, 2 volumes, 8 folio, Edinburgh, 1818. Sir, the great humanity with which you have constantly acted in the discharge of the trust reposed in you, and your ever having made use of the great powers with which you were vested as the means of doing good and charitable offices to such as you found proper objects of compassion, will, I hope, excuse my importunity in endeavouring to approve myself not absolutely unworthy of that mercy and favour which your Excellency has so generously procured from his Majesty for others in my unfortunate circumstances. I am very sensible nothing can be alleged sufficient to excuse so great a crime, as I have been guilty of it, that of rebellion. But I humbly beg leave to lay before your Excellency some particulars in the circumstance of my guilt, which I hope will extenuate it in some measure. It's my misfortune at the time the rebellion broke out to be liable to legal diligence and caption, at the Duke of Montrose's instance, for debt alleged due him. To avoid being flung into prison, as I must certainly have been, had I followed my real inclinations in joining the King's troops at Stirling, I was forced to take party with the adherents of the Pretender. For the country being all in arms, it was neither safe nor indeed possible for me to stand neuter. I should not, however, plead my being forced into that unnatural rebellion against his Majesty King George, if I could not at the same time assure your Excellency that I not only avoided acting offensively against his Majesty's forces upon all occasions, but, on the contrary, sent his Grace the Duke of Argyle all the intelligence I could from time to time of the strength and situation of the rebels, which I hope his Grace will do me the justice to acknowledge. As to the debt to the Duke of Montrose, I have discharged it to the utmost farthing. I beg your Excellency would be persuaded that, had it been in my power, as it was in my inclination, I should always have acted for the service of his Majesty King George, and that one reason of my begging the favour of your intercession with his Majesty for the pardon of my life is the earnest desire I have to employ it in his service, whose goodness, justice, and humanity are so conspicuous to all mankind. I am, with all duty and respect, your Excellency's most humble and obedient servant, Robert Campbell. Number 4A. Letter. Escape of Rob Roy from the Duke of Athol. The following copy of a letter which passed from one clergyman of the Church of Scotland to another was communicated to me by John Gregorson, Esquire, of Artornish. The escape of Rob Roy is mentioned, like other interesting news of the time, with which it is intermingled. The disagreement between the Dukes of Athol and Argyle seems to have animated the former against Rob Roy as one of Argyle's partisans. Reverend and dear brother, yours of the 28th of June I had by the bearer. I am pleased you have got back again your delinquent, which may probably save you of the trouble of her child. I am sorry I have yet very little of certain news to give you from the court, though I have seen all the week's prints, only I find in them a passage which is all the account I can give you of the indemnity. Yet, when the estates of four-faulted rebels comes to be sold, all just debts documented are to be preferred to officers of the Court of Inquiry. The bill in favours of that court against the Lords of Session in Scotland and passed the House of Commons and come before the Lords, which is thought to be considerably more ample, informally with respect to the disposing of estates, canvassing, and paying of debts. It's said yet the examinations of Cadogan's accounts is dropped, but it wants confirmations here as yet. Oxford's trial should be entered upon Saturday last. We hear that the Duchess of Argyle is with child. I do not hear yet the divisions at court are anything abated, or of any appearance of the Duke's having anything of his major favour. I heartily wish the present humours at court may not prove an encouragement to watchful and restless enemies. My accounts of Rob Roy, his escape, yet after several embassies between his Grace, who I hear did correspond with some at court about it, and Rob, he at length, upon promise of protection, came to wait upon the Duke, and, being presently secured, his Grace sent post to Edinburgh to acquaint the court of his being apprehended, and call his friends at Edinburgh, and to desire a party from General Carpenter to receive and bring him to Edinburgh, which party came the length of Kenross in Fife. He was to be delivered to them by a party his Grace had demanded from the Governor at Perth, who then, upon their march towards Dunkeld to receive him, were met by and returned by his Grace, having resolved to deliver him by a party of his own men, and left Rob at Loggerate under a strong guard, till yet party could be ready to receive him. This space of time Rob had employed in taking the other dram heartily with the guard, and when all were pretty hearty, Rob is delivering a letter for his wife to a servant, to whom he most needs deliver some private instructions at the door for his wife, where he is attended with on the guard. When serious in this private conversations, he is making some few steps carelessly from the door about the house, till he comes close by this horse, which he soon mounted and made off. This is no small mortification to the guard, because of the delay it gives to their hopes of a considerable additional charge against John Roy, i.e. John the Red, John Duke of Argyle, so called for his complexion, more commonly styled Red John the Warrior. My wife was upon Thursday last delivered of a son after sore travail, of which she still continues very poorly. I give your lady hearty thanks for the Highland plaid. It's a good cloth, but it does not answer the set I sent some time ago with MacArthur, and though it had I told in my last, yet my wife was obliged to provide herself to finish her bed before she was lighted, but I know your letter came not timely to your hand. I'm sorry I had not money to send by the bearer, having no thought of it, and being exposed to some little expenses last week, but I expect some sure occasion when order by a letter to receive it. Excuse this freedom. From etc., etc., etc. Manse of Comrie, July 2nd, 1717. I salute your lady. I wish my her daughter much joy. Number 5. Highland Wooing. There are many productions of the Scots ballad poets upon the lion-like mode of wooing practised by the ancient Highlanders, when they had a fancy for the person or property of a lowland damsel. One example is found in Mr. Robert Jamieson's popular Scottish songs. Bonny Babby Livingstone gaed out to see the Kay, and she was met with Glenlyon, who has stolen her away. He took free her satin coat, put on her silken gown, sin round his tartan plaid, and happed her round and round. In another ballad we are told how 24 Hieland men came down by Fiddick Bead, and they have sworn a deadly aith, Jean Maya should be a breed. And they have sworn a deadly aith, ilk men upon his dirk, that she should wed with Duncan Gare if they'd make bloody works. This last we have from tradition, but there are many others in the collections of Scottish ballads to the same purpose. The achievement of Robert Oig, or young Rob Roy, as the Lowlands called him, was celebrated in a ballad of which there are 20 different and various editions. The tune is lively and wild, and we select the following words from memory. Rob Roy is frae the Highlands come, down to the Lowland border, and he has stolen that lady away to haud his house in order. He set her on a milk-white steed, of none he stood in awe, until they reached the Highland hills, aboon the Balmaha. That's a pass on the eastern margin of Loch Lomond, and an entrance to the Highlands. Saying, be content with me, lady. Where will ye find in Lennox land sae braw a man as me, lady? Rob Roy he was my father called, MacGregor was his name, lady. A' the country far and near have heard MacGregor's fame, lady. He was a hedge about his friends, a heckle to his foes, lady. If any man did him gainsay, he felt his deadly blows, lady. I am as bold, I am as bold, I am as bold and more, lady. Any man that doubts my word may try my good claymore, lady. Then be content with me, lady. For now you are my wedded wife, until the day you die, lady. Number 6. Gwyllndŵ. The following notices concerning this chief fell under the author's eye while the sheets were in the act of going through the press. They occur in manuscript memoirs written by a person intimately acquainted with the incidents of 1745. This chief had the important task entrusted to him of defending the castle of Doune, in which the Chevalier placed a garrison to protect his communication with the Highlands, and to repel any sallies which might be made from Stirling Castle. Gwyllndŵ distinguished himself by his good conduct in this charge. Gwyllndŵ is thus described: Glengyle is, in person, a tall, handsome man, and has more of the mien of the ancient heroes than our modern fine gentlemen are possessed of. He is honest and disinterested to a proverb, extremely modest, brave and intrepid, and born one of the best partisans in Europe. In short, the whole people of that country declared that never did men live under so mild a government as Glengyle's, not a man having so much as lost a chicken while he continued there. It would appear from this curious passage that Glengyle, not Stewart of Balloch, as averred in the note on Waverley, commanded the garrison of Doune. Balloch might no doubt succeed MacGregor in the situation. Editor's Introduction to Rob Roy. In the magnum opus, the author's final edition of the Waverley novels, Rob Roy appears out of its chronological order, and comes next after the Antiquary. In this, as in other matters, the present edition follows that of 1829. The Antiquary, as we said, contained in its preface the author's farewell to his art. This valediction was meant as prelude to a fresh appearance in a new disguise. Constable, who had brought out the earlier works, did not publish the Tales of My Landlord, The Black Dwarf, and Old Mortality, which Scott had nearly finished by November 12, 1816. The 4 volumes appeared from the houses of Mr. Murray and Mr. Blackwood on December 1, 1816. Within less than a month came out Harold the Dauntless, by the author of The Bridal of Triermain. Scott's work on the historical part of the Annual Register had also been unusually arduous. At Abbotsford or at Ashdale his mode of life was particularly healthy. In Edinburgh, between the claims of the courts, of literature, and of society, he was scarcely ever in the open air. Thus hard sedentary work caused, between the publication of Old Mortality and that of Rob Roy, the first of those alarming illnesses which overshadowed the last 15 years of his life. The earliest attack of cramp in the stomach occurred on March 5, 1817, when he retired from the room with a scream of agony which electrified his guests. Living on parritch, as he tells Miss Bailey, for his national spirit rejected arrowroot, Scott had yet energy enough to plan a dramatic piece for Terry, The Doom of Devergoyle, but in April he announced to John Ballantyne a good subject for a novel, and on May 6th, John, after a visit to Abbotsford with Constable, proclaimed to James Ballantyne the advent of Rob Roy. The anecdote about the title is well known. Constable suggested it, and Scott was at first wisely reluctant to write up to a title. Names like Rob Roy, Queen Mary, Queen Elizabeth, Cleopatra, and so forth, tell the reader too much, and, Scott imagined, often excite hopes which cannot be fulfilled. However, in the geniality of an after-dinner hour in the gardens of Abbotsford, Scott allowed Constable to be sponsor. Many things had lately brought Rob into his mind. In 1812 Scott had acquired Rob Roy's gun, a long Spanish-barreled piece with his initials R.M.C., C standing for Campbell, a name assumed in compliment to the Argyle family. Rob's Spuken had also been presented by Mr. Train to Sir Walter in 1816, and may have directed his thoughts to this popular freebooter. Though Rob flourished in the 15, he was really a character very near Scott, whose friend Invernahyle had fought Rob with broadsword and target, a courteous combat like that between Ajax and Hector. At Tullibody, Scott had met in 1793 a gentleman who once visited Rob, and arranged to pay him blackmail. Mr. William Adam had mentioned to Scott in 1816 the use of the word curly-whirlies for highly decorated architecture, and recognized the phrase next year in the mouth of Andrew Fairservice. In the meeting at Abbotsford, May 2, 1817, Scott was very communicative, sketched Bailie Nicol Jarvie, and improvised a dialogue between Rob and the magistrate. A week later he quoted to Southey Swift's lines, "Too bad for a blessing, too good for a curse," which probably suggested Andrew Fairservice's final estimate of Scott's hero, "over bad for blessing, and o'er good for banning." These are the trifles which show the bent of Scott's mind at this period. The summer of 1817 he spent in working at the Annual Register and at the Border Antiquities. When the courts rose, he visited Rob's cave at the head of Loch Lomond. And this visit seems to have been gossiped about, as literary people, hearing of the new novel, expected the cave to be a very prominent feature. He also went to Glasgow and refreshed his memory of the cathedral, nor did he neglect old books, such as A Tour Through Great Britain by a Gentleman, 4th edition, 1748. This yielded him the Bailie's account of Glasgow commerce in Musselburgh stuffs and Edinburgh shallons, and the phrase sortable cargoes. Hence, too, Scott took the description of the rise of Glasgow. Thus Scott was taking pains with his preparations. The book was not written in post-haste. Announced to Constable early in May, the last sheet was not corrected till about December 21st, when Scott wrote to Ballantyne, "Dear James, with great joy I send you Roy. 'Twas a tough job, but we're done with Rob." Rob Roy was published on the last day of 1817. The toughness of the job was caused by constant pain, and by struggles with the lassitude of opium. So seldom sentimental, so rarely given to expressing his melancholy moods in verse, Scott, while composing Rob Roy, wrote the beautiful poem, "The Sun upon the Weirdlaw Hill," in which, for this once, pity of self through all makes broken moan. Some stress may be laid on the state of Sir Walter's health at this moment, because a living critic has tried to show that, in his case, every pang of the stomach paralyzes the brain, that he never had a fit of the cramp without spoiling a chapter. Mr. Ruskin's Fiction Fair and Foul, 19th Century, 1880, page 955. Rob Roy is a sufficient answer to these theories. The mind of Scott was no slave to his body. The success of the story is pleasantly proved by a sentence in a review of the day. "It's an event unprecedented in the annals either of literature or of the custom house, that the entire cargo of a packet or smack, bound from Leith to London, should be the impression of a novel, for which the public curiosity was so much upon the alert as to require this immense importation to satisfy. 10,000 copies of a 3-volume novel are certainly ponderous cargo, and Constable printed no fewer in his first edition. Scott was assured of his own triumph in February 1819, when a dramatized version of his novel was acted in Edinburgh by the company of Mr. William Murray, a descendant of the traitor Murray of Broughton. Mr. Charles Mackay made a capital Bailie, and the piece remains a favourite with Scotch audiences. It's plain, from the reviews, that in one respect Rob Roy rather disappointed the world. They had expected Rob to be a much more imposing and majestic cateran, and complained that his foot was set too late on his native heather. They found too much of the drover and intriguer, too little of the traditional driver of the spoil. This was what Scott foresaw when he objected to writing up to a title. In fact, he did not write up to it, and, as the Scots Magazine said, shaped his story in such a manner as to throw busybodies out in their chase with a slight degree of malicious finesse. All the expeditions to the wonderful cave have been thrown away, for the said cave is not once, we think, mentioned from beginning to end. Rob Roy equals Waverley in its pictures of Highland and Lowland society and character. Scott had clearly set himself to state his opinions about the Highlands as they were under the patriarchal system of government. The Highlanders were then a people, not lawless indeed, but all their law was the will of their chief. Bailie Nicol Jarvie makes a statement of their economic and military condition as accurate as it is humorous. The modern Highland question may be studied as well in the Bailie's words as in volumes of history and wildernesses of blue books. A people patriarchal and military as the Arabs of the desert were suddenly dragged into modern commercial and industrial society. All old bonds were snapped in a moment. Emigration, at first opposed by some of the chiefs, and the French wars depleted the country of its long-legged callants, gone wanting the breeks. Cattle took the place of men, sheep of cattle, deer of sheep, and in the long peace a population grew up again. A population destitute of employment even more than of old, because war and robbery had ceased to be outlets for its energy. Some chiefs, as Dr. Johnson said, treated their lands as an attorney treats his row of cheap houses in a town. Hence the Highland question, a question in which Scott's sympathies were with the Highlanders. Rob Roy, naturally, is no mere novel with a purpose, no economic tract in disguise. Among Scott's novels it stands alone as regards its pictures of passionate love. The love of Diana Vernon is no less passionate for its admirable restraint. Here Scott displays, without affectation, a true Greek reserve in his art. The deep and strong affection of Diana Vernon would not have been otherwise handled by him who drew the not more immortal picture of Antigone. Unlike modern novelists, Sir Walter deals neither in analysis nor in rapturous effusions. We can, unfortunately, imagine but too easily how some writers would peep and pry into the concealed emotions of that maiden heart, how others would revel in tears, kisses, and caresses. In place of all these, Scott writes, "She extended her hand, but I clasped her to my bosom. She sighed as she extricated herself from the embrace which she permitted, escaped to the door which led to her own apartment, and I saw her no more." Months pass in a mist of danger and intrigue before the lovers meet again in the dusk and the solitude. "Mr. Francis Osbaldiston," cries the girl's voice through the moonlight, "should not whistle his favourite airs when he wishes to remain undiscovered." And Diana Vernon, for she, wrapped in a horseman's cloak, was the last speaker, whistled in playful mimicry the second part of the tune which was on my lips when they came up. Surely there was never, in story or in song, a lady so loving and so light of heart, save Rosalind alone. Her face touches Frank's as she says good-bye for ever. It was a moment never to be forgotten, inexpressibly bitter, yet mixed with a sensation of pleasure so deeply soothing and affecting as at once to unlock all the floodgates of the heart. She rides into the night. Her lover knows the hysterica passio of poor Lear, but I had scarce given vent to my feelings in this paroxysm ere I was ashamed of my feelings. These were men and women who knew how to love and how to live. All men who read Rob Roy are innocent rivals of Frank Osbaldistone. Di Vernon holds her place in our hearts with Rosalind, and these airy affections, like the actual emotions which they mimic, are not matters for words. This lady, so gay, so brave, so witty and fearless, so tender and true, who endured trials which might have dignified the history of a martyr, who spent the day in darkness and the night in vigil, and never breathed a murmur of weakness or complaint, is as immortal in men's memories as the actual heroine of the White Rose, Flora MacDonald. Her place is with Helen and Antigone, with Rosalind and Imogen, the deathless daughters of dreams. She brightens the world as she passes, and our own hearts tell us all the story when Osbaldistone says, "You know how I lamented her." In the central interest, which for once is the interest of love, Rob Roy attains the nobility, the reserve, the grave dignity of the highest art. It is not easy to believe that Frank Osbaldistone is worthy of his lady, but here no man is a fair judge. In the four novels, Waverley, Guy Mannering, The Antiquary, and Rob Roy, which we have studied, the hero has always been a young poet. Waverley versified, so did Mannering. Lovel had attempted a few lyrical pieces, and in Osbaldistone's rhymes, Scott parodied his own "Blast of that dread horn, on Fontarabian echoes borne." All the heroes then have been poets, and Osbaldistone's youth may have been suggested by Scott's memories of his own, and of the father who feared that he would never be better than a gangrel scapegoat. Like Henry Morton in Old Mortality, Frank Osbaldistone is on the political side taken by Scott's judgment, not by his emotions. To make Di Vernon convert him to Jacobitism would have been to repeat the story of Waverley. Still, he would have been more sympathetic if he had been converted. He certainly does not lack spirit as a sportsman, or, on an occasion, as Sir William Hope says in The Scots Fencing Master, when he encounters Rashleigh in the college gardens. Frank, in short, is all that a hero should be, and is glorified by his affection. Of the other characters, perhaps Rob Roy is too sympathetically drawn. The materials for a judgment are afforded by Scott's own admirable historical introduction. The Rob Roy who so calmly "played booty," and kept a foot in either camp, certainly falls below the heroic. His language has been criticised in late years, and it has been insisted that the Highlanders never talked Lowland Scotch. But Scott has anticipated these gavais in the 18th chapter of the second volume. Certainly no Lowlander knew the Highlanders better than he did, and his ear for dialect was as keen as his musical ear was confessedly obtuse. Scott had the best means of knowing whether Helen MacGregor would be likely to soar into heroics, as she is apt to do. In fact, here we may trust the artist. The novel is as rich as any in subordinate characters, full of life and humour. Morris is one of the few utter cowards in Scott. He has none of the passionate impulses toward courage of the hapless hero in the Fair Maid of Perth. The various Osbaldistones are nicely discriminated by Diana Vernon, in one of those Beatrix moods which Scott did not always admire, when they were displayed by Lady Anne and other girls of flesh and blood. Rashleigh is of a nature unusual in Scott. He is perhaps Sir Walter's nearest approach, from malignant egotism to an Iago. Of Bailie Nicol Jarvie, commendation were impertinent. All Scotland arose, called him hers, laughed at and applauded her civic child. Concerning Andrew Fairservice, the first edition tells us what the final edition leaves us to guess, that Tresham may recollect him as gardener at Osbaldistone Hall. Andrew was not a friend who could be shaken off. Diana may have ruled the hall, but Andrew must have remained absolute in the gardens, with something to maw that he would like to see mawn, or something to saw that he would like to see sawn, or something to ripe that he would like to see ripen, and sae he hain dacred, and with a family frae year's end to end, and life's end. His master needed some careful body to look after him. Only Shakespeare and Scott could have given us medicines to make us like this cowardly, conceited, jimp honest fellow, Andrew Fairservice, who just escapes being a hypocrite by dint of some sincere old covenanting leaven in his veins. We make bold to say that the creator of Parolles and Lucy, and many another lax and lovable knave, would, had he been a Scot, have drawn Andrew Fairservice thus, and not otherwise. The critics of the hour censured, as they were certain to censure, the construction, and especially the conclusion of Rob Roy. No doubt the critics were right. In both Scott and Shakespeare there is often seen a perfect disregard of the denouement. Any moderately intelligent person can remark on the huddled-up ends and hasty marriages in many of Shakespeare's comedies. Molière has been charged with the same offence, and, if blame there be, Scott is almost always to blame. Thackeray is little better. There must be some reason that explains why men of genius go wrong where every newspaper critic, every milliner's girl acquainted with circulating libraries, can detect the offence. In the closing remarks of Old Mortality, Scott expresses himself humorously on this matter of the denouement. His schoolmaster author takes his proof sheets to Miss Martha Buskbody, who was the literary set in Gandercleugh, having read through the whole stock of 3 circulating libraries. Miss Buskbody criticizes the Dominic as Lady Louisa Stuart habitually criticized Sir Walter. "Your plan of admitting a formal conclusion will never do," the Dominie replies. "Really, madam, you must be aware that every volume of the narrative turns less and less interesting as the author draws to a conclusion, just like your tea, which, though excellent hyson, is necessarily weaker and more insipid in the last cup." He compares the orthodox happy ending to the luscious lump of half-dissolved sugar, usually found at the bottom of the cup. This topic might be discussed, and indeed has been discussed, endlessly. In our actual lives, it is probable that most of us have found ourselves living for a year, or a month, or a week, in a chapter or half a volume of a novel, and these have been our least happy experiences. But we have also found that the romance vanishes away like a ghost, dwindles out, closes with ragged ends, and has no denouement. Then the question presents itself, as art is imitation, should not novels, as a rule, close thus? The experiment has frequently been tried, especially by the modern geniuses who do not conceal their belief that their art is altogether finer than Scott's, or, perhaps, than Shakespeare's. In his practice, and in his Dominie's critical remarks, Sir Walter appears inclined to agree with them. He was just as well aware as his reviewers, or as Lady Louisa Stuart, that the conclusion of Rob Roy is huddled up, that the sudden demise of all the young Baldistones is a high-handed measure. He knew that. In real life, Frank and Di Vernon would never have met again after that farewell on the moonlit road, but he yielded to Miss Buskbody's demand for a glimpse of sunshine in the last chapter. He understood the human liking for the final lump of sugar. After all, fiction is not, any more than any other art, a mere imitation of life. It's an arrangement, a selection. Scott was too kind, too humane to disappoint us, the crowd of human beings who find much of our happiness in dreams. He could not keep up his own interest in his characters after he had developed them. He could take pleasure in giving them life. He had little pleasure in ushering them into an earthly paradise. So that part of his business he did carelessly, as his only rivals literature have also done it. The critics censured, not unjustly, the machinery of the story, these mysterious assets of Osbaldistone and Tresham, whose absence was to precipitate the rising of 1715. The Edinburgh Review lost its heart. Geoffrey's heart was being lost to Di Vernon, but it pronounces that a king with legs of marble, or a youth with an ivory shoulder, heroes of the Arabian Nights and of Pindar, was probable, compared with the wit and accomplishments of Diana. This is hyper-criticism. Diana's education under Rashleigh had been elaborate. Her acquaintance with Shakespeare, her main strength, is unusual in women, but not beyond the limits of belief. Here she is within agreeable contrast to Rose Bradwardine, who had never heard of a Romeo and Juliet. In any case, Diana compels belief as well as wins affection, while we are fortunate enough to be in her delightful company. As long as we believe in her, it's not of moment to consider whether her charms are incompatible with probability. Rob Roy was finished in spite of a very bad touch of the cramp for about 3 weeks in November, which, with its natural attendance of dullness and weakness, made me unable to get our matters forward till last week, says Scott to Constable. But, adds the unconquerable author, I'm resting myself here a few days before commencing my new labours, which will be untrodden ground, and, I think, pretty likely to succeed. The new labours were The Heart of Midlothian. This by Andrew Lang. End of Volume 1, Section 6, Letters, recording by Mike Harris.
Volume 1, Chapter 1 of Rob Roy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Rob Roy by Sir Walter Scott. Volume 1, Chapter 1. Chapter 1st. How have I sinned that this affliction should light so heavy on me? I have no more sons, and this no more mine own. My grand curse hang over his head that thus transformed thee. Travel? I'll send my horse to travel next. Monsieur Thomas. You have requested me, my dear friend, to bestow some of that leisure with which Providence has blessed the decline of my life, in registering the hazards and difficulties which attended its commencement. The recollection of those adventures, as you are pleased to term them, has indeed left upon my mind a checkered and varied feeling of pleasure and pain, mingled, I trust, with no slight gratitude and veneration to the disposer of human events, who guided my early course through much risk and labor, that the ease with which he has blessed my prolonged life might seem softer from remembrance and contrast. Neither is it possible for me to doubt, what you have often affirmed, that the incidents which befell me among a people singularly primitive in their government and manners have something interesting and attractive for those who love to hear an old man's stories of a past age. Still, however, you must remember that the tale told by one friend and listened to by another loses half its charms when committed to paper, and that the narratives to which you have attended with interest, as heard from the voice of him to whom they occurred, will appear less deserving of attention when perused in the seclusion of your study. But your greener age and robust constitution promise longer life than will, in all human probability, be the lot of your friend. Throw, then, these sheets into some secret drawer of your escritoire, till we are separated from each other's society by an event which may happen at any moment, and which must happen within the course of a very few years. When we are parted in this world, to meet I hope in a better, you will, I am well aware, cherish more than it deserves the memory of your departed friend, and will find in those details which I am now to commit to paper matter for melancholy, but not unpleasing reflection. Others bequeath to the confidence of their bosoms portraits of their external failures. I put into your hands a faithful transcript of my thoughts and feelings, of my virtues and of my failings, with the assured hope that the follies and headstrong impetuosity of my youth will meet the same kind construction and forgiveness which have so often attended the faults of my matured age. One advantage among the many of addressing my memoirs, if I may give these sheets a name so imposing, to a dear and intimate friend, is that I may spare some of the details, in this case unnecessary, with which I must needs have detained a stranger from what I have to say of greater interest. Why should I bestow all my tediousness upon you, because I have you in my power, and have ink, paper, and time before me? At the same time, I dare not promise that I may not abuse the opportunity so temptingly offered me, to treat of myself and my own concerns, even though I speak of circumstances as well known to you as to myself. The seductive love of narrative, when we ourselves are the hearers of the events which we tell, often disregards the attention due to the time and patience of the audience, and the best and wisest have yielded to its fascination. I need only remind you of the singular instance evinced by the form of that rare and original edition of Sully's Memoirs, which you, with the fond vanity of a book collector, insist upon preferring to that which is reduced to the useful and ordinary form of memoirs, but which I think curious, solely as illustrating how far so great a man as the author was accessible to the foibles of self-importance. If I recollect rightly, that venerable peer and great statesman had appointed no fewer than 4 gentlemen of his household to draw up the events of his life, under the title of Memoirs of Sage and Royal Affairs of State, domestic, political, and military, transacted by Henry IV, and so forth. These grave recorders, having made their compilation, reduced the memoirs containing all the remarkable events of their master's life into a narrative addressed to himself in propria persona. And thus, instead of telling his own story in the third person like Julius Caesar, or in the first person like most who, in the hall or the study, undertake to be the hearers of their own tale, Sully enjoyed the refined, though whimsical pleasure of having the events of his life told to him over by his secretaries, being himself the auditor, as he was also the hero, and probably the author of the whole book. It must have been a great sight to have seen the ex-minister, as bolt upright as a starched ruff and lace cassock could make him, seated in state beneath his canopy, and listening to the recitation of his compilers, while, standing bare in his presence, they informed him gravely, "Thus said the Duke. So did the Duke infer. Such as were Grace's sentiments upon this important point. Such were your secret counsels to the king on that other emergency. Circumstances, all of which must have been better known to their hearer than to themselves, and most of which could only be derived from his own special communication. My situation is not quite so ludicrous as that of the great Sully, and yet there would be something whimsical in Frank Osbaldistone giving Will Tresham a formal account of his birth, education, and connections in the world. I will, therefore, wrestle with the tempting spirit of P.P. Clerk of our parish, as best I may, and endeavor to tell you nothing that is familiar to you already. Some things, however, I must recall to your memory, because, though formerly well known to you, they may have been forgotten through lapse of time, and they afford the groundwork of my destiny. You must remember my father well, for as your own was a member of the mercantile house, you knew him from infancy. Yet you hardly saw him in his best days, before age and infirmity had quenched his ardent spirit of enterprise and speculation. He would have been a poorer man indeed, but perhaps as happy, had he devoted to the extension of science those active energies and acute powers of observation, for which commercial pursuits found occupation. Yet, in the fluctuation of mercantile speculation, there is something captivating to the adventurer, even independent of the hope of gain. He who embarks on that fickle sea requires to possess the skill of the pilot and the fortune of the navigator, and after all may be wrecked and lost, unless the gales of fortune breathe in his favor. This mixture of necessary attention and inevitable hazard, the frequent and awful uncertainty whether prudence shall overcome fortune, or fortune baffle the schemes of prudence, affords full occupation for the powers, as well as for the feelings of the mind, and trade has all the fascination of gambling without its moral guilt. Early in the 18th century, when I, heaven help me, was a youth of some 20 years old, I was summoned suddenly from Bordeaux to attend my father on business of importance. I shall never forget our first interview. You recollect the brief, abrupt, and somewhat stern mode in which he was wont to communicate his pleasure to those around him. Methinks I see him even now in my mind's eye, the firm and upright figure, the step quick and determined, the eye which shot so keen and penetrating a glance, the features on which care had already planted wrinkles, and hear his language, in which he never wasted a word in vain, expressed in a voice which had sometimes an occasional harshness, far from the intention of the speaker. When I dismounted from my post-horse, I hastened to my father's apartment. He was traversing it with an air of composed and steady deliberation, which even my arrival, although an only son unseen for 4 years, was unable to discompose. I threw myself into his arms. He was a kind, though not a fond father, and the tear twinkled in his dark eye, but it was only for a moment. Dubourg writes me that he is satisfied with you, Frank. I am happy, sir. But I have less reason to be so, he added, sitting down at his bureau. I am sorry, sir. Sorry and happy, Frank, are words that on most occasions signify little or nothing. Here is your last letter. He took it out from a number of others tied up in a parcel of red tape, and curiously labelled and filed. There lay my poor epistle, written on the subject the nearest to my heart at the time, and couched in words which I had thought would work compassion, if not conviction. There, I say, it lay, squeezed up among the letters on miscellaneous business in which my father's daily affairs had engaged him. I cannot help smiling internally when I recollect the mixture of hurt vanity and wounded feeling with which I regarded my remonstrance, to the penning of which there had gone, I promise you, some trouble, as I beheld it extracted from amongst letters of advice, of credit, and all the commonplace lumber, as I then thought of them, of a merchant's correspondence. Surely, thought I, a letter of such importance, I dared not say even to myself so well written, deserved a separate place, as well as more anxious consideration, to those on ordinary business of the counting-house. But my father did not observe my dissatisfaction, and would not have minded it if he had. He proceeded, with the letter in his hand. This, Frank, is yours of the 21st ultimo, in which you advise me, reading from my letter, that in the most important business of forming a plan, and adopting a profession for life, you trust my paternal goodness will hold you entitled to at least a negative voice, that you have an insuperable, insuperable is the word, I wish, by the way, you would write a more distinct current hand. Draw a score through the tops of your T's, and open the loops of your L's. Insuperable objections to the arrangement which I have proposed for you. There is much more to the same effect, occupying 4 good pages of paper, which a little attention to perspicuity and distinctness of expression might have comprised within as many lines. For after all, Frank, it amounts but to this, that you will not do as I would have you. That I cannot, sir, in the present instance, not that I will not. Words avail very little with me, young man, said my father, whose inflexibility always possessed the air of a most perfect calmness of self-possession. Cannot may be a more civil phrase than will not, but the expressions are synonymous where there is no moral impossibility. But I am not a friend to doing business hastily. We will talk of this matter over dinner. Owen? Owen appeared, not with the silver locks which you were used to venerate, for he was then little more than 50, but he had the same, or an exactly similar uniform suit of light brown clothes, the same pearl-gray silk stockings, the same stock with its silver buckle, the same plaited cambric ruffles, drawn down over his knuckles in the parlor, but in the counting-house carefully folded back under the sleeves, that they might remain unstained by the ink which he daily consumed. In a word, the same grave, formal, yet benevolent cast of features, which continued to his death to distinguish the head clerk of the great house of Osbaldistone and Tresham. Owen, said my father, as the kind old man shook me affectionately by the hand, you must dine with us today, and hear the news Frank has brought us from our friends in Bordeaux. Owen made one of his stiff bows of respectful gratitude, for in those days, when the distance between superiors and inferiors was enforced in a manner to which the present times are strangers, such an invitation was a favor of some little consequence. I shall long remember that dinner party. Deeply affected by feelings of anxiety, not unmingled with displeasure, I was unable to take that active share in the conversation which my father seemed to expect from me, and I too frequently gave unsatisfactory answers to the questions with which he assailed me. Owen, hovering betwixt his respect for his patron and his love for the youth he had dandied on his knee in childhood, like the timorous yet anxious ally of an invaded nation, endeavoured at every blunder I made to explain my no meaning, and to cover my retreat, manoeuvres which added to my father's pettish displeasure, and brought a share of it upon my kind advocate, instead of protecting me. I had not, while residing in the house of Dubourg, absolutely conducted myself like a clerk condemned his father's soul to cross, who penned a stanza when he should engross. But, to say truth, I had frequented the counting-house no more than I had thought absolutely necessary to secure the good report of the Frenchman, a long correspondent of our firm, to whom my father had trusted for initiating me into the mysteries of commerce. In fact, my principal attention had been dedicated to literature and manly exercises. My father did not altogether discourage such acquirements, whether mental or personal. He had too much good sense not to perceive that they sate gracefully upon every man, and he was sensible that they relieved and dignified the character which he wished me to aspire. But his chief ambition was, that I should succeed not merely to his fortune, but to the views and plans by which he imagined he could extend and perpetuate the wealthy inheritance which he designed for me. Love of his profession was the motive which he chose should be most ostensible, when he urged me to tread the same path, but he had others, with which I only became acquainted at a later period. Impetuous in his schemes, as well as skilful and daring, each new adventure, when successful, became at once the incentive, and furnished the means, for further speculation. It seemed to be necessary to him, as an ambitious conqueror, to push on from achievement to achievement, without stopping to secure, far less to enjoy, the acquisitions which he made. Accustomed to see his whole fortune trembling in the scales of chance, and dexterous at adopting expedients for casting the balance in his favour, his health and spirits and activity seemed ever to increase with the animating hazards on which he staked his wealth, and he resembled the sailor, accustomed to brave the billows and the foe, whose confidence rises on the eve of tempest or of battle. He was not, however, insensible to the changes which increasing age or supervening malady might make in his own constitution, and was anxious in good time to secure in me an assistant, who might take the helm when his hand grew weary, and keep the vessel's way according to his counsel and instruction. Paternal affection, as well as the furtherance of his own plans, determined him to the same conclusion. Your father, though his fortune was vested in the house, was only a sleeping partner, as the commerce phrase goes, and Owen, whose probity and skill in the details of arithmetic rendered his services invaluable as a head clerk, was not possessed either of information or talent sufficient to conduct the mysteries of the principal management. If my father were suddenly summoned from life, what would become of the world of schemes which he had formed, unless his son were moulded into a commercial Hercules, fit to sustain the weight when relinquished by the failing Atlas? And what would become of that son himself, if, a stranger to business of this description, he found himself at once involved in the labyrinth of mercantile concerns, without the clue of knowledge necessary for his extraction? For all these reasons, avowed and secret, my father was determined I should embrace his profession, and when he was determined, the resolution of no man was more immovable. I, however, was also a party to be consulted, and with something of his own pertinacity, I had formed a determination precisely contrary. It may, I hope, be some palliative for the resistance which, on this occasion, I offered to my father's wishes, that I did not fully understand upon what they were founded, or how deeply his happiness was involved in them. Imagining myself certain of a large succession in future, and ample maintenance in the meanwhile, it never occurred to me that it might be necessary, in order to secure these blessings, to submit to labour and limitations unpleasant to my taste and temper. I only saw in my father's proposal for my engaging in business a desire that I should add to those heaps of wealth which he had himself acquired, and imagining myself the best judge of the path to my own happiness, I did not conceive that I should increase that happiness by augmenting a fortune which I believed was already sufficient, and more than sufficient, for every use, comfort, and elegant enjoyment. Accordingly, I am compelled to repeat that my time at Bordeaux had not been spent as my father had proposed to himself. What he considered as the chief end of my residence in that city, I had postponed for every other, and would, had I dared, have neglected altogether. Dubourg, a favoured and benefited correspondent of our mercantile house, was too much of a shrewd politician to make such reports to the head of the firm concerning his only child as would excite the displeasure of both, and he might also, as you will presently hear, have views of selfish advantage in suffering me to neglect the purposes for which I was placed under his charge. My conduct was regulated by the bounds of decency and good order, and thus far he had no evil report to make, supposing him so disposed. But perhaps the crafty Frenchman would have been equally complacent, had I been in the habit of indulging worse feelings than those of indolence and aversion to mercantile business. As it was, while I gave a decent portion of my time to the commercial studies he recommended, he was by no means envious of the hours which I dedicated to other and more classical attainments, nor did he ever find fault with me for dwelling upon Corneille and Boileau, in preference to Postlethwaite, supposing his folio to have then existed, and Monsieur Dubourg able to have pronounced his name, or Savary, or any other writer on commercial economy. He had picked up somewhere a convenient expression, with which he rounded off every letter to his correspondence. I was all, he said, that a father could wish. My father never quarrelled with a phrase, however frequently repeated, provided it seemed to him distinct and expressive, and Addison himself could not have found expression so satisfactory to him as, "Yours received, and duly honoured the bills enclosed, as per margin." Knowing, therefore, very well what he desired me to be, Mr. Osbaldistone made no doubt, from the frequent repetition of Dubourg's favourite phrase, that I was the very thing he wished to see me, when, in an evil hour, he received my letter, containing my eloquent and detailed apology for declining a place in the firm, and a desk and a stool in the corner of the dark counting-house in Crane Alley, surmounting in height those of Owen and the other clerks, and only inferior to the tripod of my father himself. All was wrong from that moment. Dubourg's reports became as suspicious as if his bills had been noted for dishonour. I was summoned home in all haste, and received in the manner I have already communicated to you. End of Volume 1, Chapter 1. Recording by James Christopher. jxchristopher@yahoo.com.
Volume 1, Chapter 2 of Rob Roy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Rob Roy by Sir Walter Scott. Volume 1, Chapter 2. I begin shrewdly to suspect the young man of a terrible taint, poetry. with which idle disease, if he be infected, there's no hope of him in estate course. Act domest of him for a Commonwealth's man, if he go to it in rhyme once. Ben Jonson's Bartholomew Fair. My father had, generally speaking, his temper under complete self-command, and his anger rarely indicated itself by words, except in a sort of dry, testy manner to those who had displeased him. He never used threats or expressions of loud resentment. All was arranged with him on system, and it was his practice to do the needful on every occasion, without wasting words about it. It was therefore with a bitter smile that he listened to my imperfect answers concerning the state of commerce in France, and unmercifully permitted me to involve myself deeper and deeper in the mysteries of agio, tariffs, tare, and tret. Nor can I charge my memory with his having looked positively angry, until he found me unable to explain the exact effect which the depreciation of the louis d'or had produced on the negotiation of bills of exchange. "The most remarkable national occurrence in my time," said my father, who nevertheless had seen the Revolution, "and he knows no more of it than a post on the quay." "Mr. Francis," suggested Owen, in his timid and conciliatory manner, "cannot have forgotten that by an arrêt of the King of France, dated the 1st of May 1700, it was provided that the porteur, within 10 days after due, must make demand—" "Mr. Francis," said my father, interrupting him, "will, I dare say, recollect for the moment anything you are so kind as hint to him. But, body of me, how Dubourg could permit him! Hark ye, Owen, what sort of a youth is Clement Dubourg, his nephew there in the office, the black-haired lad?" "One of the cleverest clerks, sir, in the house, a prodigious young man for his time," answered Owen, for the gaiety and civility of the young Frenchman had won his heart. "Ay, ay, I suppose he knows something of the nature of exchange. Dubourg was determined I should have one youngster at least about my hand who understood business, but I see his drift, and he shall find that I do so when he looks at the balance sheet. Owen, let Clement's salary be paid up to next quarter day, and let him ship himself back to Bordeaux in his father's ship, which is clearing out yonder." "Dismiss Clement Dubourg, sir?" said Owen, with a faltering voice. "Yes, sir, dismiss him instantly. It is enough to have a stupid Englishman in the counting house to make blunders, without keeping a sharp Frenchman there to profit by them." I had lived long enough in the territories of the Grand Monarch to contract a hearty aversion to arbitrary exertion of authority, even if it had not been instilled into me with my earliest breeding, and I could not refrain from interposing to prevent an innocent and meritorious young man from paying the penalty of having acquired that proficiency which my father had desired for me. "I beg pardon, sir," when Mr. Osbaldistone had done speaking, "but I think it but just that if I have been negligent of my studies, I should pay the forfeit myself. I have no reason to charge Monsieur Dubourg with having neglected to give me opportunities of improvement, however little I may have profited by them; and with respect to Monsieur Clement Dubourg, with respect to him and to you, I shall take the measures which I see needful," replied my father. "But it is fair in you, Frank, to take your own blame on your own shoulders, very fair, that cannot be denied. I cannot acquit old Dubourg," he said, looking to Owen, "for having merely afforded Frank the means of useful knowledge, without seeing that he took advantage of them, or reporting to me if he did not. You see, Owen, he has natural notions of equity becoming a British merchant." "Mr. Francis," said the head clerk, with his usual formal inclination of the head, and a slight elevation of his right hand, which he had acquired by a habit of sticking his pen behind his ear as he spoke, Mr. Francis seems to understand the fundamental principle of all moral accounting, the great ethic rule of three: let A do to B as he would have B do to him. The product will give the rule of conduct required. My father smiled at this reduction of the golden rule to arithmetical form, but instantly proceeded. "All this signifies nothing, Frank. You have been throwing away your time like a boy, and in future you must learn to live like a man. I shall put you under Owen's care for a few months to recover the lost ground." I was about to reply, but Owen looked at me with such a supplicatory and warning gesture that I was involuntarily silent. "We will then," continued my father, "resume the subject of mine of the first ultimo, to which you sent me an answer which was unadvised and unsatisfactory. So now, fill your glass, and push the bottle to Owen." Want of courage, of audacity, if you will, was never my failing. I answered firmly, I was sorry that my letter was unsatisfactory. Unadvised it was not, for I had given the proposal his goodness had made me my instant and anxious attention, and it was with no small pain that I found myself obliged to decline it. My father bent his keen eye for a moment on me, and instantly withdrew it. As he made no answer, I thought myself obliged to proceed, though with some hesitation, for he only interrupted me by monosyllables. "It is impossible, sir, for me to have higher respect for any character than I have for the commercial, even were it not yours." "Indeed!" "It connects nation with nation, relieves the wants, and contributes to the wealth of all, and is to the general commonwealth of the civilized world what the daily intercourse of ordinary life is to private society, or rather what air and food are to our bodies." "Well, sir?" "And yet, sir, I find myself compelled to persist in declining to adopt a character which I am so ill qualified to support." "I will take care that you acquire the qualifications necessary. You are no longer the guest and pupil of Dubourg." "But, my dear sir, it is no defect of teaching which I plead, but my own inability to profit by instruction." "Nonsense! Have you kept your journal in the terms I desired?" "Yes, sir." "Be pleased to bring it here." The volume thus required was a sort of commonplace book, kept by my father's recommendation, in which I had been directed to enter notes of the miscellaneous information which I had acquired in the course of my studies. Foreseeing that he would demand inspection of this record, I had been attentive to transcribe such particulars of information as he would most likely be pleased with. But too often the pen had discharged the task without much correspondence with the head; and it had also happened that, the book being the receptacle closest to my hand, I had occasionally jotted down memoranda which had little regard to traffic. I now put it into my father's hand, devoutly hoping he might light on nothing that would increase his displeasure against me. Owen's face, which had looked something blank when the question was put, cleared up at my ready answer, and wore a smile of hope, when I brought from my apartment, and placed before my father, a commercial-looking volume, rather broader than it was long, having brazen clasps, and a binding of rough calf. This looked businesslike, and was encouraging to my benevolent well-wisher, but he actually smiled with pleasure as he heard my father run over some part of the contents, muttering his critical remarks as he went. "Brandies, barrels, and barricans, also tonneau, at Nantes, 29, Vels to the barrique at Cognac and Rochelle, 27, at Bordeaux, 32, Very right, Frank. Duties on tonnage and custom house, see Saxby's tables. That's not well. You should have transcribed the passage. It fixes the thing in the memory. Reports outward and inward, corn debentures, oversea cockets, Minins, Issingham, Gentish, stockfish, titling, cropling, lubfish. You should have noted that they are all, nevertheless, to be entered as titlings. How many inches long is a titling? Owen, seeing me at fault, hazarded a whisper, of which I fortunately caught the import. 18 inches, sir, and a lubfish is 24. Very right. It is important to remember this on account of the Portuguese trade. But what have we here? Bordeaux, founded in the year, Castle of the Trompette, Palace of Gallienus. Well, well, that's very right too. This is a kind of waste book, Owen, in which all the transactions of the day, emptions, orders, payments, receipts, acceptances, drafts, commissions, and advices, are entered miscellaneously, that they may be regularly transferred to the day book and ledger, answered Owen. I am glad Mr. Francis is so methodical. I perceived myself getting so fast into favour that I began to fear the consequence would be my father's more obstinate perseverance in his resolution that I must become a merchant; and as I was determined to the contrary, I began to wish I had not, to use my friend Mr. Owen's phrase, been so methodical. But I had no reason for apprehension on that score, for a blotted piece of paper dropped out of the book, and, being taken up by my father, he interrupted a hint from Owen on the propriety of securing loose memoranda with a little paste, by exclaiming, "To the memory of Edward the Black Prince! What's all this? Verses! By heaven, Frank, you are a greater blockhead than I supposed you." My father, you must recollect, as a man of business, looked upon the labour of poets with contempt, and as a religious man, and of the dissenting persuasion, he considered all such pursuits as equally trivial and profane. Before you condemn him, you must recall to remembrance how too many of the poets in the end of the 17th century had led their lives and employed their talents. The sect also to which my father belonged felt, or perhaps affected, a puritanical aversion to the lighter exertions of literature, so that many causes contributed to augment the unpleasant surprise occasioned by the ill-timed discovery of this unfortunate copy of verses. As for poor Owen, could the bob wig which he then wore have uncurled itself and stood on end with horror, I am convinced the morning's labour of the friseur would have been undone, merely by the excess of his astonishment at this enormity. An inroad on the strong box, or an erasure in the ledger, or a missummation in a fitted account, could hardly have surprised him more disagreeably. My father read the lines, sometimes with an affectation of not being able to understand the sense, sometimes in a mouthing tone of mock heroic, always with an emphasis of the most bitter irony, most irritating to the nerves of an author. "Oh, for the voice of that wild horn, on Fontarabian echoes borne, the dying hero's call that told imperial Charlemagne how Paynim's sons of swarthy Spain had wrought his champion's fall." "Fontarabian echoes," continued my father, interrupting himself. "The Fontarabian fair would have been more to the purpose. Paynim! What's Paynim? Could you not say pagan as well, and write English at least, if you must needs write nonsense? Sad over earth and ocean sounding, and England's distant cliffs astounding, such are the notes should say how Britain's hope and France's fear, Victor of Crecy and Poitiers, in Bordeaux dying lay. Poitiers, by the way, is always spelt with an S, and I know no reason why orthography should give place to rhyme. Raise my faint head, my squires, he said, and let the casement be displayed, that I may see once more the splendour of the setting sun gleam on thy mirrored wave Garonne, and blaze empurpled shore. Garonne and sun is a bad rhyme. Why, Frank, you do not even understand the beggarly trade you have chosen. Like me, he sinks to glory's sleep, his fall the dews of evening steep, as if in sorrow shed, so soft shall fall the trickling tear, when England's maids and matrons hear of their black Edward dead. And though my sun of glory set, nor France nor England shall forget the terror of my name, and oft shall Britain's heroes rise, new planets in these southern skies, through clouds of blood and flame. A cloud of flame is something new. Good morrow, my masters all, and a Merry Christmas to you. Why, the bellman writes better lines. He then tossed the paper from him with an air of superlative contempt, and concluded, "Upon my credit, Frank, you are a greater blockhead than I took you for." What could I say, my dear Tresham? There I stood, swelling with indignant mortification, while my father regarded me with a calm but stern look of scorn and pity, and poor Owen, with uplifted hands and eyes, looked as striking a picture of horror as if he had just read his patron's name in the Gazette. At length I took courage to speak, endeavouring that my tone of voice should betray my feelings as little as possible. "I am quite aware, sir, how ill qualified I am to play the conspicuous part in society you have destined for me, and luckily I am not ambitious of the wealth I might acquire. Mr. Owen would be a much more effective assistant." I said this in some malice, for I considered Owen as having deserted my cause a little too soon. "Owen," said my father, "the boy is mad, actually insane. And pray, sir, if I may presume to inquire, having coolly turned me over to Mr. Owen, although I may expect more attention from any one than from my son, what may your own sage projects be?" "I should wish, sir," I said, summoning up my courage, "to travel for 2 or 3 years, should that consist with your pleasure. Otherwise, although late, I would willingly spend the same time at Oxford or Cambridge." "In the name of common sense, was the like ever heard, to put yourself to school among pedants and Jacobites, when you might be pushing your fortune in the world? Why not go to Westminster or Eton at once, man, and take to Lilly's Grammar and Accidence, and to the Birch too, if you like it?" "Then, sir, if you think my plan of improvement too late, I would willingly return to the Continent." "You have already spent too much time there, to little purpose, Mr. Francis." "Then I would choose the army, sir, in preference to any other active line of life." "Choose the devil," answered my father hastily, and then checking himself, "I profess you make me as great a fool as you are yourself. Is he not enough to drive one mad, Owen?" Poor Owen shook his head and looked down. "Hark ye, Frank," continued my father, "I will cut all this matter very short. I was at your age when my father turned me out of doors, and settled my legal inheritance on my younger brother. I left Osbaldistone Hall on the back of a broken down hunter, with 10 guineas in my purse. I have never crossed the threshold again, and I never will. I know not, and I care not, if my fox hunting brother is alive, or has broken his neck. But he has children, Frank, and one of them shall be my son, if you cross me farther in this matter." "You will do your pleasure," I answered, rather, I fear, with more sullen indifference than respect, "with what is your own." "Yes, Frank, what I have is my own, if labour in getting, and care in augmenting, can make a right of property, and no drone shall feed on my honeycomb. Think on it well. What I have said is not without reflection, and what I resolve upon I will execute." "Honoured sir, dear sir," exclaimed Owen, tears rushing into his eyes, "you are not wont to be in such a hurry in transacting business of importance. Let Mr. Francis run up the balance before you shut the account. He loves you, I am sure, and when he puts down his filial obedience to the per contra, I am sure his objections will disappear." "Do you think I will ask him twice," said my father, sternly, "to be my friend, my assistant, and my confidant, to be a partner of my cares and of my fortune? Owen, I thought you had known me better." He looked at me as if he meant to add something more, but turned instantly away, and left the room abruptly. I was, I own, affected by this view of the case, which had not occurred to me, and my father would probably have had little reason to complain of me, had he commenced the discussion with this argument. But it was too late. I had much of his own obduracy of resolution, and Heaven had decreed that my sin should be my punishment, though not to the extent which my transgression merited. Owen, when we were left alone, continued to look at me with eyes which tears from time to time moistened, as if to discover, before attempting the task of intercessor, upon what point my obstinacy was most assailable. At length he began, with broken and disconcerted accents, "Oh Lord, Mr. Francis! Good Heaven, sir! My stars, Mr. Osbaldistone, that I should ever have seen this day, and you so young a gentleman, sir! For the love of Heaven, look at both sides of the account. Think what you are going to lose. A noble fortune, sir, one of the finest houses in the city, even under the old firm of Tresham and Trent, and now Osbaldistone and Tresham, you might roll in gold, Mr. Francis. And my dear young Mr. Frank, if there was any particular thing in the business of the house which you disliked, I would," sinking his voice to a whisper, "put it in order for you termly, or weekly, or daily, if you will. Do, my dear Mr. Francis, think of the honour due to your father, that your days may be long in the land." "I am much obliged to you, Mr. Owen," said I, "very much obliged indeed. But my father is best judge how to bestow his money. He talks of one of my cousins. Let him dispose of his wealth as he pleases. I will never sell my liberty for gold." "Gold, sir? I wish you saw the balance sheet of profits at last term. It was in 5 figures. 5 figures to each partner's sum total, Mr. Frank. And all this is to go to a Papist, and a North Country booby, and a disaffected person besides. It will break my heart, Mr. Francis, that have been toiling more like a dog than a man, and all for the love of the firm. Think how it will sound, Osbaldistone, Tresham, and Osbaldistone. Or perhaps, who knows," again lowering his voice, "Osbaldistone, Osbaldistone, and Tresham, for our Mr. Osbaldistone can buy them all out. But, Mr. Owen, my cousin's name being also Osbaldistone, the name of the company will sound every bit as well in your ears." "Oh, fie upon you, Mr. Francis, when you know how well I love you! Your cousin, indeed! A Papist, no doubt, like his father, and a disaffected person to the Protestant succession. That's another item, doubtless. There are many very good men, Catholics, Mr. Owen, rejoined I. As Owen was about to answer with unusual animation, my father re-entered the apartment. You were right, he said, Owen, and I was wrong. We will take more time to think over this matter. Young man, you will prepare to give me an answer on this important subject this day month. I bowed in silence, sufficiently glad of a reprieve, and trusting it might indicate some relaxation in my father's determination. The time of probation passed slowly, unmarked by any accident whatever. I went and came, and disposed of my time as I pleased, without question or criticism on the part of my father. Indeed, I rarely saw him, save at meal times, when he studiously avoided a discussion which you may well suppose I was in no hurry to press onward. Our conversation was of the news of the day, or on such general topics as strangers discourse upon to each other. Nor could any one have guessed, from its tenor, that there remained undecided betwixt us a dispute of such importance. It haunted me, however, more than once, like the nightmare. Was it possible he would keep his word, and disinherit his only son, in favour of a nephew whose very existence he was not perhaps quite certain of? My grandfather's conduct, in similar circumstances, boded me no good, had I considered the matter rightly, but I had formed an erroneous idea of my father's character from the importance which I recollected I maintained with him and his whole family before I went to France. I was not aware that there are men who indulge their children at an early age, because to do so interests and amuses them, and who can yet be sufficiently severe when the same children cross their expectations at a more advanced period. On the contrary, I persuaded myself that all I had to apprehend was some temporary alienation of affection, perhaps a rustication of a few weeks, which I thought would rather please me than otherwise, since it would give me an opportunity of setting about my unfinished version of Orlando Furioso, a poem which I longed to render into English verse. I suffered this belief to get such absolute possession of my mind, that I had resumed my blotted papers, and was busy in meditation on the oft recurring rhymes of the Spenserian stanza, when I heard a low and cautious tap at the door of my apartment. "Come in," I said, and Mr. Owen entered. So regular were the motions and habits of this worthy man, that in all probability this was the first time he had ever been in the second story of his patron's house, however conversant with the first, and I am still at a loss to know in what manner he discovered my apartment. "Mr. Francis," he said, interrupting my expression of surprise and pleasure at seeing him, "I do not know if I am doing well in what I am about to say. It is not right to speak of what passes in the compting house out of doors. One should not tell, as they say, to the post in the warehouse how many lines there are in the ledger. But young Twineall has been absent from the house for a fortnight and more, until 2 days since." "Very well, my dear sir. And how does that concern us?" "Stay, Mr. Francis. Your father gave him a private commission, and I am sure he did not go down to Falmouth about the Pilchard affair, and the Exeter business with Blackwell and Company has been settled, and the mining people in Cornwall, Trevanion, and Regillium have paid all they are likely to pay, and any other matter of business must have been put through my books. In short, it's my faithful belief that Twineall has been down in the north." "Do you really suppose?" So said I, somewhat startled. "He has spoken about nothing, sir, since he returned, but his new boots, and his Ripon spurs, and a cockfight at York. It's as true as the multiplication table. Do heaven bless you, my dear child. Make up your mind to please your father, and to be a man and a merchant at once." I felt at that instant a strong inclination to submit, and to make Owen happy by requesting him to tell my father that I resigned myself to his disposal. But pride, the source of so much that is good, and so much that is evil in our course of life, prevented me. My acquiescence stuck in my throat, and while I was coughing to get it up, my father's voice summoned Owen. He hastily left the room, and the opportunity was lost. My father was methodical in everything. At the very same time of the day, in the same apartment, and with the same tone and manner which he had employed an exact month before, he recapitulated the proposal he had made for taking me into partnership and assigning me a department in the counting house, and requested to have my final decision. I thought at the time there was something unkind in this, and I still think that my father's conduct was injudicious. A more conciliatory treatment would, in all probability, have gained his purpose. As it was, I stood fast, and, as respectfully as I could, declined the proposal he made to me. Perhaps, for who can judge of their own heart, I felt it unmanly to yield on the first summons, and expected farther solicitation, as at least a pretext for changing my mind. If so, I was disappointed, for my father turned coolly to Owen, and only said, "You see it is as I told you. Well, Frank," addressing me, "you are nearly of age, and as well qualified to judge of what will constitute your own happiness as you are ever like to be. Therefore I say no more. But as I am not bound to give into your plans any more than you are compelled to submit to mine, may I ask to know if you have formed any which depend on my assistance?" I answered, not a little abashed, that being bred to no profession, and having no funds of my own, it was obviously impossible for me to subsist without some allowance from my father, that my wishes were very moderate, and that I hoped my aversion for the profession to which he had designed me would not occasion his altogether withdrawing his paternal support and protection. "That is to say, you wish to lean on my arm, and yet to walk your own way. That can hardly be, Frank. However, I suppose you mean to obey my directions so far as they do not cross your own humour." I was about to speak. "Silence, if you please," he continued. "Supposing this to be the case, you will instantly set out for the north of England, to pay your uncle a visit, and see the state of his family. I have chosen from among his sons, he has 6, I believe, one who, I understand, is most worthy to fill the place I intended for you in the counting house. But some farther arrangements may be necessary, and for these your presence may be requisite. You shall have farther instructions at Osbaldistone Hall, where you will please to remain until you hear from me. Everything will be ready for your departure tomorrow morning." With these words my father left the apartment. "What does all this mean, Mr. Owen?" said I to my sympathetic friend, whose countenance wore a cast of the deepest dejection. "You have ruined yourself, Mr. Frank, that's all. When your father talks in that quiet, determined manner, there will be no more change in him than in a fitted account." And so it proved, for the next morning at 5 o'clock I found myself on the road to York, mounted on a reasonably good horse, and with 50 guineas in my pocket, travelling, as it would seem, for the purpose of assisting in the adoption of a successor to myself in my father's house and favour, and, for aught I knew, eventually in his fortune also. End of Volume 1, Chapter 2. Recording by Felicity Campbell, Whanganui, New Zealand.
Volume 1, Chapter 3 of Rob Roy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Rob Roy by Sir Walter Scott. Volume 1, Chapter 3. The slack sail shifts from side to side, the boat untrimmed admits the tide, borne down, adrift, at random tossed, the oar breaks short, the rudder's lost. From Gay's Fables. I have tagged with rhyme and blank verse the subdivisions of this important narrative, in order to seduce your continued attention by powers of composition of stronger attraction than mine own. The preceding lines refer to an unfortunate navigator who daringly unloosed from its moorings a boat which he was unable to manage, and thrust it off into the full tide of a navigable river. No schoolboy who, betwixt frolic and defiance, has executed a similar rash attempt, could feel himself, when adrift in a strong current, in a situation more awkward than mine, when I found myself driving without a compass on the ocean of human life. There had been such unexpected ease in the manner in which my father slipped a knot, usually esteemed the strongest which binds society together, and suffered me to depart as a sort of outcast from his family, that it strangely lessened the confidence in my own personal accomplishments, which had hitherto sustained me. Prince Prettyman, now a prince, and now a fisher's son, had not a more awkward sense of his degradation. We are so apt in our engrossing egotism to consider all those accessories which are drawn around us by prosperity, as pertaining and belonging to our own persons, that the discovery of our unimportance, when left to our own proper resources, becomes inexpressibly mortifying. As the hum of London died away on my ear, the distant peal of her steeples more than once sounded to my ears the admonitory "Turn again," erst heard by her future Lord Mayor, and when I looked back from Highgate on her dusky magnificence, I felt as if I were leaving behind me comfort, opulence, the charms of society, and all the pleasures of cultivated life. But the die was cast. It was, indeed, by no means probable that a late and ungracious compliance with my father's wishes would have reinstated me in the situation which I had lost. On the contrary, firm and strong of purpose as he himself was, he might rather have been disgusted than conciliated by my tardy and compulsory acquiescence in his desire that I should engage in commerce. My constitutional obstinacy came also to my aid, and pride whispered how poor a figure I should make, when an airing of 4 miles from London had blown away resolutions formed during a month's serious deliberation. Hope, too, that never forsakes the young and hardy, lent her lustre to my future prospects. My father could not be serious in the sentence for his familiation, which he had so unhesitatingly pronounced. It must be but a trial of my disposition, which, endured with patience and steadiness on my part, would raise me in his estimation, and lead to an amicable accommodation of the point in dispute between us. I even settled in my own mind how far I would concede to him, and on what articles of our supposed treaty I would make a firm stand, and the result was, according to my computation, that I was to be reinstated in my full rights of filiation, paying the easy penalty of some ostensible compliances to atone for my past rebellion. In the meanwhile I was lord of my person, and experienced that feeling of independence which the youthful bosom receives with a thrilling mixture of pleasure and apprehension. My purse, though by no means amply replenished, was in a situation to supply all the wants and wishes of a traveller. I had been accustomed, while at Bordeaux, to act as my own valet. My horse was fresh, young, and active, and the buoyancy of my spirits soon surmounted the melancholy reflections with which my journey commenced. I should have been glad to have journeyed upon a line of road better calculated to afford reasonable objects of curiosity, or a more interesting country, to the traveller. But the North Road was then, and perhaps still is, singularly deficient in these respects, nor do I believe you can travel so far through Britain in any other direction without meeting more of what is worthy to engage the attention. My mental ruminations, notwithstanding my assumed confidence, were not always of an uncheckered nature. The Muse, too, the very coquette who had led me into this wilderness, like others of her sex, deserted me in my utmost need, and I should have been reduced to rather an uncomfortable state of dullness, had it not been for the occasional conversation of strangers who chanced to pass the same way. But the characters whom I met with were of a uniform and uninteresting description. Country parsons, jogging homewards after a visitation, farmers or graziers returning from a distant market, clerks of traders, travelling to collect what was due to their masters in provincial towns, with now and then an officer going down into the country upon the recruiting service, were, at this period, the persons by whom the turnpikes and tapsters were kept in exercise. Our speech, therefore, was of tithes and creeds, of beeves and grain, of commodities wet and dry, and the solvency of the retail dealers, occasionally varied by the description of a siege or battle in Flanders, which, perhaps, the narrator only gave me at second hand. Robbers, a fertile and alarming theme, filled up every vacancy, and the names of the Golden Farmer, the Flying Highwayman, Jack Needham, and other beggars' opera heroes were familiar in our mouths as household words. At such tales, like children closing their circle round the fire when the ghost story draws to its climax, the riders drew near to each other, looked before and behind them, examined the priming of their pistols, and vowed to stand by each other in case of danger, an engagement which, like other offensive and defensive alliances, sometimes glided out of remembrance when there was an appearance of actual peril. Of all the fellows whom I ever saw haunted by terrors of this nature, one poor man, with whom I travelled a day and a half, afforded me most amusement. He had upon his pillion a very small, but apparently a very weighty portmanteau, about the safety of which he seemed particularly solicitous, never trusting it out of his own immediate care, and uniformly repressing the officious zeal of the waiters and ostlers who offered their services to carry it into the house. With the same precaution he laboured to conceal not only the purpose of his journey, and his ultimate place of destination, but even the direction of each day's route. Nothing embarrassed him more than to be asked by any one whether he was travelling upwards or downwards, or at what stage he intended to bait. His place of rest for the night he scrutinized with the most anxious care, alike avoiding solitude and what he considered as bad neighbourhood, and at Grantham, I believe, he sat up all night to avoid sleeping in the next room to a thick-set, squinting fellow in a black wig and a tarnished gold-laced waistcoat. With all these cares on his mind, my fellow-traveller, to judge by his thews and sinews, was a man who might have set danger at defiance with as much impunity as most men. He was strong and well-built, and, judging from his gold-laced hat and cockade, seemed to have served in the army, or at least to belong to the military profession in one capacity or other. His conversation, also, though always sufficiently vulgar, was that of a man of sense, when the terrible bugbears which haunted his imagination for a moment ceased to occupy his attention. But every accidental association recalled them. An open heath, a closed plantation, were alike subjects of apprehension, and the whistle of a shepherd lad was instantly converted into the signal of a depredator. Even the sight of a gibbet, if it assured him that one robber was safely disposed of by justice, never failed to remind him how many remained still unhanged. I should have wearied of this fellow's company, had I not been still more tired of my own thoughts. Some of the marvellous stories, however, which he related, had in themselves a cast of interest, and another whimsical point of his peculiarities afforded me the occasional opportunity of amusing myself at his expense. Among his tales, several of the unfortunate travellers who fell among thieves incurred that calamity from associating themselves on the road with a well-dressed and entertaining stranger, in whose company they trusted to find protection as well as amusement, who cheered their journey with tale and song, protected them against the evils of overcharges and false reckonings, until at length, under pretext of showing a near path over a desolate common, he seduced his unsuspicious victims from the public road into some dismal glen, where, suddenly blowing his whistle, he assembled his comrades from their lurking-place, and displayed himself in his true colours, the captain, namely, of the band of robbers to whom his unwary fellow-travellers had forfeited their purses, and perhaps their lives. Towards the conclusion of such a tale, and when my companion had wrought himself into a fever of apprehension by the progress of his own narrative, I observed that he usually eyed me with a glance of doubt and suspicion, as if the possibility occurred to him that, he might, at that very moment, be in company with a character as dangerous as that which his tale describes, and ever and anon, when such suggestions pressed themselves on the mind of this ingenious self-tormentor, he drew off from me to the opposite side of the high-road, looked before, behind, and around him, examined his arms, and seemed to prepare himself for flight or defence, as circumstances might require. The suspicion implied on such occasions seems to me only momentary, and too ludicrous to be offensive. There was, in fact, no particular reflection on my dress or address, although I was thus mistaken for a robber. A man in those days might have all the external appearance of a gentleman, and yet turn out to be a highwayman. For the division of labour in every department not having then taken place so fully as since that period, the profession of the polite and accomplished adventurer, who nicked you out of your money at White's, or bowled you out of it at Marylebone, was often united with that of the professed ruffian, who on Bagshot Heath, or Finchley Common, commanded his brother beau to stand and deliver. There was also a touch of coarseness and hardness about the manners of the times, which has since, in a great degree, been softened and shaded away. It seems to me, on recollection, as if desperate men had less reluctance then than now to embrace the most desperate means of retrieving their fortune. The times were indeed past, when Anthony Wood mourned over the execution of 2 men, goodly in person and of undisputed courage and honour, who were hanged without mercy at Oxford, merely because their distress had driven them to raise contributions on the highway. We were still farther removed from the days of the Mad Prince and Poins, and yet from the number of unenclosed and extensive heaths in the vicinity of the metropolis, and from the less populous state of remote districts, both were frequented by that species of mounted highwaymen that may possibly become one day unknown, who carried on their trade with something like courtesy, and, like Gibbet in the Beaux' Stratagem, piqued themselves on being the best behaved men on the road, and on conducting themselves with all appropriate civility in the exercise of their vocation. A younger man, therefore, in my circumstances, was not entitled to be highly indignant at the mistake which confounded him with this worshipful class of depredators. Neither was I offended. On the contrary, I found amusement in alternately exciting and lulling to sleep the suspicions of my timorous companion, and in purposely so acting as still farther to puzzle a brain which nature and apprehension had combined to render none of the clearest. When my free conversation had lulled him into complete security, it required only a passing inquiry concerning the direction of his journey, or the nature of the business which occasioned it, to put his suspicions once more in arms. For example, a conversation on the comparative strength and activity of our horses took such a turn as follows. "Oh, sir," said my companion, "for the gallop I grant you, but allow me to say your horse, although he is a very handsome gelding, that must be owned, has too little bone to be a good roadster. The trot, sir," striking his Bucephalus with his spurs, "the trot is the true pace for a hackney, and were we near a town, I should like to try that daisy cutter of yours upon a piece of level road, barring canter, for a quart of claret at the next inn." "Content, sir," replied I, "and here is a stretch of ground very favourable." Ahem, answered my friend with hesitation. "I make it a rule of travelling never to blow my horse between stages. One never knows what occasion he may have to put him to his mettle. And besides, sir, when I said I would match you, I meant with even weight. You ride 4 stone lighter than I." "Very well, but I am content to carry weight. Pray, what may that portmanteau of yours weigh?" My portmanteau?" replied he, hesitating. "Oh, very little. A feather. Just a few shirts and stockings." "I should think it heavier, from its appearance. I'll hold you the quart of claret it makes, the odds betwixt our weight." "You're mistaken, sir, I assure you, quite mistaken," replied my friend, edging off to the side of the road, as was his wont on these alarming occasions. "Well, I am willing to venture the wine, or I will bet you 10 pieces to 5 that I carry your portmanteau on my croup, and out-trot you into the bargain." This proposal raised my friend's alarm to the uttermost. His nose changed from the natural copper hue which it had acquired from many a comfortable cup of claret or sack, into a palish brassy tint, and his teeth chattered with apprehension at the unveiled audacity of my proposal, which seemed to place the barefaced plunderer before him in full atrocity. As he faltered for an answer, I relieved him in some degree by a question concerning a steeple, which now became visible, and an observation that we were now so near the village as to run no risk from interruption on the road. At this his countenance cleared up, but I easily perceived that it was long ere he forgot a proposal which seemed to him so fraught with suspicion as that which I now hazarded. I trouble you with this detail of the man's disposition, and the manner in which I practised upon it, because, however trivial in themselves, these particulars were attended by an important influence on future incidents, which will occur in this narrative. At the time, this person's conduct only inspired me with contempt, and confirmed me in an opinion which I already entertained, that of all the propensities which teach mankind to torment themselves, that of causeless fear is the most irritating, busy, painful, and pitiable. End of Volume 1, Chapter 3.
Volume 1, Chapter 4 of Rob Roy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Robert Fletcher. Rob Roy by Sir Walter Scott. Volume 1, Chapter 4. The Scots are poor, cries surly English pride. True is the charge, nor by themselves denied. Are they not, then, in strictest reason clear, who wisely come to mend their fortunes here? Churchill. There was, in the days of which I write, an old-fashioned custom on the English road, which I suspect is now obsolete or practised only by the vulgar. Journeys of length being made on horseback, and, of course, by brief stages, it was usual always to make a halt on the Sunday in some town where the traveller might attend divine service, and his horse have the benefit of the day of rest, the institution of which is as humane to our brute labourers as profitable to ourselves. A counterpart to this decent practice, and a remnant of old English hospitality, was, that the landlord of a principal inn laid aside his character of a publican on the seventh day, and invited the guests who chanced to be within his walls to take a part of his family beef and pudding. This invitation was usually complied with by all whose distinguished rank did not induce them to think compliance a derogation, and the proposal of a bottle of wine after dinner, to drink the landlord's health, was the only recompense ever offered or accepted. It was on such a day, and such an occasion, that my timorous acquaintance and I were about to grace the board of the ruddy-faced host of the Black Bear, in the town of Darlington, and bishopric of Durham, when our landlord informed us, with a sort of apologetic tone, that there was a Scotch gentleman to dine with us. "A gentleman? What sort of a gentleman?" said my companion, somewhat hastily, his mind, I suppose, running on gentlemen of the pad, as they were then termed. "Why, a Scotch sort of a gentleman, as I said before," returned mine host. "They are all gentle, you mun know, though they ha ne'er a shirt to back. But this is a decent Italian, a canny North Briton as e'er crossed Berwick Bridge. I trow he's a dealer in cattle. Now let us have his company by all means," answered my companion, and then, turning to me, he gave vent to the tenor of his own reflections. "I respect the Scotch, sir. I love and honour the nation for their sense of morality. Men talk of their filth and their poverty, but commend me to sterling honesty, though clad in rags, as the poet saith. I have been credibly assured, sir, by men on whom I can depend, that there was never known such a thing in Scotland as a highway robbery." "That's because they have nothing to lose," said mine host, with a chuckle of self-applauding wit. No, landlord," answered a strong, deep voice behind him. "It's in because you're English gougers and supervisors, that you have sent down benorth the Tweed, have taken up the trade of thievery over the heads of the native professors." "Well said, Mr. Campbell," answered the landlord. "I did not think thou'dst been Cineris, but thou kens I'm an outspoken Yorkshire tyke. And how go markets in the south?" "Even in the ordinary," replied Mr. Campbell. "Wise folks buy and sell, and fools are bought and sold." "But wise men and fools both eat their dinner," answered our jolly entertainer, "and here comes as prime a buttock of beef as e'er hungry men stuck fork in." So saying, he eagerly whetted his knife, assumed his seat of empire at the head of the board, and loaded the plates of his sundry guests with his good cheer. This was the first time I had heard the Scottish accent, or, indeed, that I had familiarly met with an individual of the ancient nation by whom it was spoken. Yet from an early period they had occupied and interested my imagination. My father, as is well known to you, was of an ancient family in Northumberland, from whose seat I was, while eating the aforesaid dinner, not very many miles distant. The quarrel betwixt him and his relatives was such, that he scarcely ever mentioned the race from which he sprung, and held as the most contemptible species of vanity the weakness which is commonly termed family pride. His ambition was only to be distinguished as William Osbaldistone, the first, at least one of the first, merchants on 'Change, and to have proved him the lineal representative of William the Conqueror would have far less flattered his vanity than the hum and bustle which his approach was wont to produce among the bulls, bears, and brokers of Stock Alley. He wished, no doubt, that I should remain in such ignorance of my relatives and descent as might ensure a correspondence between my feelings and his own on the subject. But his designs, as will happen occasionally to the wisest, were in some degree at least counteracted by a being whom his pride would never have supposed of importance adequate to influence them in any way. His nurse, an old Northumbrian woman, attached to him from his infancy, was the only person connected with his native province for whom he retained any regard, and when fortune dawned upon him, one of the first uses which he made of her favours was to give Mabel Ricketts a place of residence within his household. After the death of my mother, the care of nursing me during my childish illnesses, and of rendering all those tender attentions which infancy extracts from female affection, devolved on old Mabel. Interdicted by her master from speaking to him on the subject of the heaths, glades, and dales of her beloved Northumberland, she poured herself forth to my infant ear in descriptions of the scenes of her youth, and long narratives of the event which tradition declared to have passed amongst them. To these I inclined my ear much more seriously than to graver but less animated instructors. Even yet, methinks I see old Mabel, her head slightly agitated by the palsy of age, and shaded by a close cap, as white as the driven snow, her face wrinkled, but still retaining the healthy tinge which it had acquired in rural labour. I think I see her look around on the brick walls and narrow streets which presented themselves before our windows, as she concluded with a sigh the favourite old ditty which I then preferred, and, why should I not tell the truth, which I still prefer to all the opera airs ever minted by the capricious brain of an Italian Mus D. Oh, the oak, the ash, and the bonny ivy tree, they flourish best at home in the north country. Now, in the legends of Mabel, the Scottish nation was ever freshly remembered, with all the embittered declamation of which the narrator was capable. The inhabitants of the opposite frontier served in her narratives to fill up the parts which ogres and giants with 7-leagued boots occupy in the ordinary nursery tales. And how could it be otherwise? Was it not the Black Douglas who slew with his own hand the heir of the Osbaldistone family the day after he took possession of his estate, surprising him and his vassals while solemnizing a feast suited to the occasion? Was it not Wat the Devil who drove all the year-old hogs off the braes of Lanthorn side, in the very recent days of my grandfather's father? And had we not many a trophy, but according to old Mabel's version of history, far more honourably gained, to mark our revenge of these wrongs? Did not Sir Henry Osbaldistone, 5th Baron of the name, carry off the fair maid of Farnington, as Achilles did his Chryses and Brises of old, and detain her in his fortress against all the power of her friends, supported by the most mighty Scottish chiefs of warlike fame? And had not our swords shone foremost and most of those fields in which England was victorious over her rival? All our family renown was acquired, all our family misfortunes were occasioned by the northern wars. Warmed by such tales, I looked upon the Scottish people during my childhood as a race hostile by nature to the more southern inhabitants of this realm, and this view of the matter was not much corrected by the language which my father sometimes held with respect to them. He had engaged in some large speculations concerning oak woods, the property of Highland proprietors, and alleged that he found them much more ready to make bargains and extort earnest of the purchase money, than punctual in complying on their side with the terms of the engagements. The Scottish mercantile men, whom he was under the necessity of employing as a sort of middleman on these occasions, were also suspected by my father of having secured, by one means or other, more than their own share of the profit which ought to have accrued. In short, if Mabel complained of the Scottish arms in ancient times, Mr. Osbaldistone inveighed no less against the arts of these modern Sinans, and between them, though without any fixed purpose of doing so, they impressed my youthful mind with a sincere aversion to the northern inhabitants of Britain, as a people bloodthirsty in time of war, treacherous during truce, interested, selfish, avaricious, and tricky in the business of peaceful life, and having few good qualities, unless there should be accounted such, a ferocity which resembled courage in martial affairs, and a sort of wily craft which supplied the place of wisdom in the ordinary commerce of mankind. In justification or apology for those who entertained such prejudices, I must remark that the Scotch of that period were guilty of similar injustice to the English, whom they branded universally as a race of purse-proud, arrogant epicures. Such seeds of national dislike remained between the two countries, the natural consequences of their existence as separate and rival states. We have seen recently the breath of a demagogue blow these sparks into a temporary flame, which I sincerely hope is now extinguished in its own ashes. It was, then, with an impression of dislike that I contemplated the first Scotchman I had a chance to meet in society. There was much about him that coincided with my previous conceptions. He had the hard features and athletic form said to be peculiar to his country, together with the national intonation and slow pedantic mode of expression, arising from a desire to avoid peculiarities of idiom or dialect. I could also observe the caution and shrewdness of his country in many of the observations which he made, and the answers which he returned. But I was not prepared for the air of easy self-possession and superiority with which he seemed to predominate over the company into which he was thrown, as it were by accident. His dress was as coarse as it could be, being still decent, and, at a time when great expense was lavished upon the wardrobe, even of the lowest who pretended to the character of gentlemen, this indicated mediocrity of circumstances, if not poverty. His conversation intimated that he was engaged in the cattle trade, no very dignified professional pursuit, and yet, under these disadvantages, he seemed, as a matter of course, to treat the rest of the company with the cool and condescending politeness which implies a real or imagined superiority over those towards whom it is used. When he gave his opinion on any point, it was with that easy tone of confidence used by those superior to their society in rank or information, as if what he said could not be doubted, and what was not to be questioned. Mine host and his Sunday guests, after an effort or two to support their consequence by noise and bold averment, sunk gradually under the authority of Mr. Campbell, who thus fairly possessed himself of the lead in the conversation. I was tempted, from curiosity, to dispute the ground with him myself, confiding in my knowledge of the world, extended as it was by my residence abroad, and in the stores with which a tolerable education had possessed my mind. In the latter respect he offered no competition, and it was easy to see that his natural powers had never been cultivated by education. But I found him much better acquainted than I was myself with the present state of France, the character of the Duke of Orleans, who had just succeeded to the regency of that kingdom, and that of the statesmen by whom he was surrounded, and his shrewd, caustic, and somewhat satirical remarks were those of a man who had been a close observer of the affairs of that country. On the subject of politics, Campbell observed a silence and moderation which might arise from caution. The divisions of Whig and Tory then shook England to her very centre, and a powerful party, engaged in the Jacobite interest, menaced the dynasty of Hanover, which had been just established on the throne. Every alehouse resounded with the brawls of contending politicians, and as mine host's politics were of that liberal description which quarrelled with no good customer, his hebdomadal visitants were often divided in their opinion as irreconcilably as if he had feasted the common council. The curate and the apothecary, with a little man, who made no boast of his vocation, but who, from the flourish and snap of his fingers, I believe to have been the barber, strongly espoused the cause of High Church and the Stuart line. The excise man, as in duty bound, and the attorney, who looked to some petty office under the crown, together with my fellow traveller, who seemed to enter keenly into the contest, staunchly supported the cause of King George and the Protestant succession. Dire was the screaming, deep the oaths. Each partly appealed to Mr. Campbell, anxious, it seemed, to elicit his approbation. "You're a Scotchman, sir. A gentleman of your country must stand up for hereditary right," cried one party. "You're a Presbyterian," assumed the other class of disputants. "You cannot be a friend to arbitrary power." "Gentlemen," said our Scotch oracle, after having gained with some difficulty a moment's pause, "I haven't a much thubutation that King George well deserves the predilection of his friends. And if he can haud the grip he has gotten, why, doubtless, he may made the Gauger here a commissioner of the revenue, and confer on our friend Mr. Kytom the preferment of Solicitor General. And he may also grant some good deed or reward to this honest gentleman who is sitting upon his portmanteau, which he prefers to a chair. And questionless, King James is also a grateful person, and when he gets his hand in play, he may, if he be so minded, make this reverend gentleman Archprelate of Canterbury, and Dr. Mixit chief physician to his household, and commit his royal beard to the care of my friend Latherum. But as I doubt mickle whether any of the competing sovereigns would give Rob Campbell a taste of equavity, if he lacked it, I give my vote in interest to Jonathan Brown, our landlord, to be the King and Prince of Skinkers, conditionally that he fetches us another bottle as good as the last." This sally was received with general applause, in which the landlord cordially joined, and when he had given orders for fulfilling the condition on which his preferment was to depend, he failed not to acquaint them that for as peaceable a gentleman as Mr. Campbell was, he was moreover as bold as a lion. 7 highwaymen had he defeated with his single arm, and beset him as he came from Whitson Tryst. "Thou art deceived, friend Jonathan," said Campbell, interrupting him. "They were but barely 2, and 2 cowardly loons as man could wish to meet withal." "And did you, sir, really?" said my fellow traveller, edging his chair, I should have said his portmanteau, nearer to Mr. Campbell, "really and actually beat 2 highwaymen, yourself alone?" "In troth did I, sir," replied Campbell, "and I think it nae great thing to make a sang about it." "Upon my word, sir," replied my acquaintance, "I should be happy to have the pleasure of your company on my journey. I go northward, sir." This piece of gratuitous information concerning the route he proposed to himself, the first I had heard my companion bestow upon any one, failed to excite the corresponding confidence of the Scotchman. "We can scarce travel together," he replied dryly. "You, sir, doubtless are well mounted, and I for the present travel on foot, or on a Highland sheltie that does not help me much faster forward." So saying, he called for a reckoning for the wine, and throwing down the price of the additional bottle which he had himself introduced, rose as if to take leave of us. My companion made up to him, and taking him by the button, drew him aside into one of the windows. I could not help overhearing him pressing something, I supposed his company upon the journey, which Mr. Campbell seemed to decline. "I will pay your charges, sir," said the traveller, in a tone as if he thought the argument should bear down all opposition. "It is quite impossible," said Campbell, somewhat contemptuously. "I have business at Rothbury. But I am in no great hurry. I can ride out of the way, and never miss a day or so for good company." "Upon my faith, sir," said Campbell, "I cannot render you the service you seem to desiderate. I am," he added, drawing himself up haughtily, "travelling on my own private affairs, and if you will act by my advisement, sir, you will neither unite yourself with an absolute stranger on the road, nor communicate your line of journey to those who are asking you no questions about it." He then extricated his button, not very ceremoniously, from the hold which detained him, and coming up to me as the company were dispersing, observed, "Your friend, sir, is too communicative, considering the nature of his trust." "That gentleman," I replied, looking towards the traveller, "is no friend of mine, but an acquaintance whom I picked up on the road. I know neither his name nor business, and you seem to be deeper in his confidence than I am." "I only meant," he replied hastily, "that he seems a thought rash in conferring the honour of his company on those who desire it not." "The gentleman," replied I, "knows his own affairs best, and I should be sorry to constitute myself a judge of them in any respect." Mr. Campbell made no farther observation, but merely wished me a good journey, and the party dispersed for the evening. Next day I parted company with my timid companion, as I left the great northern road to turn more westerly in the direction of Osbaldistone Manor, my uncle's seat. I cannot tell whether he felt relieved or embarrassed by my departure, considering the dubious light in which he seemed to regard me. For my own part, his tremors ceased to amuse me, and, to say the truth, I was heartily glad to get rid of him. End of Volume 1, Chapter 4.
Volume 1, Chapter 5 of Rob Roy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Bloomfield. Rob Roy by Sir Walter Scott. Volume 1, Chapter 5. How melts my beating heart as I behold each lovely nymph, our island's boast and pride, push on the generous steed that sweeps along, or rough or smooth, nor heeds the steepy hill, nor falters in the extended vale below. The chase. I approached my native north, for such I esteemed it, with that enthusiasm which romantic and wild scenery inspires in the lovers of nature. No longer interrupted by the babble of my companion, I could now remark the difference which the country exhibited from that through which I had hitherto travelled. The streams now more properly deserved the name, for, instead of slumbering stagnant among reeds and willows, they brawled along beneath the shade of natural copsewood, were now hurried down declivities, and now purled more leisurely, but still in active motion, through little lonely valleys which, opening on the road from time to time, seemed to invite the traveller to explore their recesses. The Cheviots rose before me in frowning majesty, not, indeed, with the sublime variety of rock and cliff which characterizes mountains of the primary class, but huge, round-headed, and clothed with a dark robe of russet, gaining, by their extent and desolate appearance, an influence upon the imagination, as a desert district possessing a character of its own. The abode of my fathers, which I was now approaching, was situated in a glen or narrow valley, which ran up among those hills. Extensive estates, which once belonged to the family of Osbaldistone, had been long dissipated by the misfortunes or misconduct of my ancestors, but enough was still attached to the old mansion to give my uncle the title of a man of large property. This he employed, as I was given to understand by some inquiries which I made on the road, in maintaining the prodigal hospitality of a northern squire of the period, which he deemed essential to his family dignity. From the summit of an eminence I had already had a distant view of Osbaldistone Hall, a large and antiquated edifice peeping out from a druidical grove of huge oaks, and I was directing my course towards it as straightly and as speedily as the windings of a very indifferent road would permit, when my horse, tired as he was, pricked up his ears at the enlivening notes of a pack of hounds in full cry, cheered by the occasional bursts of a French horn, which in those days was a constant accompaniment to the chase. I made no doubt that the pack was my uncle's, and drew up my horse with the purpose of suffering the hunters to pass without notice, aware that a hunting field was not the proper scene to introduce myself to a keen sportsman, and determined when they had passed on to proceed to the mansion house at my own pace, and there to await the return of the proprietor from his sport. I paused, therefore, on a rising ground, and, not unmoved by the sense of interest which that species of sylvan sport is so much calculated to inspire, although my mind was not at the moment very accessible to impressions of this nature, I expected with some eagerness the appearance of the huntsman. The fox, hard run and nearly spent, first made his appearance from the copse which clothed the right-hand side of the valley. His drooping brush, his soiled appearance, and jaded trot proclaimed his fate impending, and the carrion crow, which hovered over him, already considered poor Reynard as soon to be his prey. He crossed the stream which divides the little valley, and was dragging himself up a ravine on the other side of its wild banks, when the headmost hounds, followed by the rest of the pack in full cry, burst from the coppice, followed by the huntsman and 3 or 4 riders. The dogs pursued the trace of Reynard with unerring instinct, and the hunters followed with reckless haste, regardless of the broken and difficult nature of the ground. They were tall, stout young men, well mounted, and dressed in green and red, the uniform of a sporting association, formed under the auspices of old Sir Hildebrand Osbaldistone. My cousins, thought I, as they swept past me. The next reflection was, what is my reception likely to be among these worthy successors of Nimrod? And how improbable is it that I, knowing little or nothing of rural sports, shall find myself at ease or happy in my uncle's family? A vision that passed me interrupted these reflections. It was a young lady, the loveliness of whose very striking features was enhanced by the animation of the chase and the glow of the exercise, mounted on a beautiful horse, jet black, unless where he was flecked by spots of the snow-white foam which embossed his bridle. She wore, what was then somewhat unusual, a coat, vest, and hat, resembling those of a man, which fashion has since called a riding habit. The mode had been introduced while I was in France, and was perfectly new to me. Her long black hair streamed on the breeze, having in the hurry of the chase escaped from the ribbon which bound it. Some very broken ground, through which she guided her horse with the most admirable address and presence of mind, retarded her course and brought her closer to me than any of the other riders had passed. I had, therefore, a full view of her uncommonly fine face and person, to which an inexpressible charm was added by the wild gaiety of the scene and the romance of her singular dress and unexpected appearance. As she passed me, her horse made, in his impetuosity, an irregular movement, just while, coming once more upon open ground, she was again putting him to his speed. It served as an apology for me to ride close up to her, as if to her assistance. There was, however, no cause for alarm. It was not a stumble, nor a false step, and if it had, the fair Amazon had too much self-possession to have been deranged by it. She thanked my good intentions, however, by a smile, and I felt encouraged to put my horse to the same pace, and to keep in her immediate neighborhood. The clamor of "Whoop! Dead! Dead!" and the corresponding flourish of the French horn soon announced to us that there was no more occasion for haste, since the chase was at a close. One of the young men whom we had seen approached us, waving the brush of the fox in triumph, as if to upbraid my fair companion. "I see," she replied, "I see, but make no noise about it. If Phoebe," she said, patting the neck of the beautiful animal on which she rode, "had not got among the cliffs, you would have had little cause for boasting." They met as she spoke, and I observed them both look at me and converse a moment in an undertone, the young lady apparently pressing the sportsman to do something which he declined shyly, and with a sort of sheepish sullenness. She instantly turned her horse's head towards me, saying, "Well, well, Thorny, if you won't, I must, that's all. Sir," she continued, addressing me, "I have been endeavoring to persuade this cultivated young gentleman to make inquiry of you whether, in the course of your travels in these parts, you have heard anything of a friend of ours, one Mr. Francis Osbaldistone, who has been for some days expected at Osbaldistone Hall." I was too happy to acknowledge myself to be the party inquired after, and to express my thanks for the obliging inquiries of the young lady. "In that case, sir," she rejoined, "as my kinsman's politeness seems to be still slumbering, you will permit me, though I suppose it is highly improper, to stand mistress of ceremonies, and to present to you young Squire Thorncliff Osbaldistone, your cousin, and Di Vernon, who has also the honor to be your accomplished cousin's poor kinswoman." There was a mixture of boldness, satire, and simplicity in the manner in which Miss Vernon pronounced these words. My knowledge of life was sufficient to enable me to take up a corresponding tone, as I expressed my gratitude to her for her condescension, and my extreme pleasure at having met with them. To say the truth, the compliment was so expressed that the lady might easily appropriate the greater share of it, for Thorncliff seemed an errant country bumpkin, awkward, shy, and somewhat sulky withal. He shook hands with me, however, and then intimated his intention of leaving me that he might help the huntsman and his brothers to couple up the hounds, a purpose which he rather communicated by way of information to Miss Vernon than as apology to me. "There he goes," said the young lady, following him with eyes in which disdain was admirably painted, "the prince of grooms and cockfighters and blackguard horse-coursers, but there is not one of them to mend another. Have you read Markham?" said Miss Vernon. "Read whom, ma'am? I do not even remember the author's name." "Oh, Lud, on what a strand are you wrecked!" replied the young lady. "A poor, forlorn, and ignorant stranger, unacquainted with the very Alcoran of the savage tribe whom you are come to reside among, never to have heard of Markham, the most celebrated author on farriery? Then I fear you are equally a stranger to the more modern names of Gibson and Bartlett?" "I am indeed, Miss Vernon." "And do you not blush to own it?" said Miss Vernon. "Why, we must forswear your alliance. Then, I suppose, you can neither give a ball, nor a mash, nor a horn." "I confess I trust all these matters to an ostler, or to my groom." "Incredible carelessness! And you cannot shoe a horse, or cut his mane and tail, or worm a dog, or crop his ears, or cut his dew-claws, or reclaim a hawk, or give him his casting-stones, or direct his diet when he is sealed, or—" "To sum up my insignificance in one word," replied I am profoundly ignorant in all these rural accomplishments." "Then, in the name of heaven, Mr. Francis Osbaldistone, what can you do?" "Very little to the purpose, Miss Vernon. Something, however, I can pretend to. When my groom has dressed my horse, I can ride him, and when my hawk is in the field, I can fly him. Can you do this?" said the young lady, putting her horse to a canter. There was a sort of rude overgrown fence crossed the path before us, with a gate composed of pieces of wood rough from the forest. I was about to move forward to open it, when Miss Vernon cleared the obstruction at a flying leap. I was bound in point of honour to follow, and was in a moment again at her side. "There are hopes of you yet," she said. "I was afraid you had been a very degenerate Osbaldistone. But what on earth brings you to Cub Castle? For so the neighbours have christened this hunting hall of ours. You might have stayed away, I suppose, if you would." I felt I was by this time on a very intimate footing with my beautiful apparition, and therefore replied in a confidential undertone, "Indeed, my dear Miss Vernon, I might have considered it as a sacrifice to be a temporary resident in Osbaldistone Hall, the inmates being such as you describe them. But I am convinced there is one exception that will make amends for all deficiencies." "Oh, you mean Rashleigh," said Miss Vernon. "Indeed I do not. I was thinking, forgive me, of some person much nearer me." "I suppose it would be proper not to understand your civility, but that is not my way. I don't make a courtesy for it because I am sitting on horseback, but seriously, I deserve your exception, for I am the only conversable being about the hall, except the old priest and Rashleigh." "And who is Rashleigh, for heaven's sake?" "Rashleigh is one who would fain have every one like him for his own sake. He is Sir Hildebrand's youngest son, about your own age, but not well looking, in short. But nature has given him a mouthful of common sense, and the priest has added a bushelful of learning. He is what we call a very clever man in this country, where clever men are scarce. Bred to the church, but in no hurry to take orders. To the Catholic Church." "The Catholic Church? What church else?" said the young lady. "But I forgot. They told me you are a heretic. Is that true, Mr. Osbaldistone?" "I must not deny the charge." "And yet you have been abroad, and in Catholic countries?" "For nearly 4 years." "You have seen convents?" "Often, but I have not seen much in them which recommended the Catholic religion." "Are not the inhabitants happy?" "Some are unquestionably so, whom either a profound sense of devotion, or an experience of the persecutions and misfortunes of the world, or a natural apathy of temper, has led into retirement. Those who have adopted a life of seclusion from sudden and overstrained enthusiasm, or in hasty resentment of some disappointment or mortification, are very miserable. The quickness of sensation soon returns, and like the wilder animals in a menagerie, they are restless under confinement, while others muse or fatten in cells of no larger dimensions than theirs. And what, continued Miss Vernon, becomes of those victims who are condemned to a convent by the will of others? What do they resemble? Especially, what do they resemble if they are born to enjoy life and feel its blessings? They are like imprisoned singing birds, replied I, condemned to wear out their lives in confinement, which they try to beguile by the exercise of accomplishments which would have adorned society had they been left at large. I shall be, returned Miss Vernon, that is, said she, correcting herself, I should be rather like the wild hawk, who, barred the free exercise of his soar through heaven, will dash himself to pieces against the bars of his cage. But to return to Rashleigh, said she in a more lively tone, you will think him the pleasantest man you ever saw in your life, Mr. Osbaldistone, that is, for a week at least. If he could find out a blind mistress, never man would be so secure of conquest, but the eye breaks the spell that enchants the ear. But here we are, in the court of the old hall, which looks as wild and old-fashioned as any of its inmates. There is no great toilet kept at Osbaldistone Hall, you must know, but I must take off these things, they are so unpleasantly warm, and the hat hurts my forehead too, continued the lively girl, taking it off and shaking down a profusion of sable ringlets, which, half laughing, half blushing, she separated with her white, slender fingers, in order to clear them away from her beautiful face and piercing hazel eyes. If there was any coquetry in the action, it was well disguised by the careless indifference of her manner. I could not help saying that, judging of the family from what I saw, I should suppose the toilet a very unnecessary care. That's very politely said, though perhaps I ought not to understand in what sense it was meant, replied Miss Vernon, but you will see a better apology for a little negligence when you meet the Orsons you are to live amongst, whose forms no toilet could improve. But as I said before, the old dinner bell will clang, or rather clank, in a few minutes. It cracked of its own accord on the day of the landing of King Willie, and my uncle, respecting its prophetic talent, would never permit it to be mended. So do you hold my palfrey, like a duteous knight, until I send some more humble squire to relieve you of the charge. She threw me the rein as if we had been acquainted from our childhood, jumped from her saddle, tripped across the courtyard, and entered at a side door, leaving me in admiration of her beauty, and astonished with the over-frankness of her manners, which seemed the more extraordinary at a time when the dictates of politeness, flowing from the court of the grand monarch Louis XIV., prescribed to the fair sex an unusual severity of decorum. I was left awkwardly enough stationed in the centre of the court of the old hall, mounted on one horse, and holding another in my hand. The building afforded little to interest a stranger, had I been disposed to consider it attentively. The sides of the quadrangle were of various architecture, and with their stone-shafted, latticed windows, projecting turrets, and massive architraves, resembled the inside of a convent, or of one of the older and less splendid colleges of Oxford. I called for a domestic, but was for some time totally unattended to, which was the more provoking, as I could perceive I was the object of curiosity to several servants, both male and female, from different parts of the building, who popped out their heads and withdrew them like rabbits in a warren, before I could make a direct appeal to the attention of any individual. The return of the huntsmen and hounds relieved me from my embarrassment, and with some difficulty I got one down to relieve me of the charge of the horses, and another stupid boor to guide me to the presence of Sir Hildebrand. This service he performed with much such grace and goodwill as a peasant who is compelled to act as guide to a hostile patrol, and in the same manner I was obliged to guard against his deserting me in the labyrinth of low vaulted passage which conducted to Stun Hall, as he called it, where I was to be introduced to the gracious presence of my uncle. We did, however, at length reach a long vaulted room, floored with stone, where a range of oaken tables, of a weight and size too massive ever to be moved aside, were already covered for dinner. This venerable apartment, which had witnessed the feasts of several generations of the Osbaldistone family, bore also evidence of their success in field sports. Huge antlers of deer, which might have been trophies of the hunting of Chevy Chase, were ranged around the walls, interspersed with the stuffed skins of badgers, otters, martens, and other animals of the chase. Amidst some remnants of old armour which had perhaps served against the Scotch, hung the more valued weapons of sylvan war, crossbows, guns of various device and construction, nets, fishing rods, otter spears, hunting poles, with many other singular devices and engines for taking or killing game. A few old pictures, dimmed with smoke and stained with March beer, hung on the walls, representing knights and ladies honoured, doubtless, and renowned in their day, those frowning fearfully from huge bushes of wig and of beard, and these looking delightfully with all their might at the roses which they brandished in their hands. I had just time to give a glance at these matters, when about 12 blue-coated servants burst into the hall with much tumult and talk, each rather employed in directing his comrades than in discharging his own duty. Some brought blocks and billets to the fire, which roared, blazed, and ascended half in smoke, half in flame, up a huge tunnel with an opening wide enough to accommodate a stone seat within its ample vault, and which was fronted, by way of chimney-piece, with a huge piece of heavy architecture, where the monsters of heraldry, embodied by the art of some Northumbrian chisel, grinned and ramped in red freestone, now japanned by the smoke of centuries. Others of these old-fashioned serving-men bore huge smoking dishes, loaded with substantial fare. Others brought in cups, flagons, bottles, yea, barrels of liquor. All tramped, kicked, plunged, shouldered, and jostled, doing as little service, with as much tumult, as could well be imagined. At length, while the dinner was, after various efforts, in the act of being arranged upon the board, the clamour much of men and dogs, the cracking of whips calculated for the intimidation of the latter, voices loud and high, steps which, impressed by the heavy-heeled boots of the period, clattered like those in the statue of the Festin de Pierre, announced the arrival of those for whose benefit the preparations were made. The hubbub among the servants rather increased than diminished as this crisis approached. Some called to make haste, others to take time. Some exhorted to stand out of the way and make room for Sir Hildebrand and the young squires. Some to close round the table and be in the way. Some bawled to open, some to shut, a pair of folding doors which divided the hall from a sort of gallery, as I afterwards learned, or withdrawing room, fitted up with black wainscot. Opened the doors were at length, and in rushed curs and men, 8 dogs, the domestic chaplain, the village doctor, my 6 cousins, and my uncle. End of Volume 1, Chapter 5. Recording by Mike Bloomfield, San Francisco, California.
Volume 1, Chapter 6 of Rob Roy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Rob Roy by Sir Walter Scott. Volume 1, Chapter 6. Chapter 6. The rude hall rocks, they come, they come. The din of voices shakes the dome. In stalk the various forms, and dressed in varying morion, varying vest, all march with haughty step, all proudly shake the crest. Penrose. If Sir Hildebrand Osbaldistone was in no hurry to greet his nephew, of whose arrival he must have been informed for some time, he had important avocations to allege in excuse.
"Hard seen 'ee sooner, lad,"
he exclaimed, after a rough shake of the hand and a hearty welcome to Osbaldistone Hall.
"but had to see the hoons kennelled first. Barrett, welcome to the hall, lad. Here is thy cousin Percy, thy cousin Thorny, and thy cousin John, your cousin Dick, your cousin Wilfred, and stay, where's Rashleigh? Hey, here's Rashleigh. Take thy long body aside, Thorny, and let's see thy brother a bit. Your cousin Rashleigh. So, thy father has thought on the old hall, and old Sir Hildebrand at last. Better late than never. Thou art welcome, lad, and there's enough. Where is my little Di? Aye, here she comes. This is my niece Di, my wife's brother's daughter, the prettiest girl in our dales, be the other here she may. And so now let's to the sirloin."
To gain some idea of the person who held this language, you must suppose, my dear Tresham, a man aged about 60, in a hunting suit which had once been richly laced, but whose splendour had been tarnished by many a November and December storm. Sir Hildebrand, notwithstanding the abruptness of his present manner, had at one period of his life known courts and camps, had held a commission in the army which encamped on Hounslow Heath previous to the Revolution, and, recommended perhaps by his religion, had been knighted about the same period by the unfortunate and ill-advised James II. But the knight's dreams of further preferment, if he ever entertained any, had died away at the crisis which drove his patron from the throne, and since that period he had spent a sequestered life upon his native domains. Notwithstanding his rusticity, however, Sir Hildebrand retained much of the exterior of a gentleman, and appeared among his sons as the remains of a Corinthian pillar, defaced and overgrown with moss and lichen, might have looked if contrasted with the rough unhewn masses of upright stones in Stonehenge, or any other druidical temple. The sons were indeed heavy unadorned blocks as the eye would desire to look upon, tall, stout, and comely. All and each of the 5 eldest seemed to want alike the Promethean fire of intellect, and the exterior grace and manner which, in the polished world, sometimes supply mental deficiency. Their most valuable moral quality seemed to be the good humour and content which was expressed in their heavy features, and their only pretence to accomplishment was their dexterity in field sports, for which alone they lived. The strong Gaius and the strong Cloanthus are not less distinguished by the poet than the strong Percival, the strong Thorncliff, the strong John, Richard, and Wilfred Osbaldistones were by outward appearance. But, as if to indemnify herself for a uniformity so uncommon in her productions, Dame Nature had rendered Rashleigh Osbaldistone a striking contrast in person and manner, and, as I afterwards learned, in temper and talents, not only to his brothers, but to most men whom I had hitherto met with. When Percy, Thorny, and Co. had respectively nodded, grinned, and presented their shoulder rather than their hand, as their father named them to the new kinsman, Rashleigh stepped forward and welcomed me to Osbaldistone Hall with the air and manner of a man of the world. His appearance was not in itself prepossessing. He was of low stature, whereas all his brethren seemed to be descendants of Anak, and while they were handsomely formed, Rashleigh, though strong in person, was bull-necked and cross-made, and, from some early injury in his youth, had an imperfection in his gait, so much resembling an absolute halt, that many alleged that it formed the obstacle to his taking orders, the Church of Rome, as is well known, admitting none to the clerical profession who labours under any personal deformity. Others, however, ascribed this unsightly defect to a mere awkward habit, and contended that it did not amount to a personal disqualification from holy orders. The features of Rashleigh were such as, having looked upon, we in vain wish to banish from our memory, to which they recur as objects of painful curiosity, although we dwell upon them with a feeling of dislike and even of disgust. It was not the actual plainness of his face, taken separately from the meaning, which made this strong impression. His features were indeed irregular, but they were by no means vulgar, and his keen dark eyes and shaggy eyebrows redeemed his face from the charge of commonplace ugliness. But there was in these eyes an expression of art and design, and, on provocation, a ferocity tempered by caution, which nature had made obvious to the most ordinary physiognomist, perhaps with the same intention that she has given the rattle to the poisonous snake. As if to compensate him for these disadvantages of exterior, Rashleigh Osbaldistone was possessed of a voice the most soft, mellow, and rich in its tones that I ever heard, and was at no loss for language of every sort suited to so fine an organ. His first sentence of welcome was hardly ended ere I internally agreed with Miss Vernon that my new kinsman would make an instant conquest of a mistress whose ears alone were to judge his cause. He was about to place himself beside me at dinner, But Miss Vernon, who, as the only female in the family, arranged all such matters according to her own pleasure, contrived that I should sit betwixt Thorncliff and herself, and it can scarce be doubted that I favoured this more advantageous arrangement. "I want to speak with you," she said, "and I have placed honest Thornie betwixt Rashleigh and you on purpose. He will be like feather-bed twixt castle wall and heavy brunt of cannon ball, while I, your earliest acquaintance in this intellectual family, ask of you how you like us all?" A very comprehensive question, Miss Vernon, considering how short while I had been at Osbaldistone Hall. "Oh, the philosophy of our family lies on the surface. There are minute shades distinguishing the individuals which require the eye of an intelligent observer, but the species, as naturalists, I believe, call it, may be distinguished and characterized at once. My 5 elder cousins, then, are, I presume, of pretty nearly the same character. Yes, they form a happy compound of sot, gamekeeper, bully, horse jockey, and fool. But as they say there cannot be found 2 leaves on the same tree exactly alike, so these happy ingredients, being mingled in somewhat various proportions in each individual, make an agreeable variety for those who like to study character. Give me a sketch, if you please, Miss Vernon. You shall have them all in a family piece, at full length. The favour is too easily granted to be refused. Percy, the son and heir, has more of the sot than of the gamekeeper, bully, horse, jockey, or fool. My precious Thornie is more of the bully than the sot, gamekeeper, jockey, or fool. John, who sleeps whole weeks amongst the hills, has most of the gamekeeper. The jockey is powerful with Dickon, who rides 200 miles by day and night to be bought and sold at a horse race, and the fool predominates so much over Wilfred's other qualities that he may be termed a fool positive. A goodly collection, Miss Vernon, and the individual varieties belong to a most interesting species. But is there no room on the canvas for Sir Hildebrand? "I love my uncle," was the reply. "I owe him some kindness, such it was meant for at least, and I will leave you to draw his picture yourself when you know him better." Come, thought I to myself, I am glad there is some forbearance. After all, who would have looked for such bitter satire from a creature so young and so exquisitely beautiful? "You are thinking of me," she said, bending her dark eyes on me, as if she meant to pierce through my very soul. "I certainly was," I replied, with some embarrassment at the determined suddenness of the question, and then endeavouring to give a complimentary turn to my frank avowal. How was it possible I should think of anything else, seated as I had the happiness to be? She smiled with such an expression of concentrated haughtiness as she alone could have thrown into her countenance. "I must inform you at once, Mr. Osbaldistone, that compliments are entirely lost upon me. Do not, therefore, throw away your pretty sayings. They serve fine gentlemen who travel in the country, instead of the toys, beads, and bracelets which navigators carry to propitiate the savage inhabitants of newly discovered lands. Do not exhaust your stock in trade. You will find natives in Northumberland to whom your fine things will recommend you. On me they would be utterly thrown away, for I happen to know their real value." I was silenced and confounded. "You remind me at this moment," said the young lady, resuming her lively and indifferent manner, "of the fairy tale, where the man finds all the money which he had carried to market suddenly changed into pieces of slate. I have cried down and ruined your whole stock of complimentary discourse by one unlucky observation. But come, never mind it. You are belied, Mr. Osbaldistone, unless you have much better conversation than these farceurs, which every gentleman with a toupee thinks himself obliged to recite to an unfortunate girl, merely because he is dressed in silk and gauze, while he wears superfine cloth with embroidery. Your natural paces, as any of my 5 cousins might say, are far preferable to your complimentary amble. Endeavour to forget my unlucky sex. Call me Tom Vernon, if you have a mind, but speak to me as you would to a friend and companion. You have no idea how much I shall like you." "That would be a bribe indeed," returned I. "Again," replied Miss Vernon, holding up her finger, "I told you I would not fear the shadow of a compliment. And now, when you have pledged my uncle, who threatens you with what he calls a primer, I will tell you what you think of me." The bumper being pledged by me as a dutiful nephew, and some other general intercourse of the table having taken place, the continued and businesslike clang of knives and forks, and the devotion of cousin Thorncliff on my right hand, and cousin Dickon, who sate on Miss Vernon's left, to the huge quantities of meat with which they heaped their plates, made them serve as two occasional partitions, separating us from the rest of the company, and leaving us to our tete-a-tete. "And now," said I, "give me leave to ask you frankly, Miss Vernon, what you suppose I am thinking of you? I could tell you what I really do think, but you have interdicted praise." "I do not want your assistance. I am conjurer enough to tell your thoughts without it. You need not open the casement of your bosom, I see through it. You think me a strange bold girl, half coquette, half romp, desirous of attracting attention by the freedom of her manners and loudness of her conversation, because she is ignorant of what the spectator calls the softer graces of the sex. And perhaps you think I have some particular plan of storming you into admiration. I should be sorry to shock your self-opinion, but you were never more mistaken. All the confidence I have reposed in you I would have given as readily to your father, if I thought he could have understood me. I am in this happy family as much secluded from intelligent listeners as Sancho in the Sierra Morena, and when opportunity offers I must speak or die. I assure you I would not have told you a word of all this curious intelligence, had I cared a pin who knew it or knew it not. It is very cruel in you, Miss Vernon, to take away all particular marks of favour from your communications, but I must receive them on your own terms. You have not included Mr. Rashleigh Osbaldistone in your domestic sketches." She shrunk, I thought, at this remark, and hastily answered in a much lower tone, "Not a word of Rashleigh. His ears are so acute when his selfishness is interested, that the sounds would reach him even through the mass of Thorncliff's person, stuffed as it is with beef, venison, pasty, and pudding." "Yes," I replied, but peeping past the living screen which divides us before I put the question, I perceived that Mr. Rashleigh's chair was empty. He has left the table. "I would not have you be too sure of that," Miss Vernon replied. "Take my advice, and when you speak of Rashleigh, get up to the top of Otterscope Hill, where you can see for 20 miles round you in every direction. Stand on the very peak, and speak in whispers. And after all, don't be too sure that the bird of the air will not carry the matter. Rashleigh has been my tutor for 4 years. We are mutually tired of each other, and we shall heartily rejoice at our approaching separation." "Mr. Rashleigh leaves Osbaldistone Hall, then?" "Yes, in a few days. Did you not know that? Your father must keep his resolutions much more secret than Sir Hildebrand. Why, when my uncle was informed that you were to be his guest for some time, and that your father desired to have one of his hopeful sons to fill up the lucrative situation in his counting house, which was vacant by your obstinacy, Mr. Francis, the good knight held a cura pleniere of all his family, including the butler, housekeeper, and gamekeeper. This reverend assembly of the peers and household officers of Osbaldistone Hall was not convoked, as you may suppose, to elect your substitute, because, as Rashleigh alone possessed more arithmetic than was necessary to calculate the odds on a fighting cock, none but he could be supposed qualified for the situation. But some solemn sanction was necessary for transforming Rashleigh's destination from starving as a Catholic priest to thriving as a wealthy banker, and it was not without some reluctance that the acquiescence of the assembly was obtained to such an act of degradation. I can conceive the scruples, but how were they got over? By the general wish, I believe, to get Rashleigh out of the house, replied Miss Vernon. Although youngest of the family, he has somehow or other got the entire management of all the others, and every one is sensible of the subjection, though they cannot shake it off. If any one opposes him, he is sure to rue having done so before the year goes about, and if you do him a very important service, you may rue it still more. At that rate, answered I, smiling, I should look about me, for I have been the cause, however unintentionally, of his change of situation. Yes, and whether he regards it as an advantage or disadvantage, he will owe you a grudge for it. But here comes cheese, radishes, and a bumper to Church and King, the hint for chaplains and ladies to disappear, and I, the sole representative of womanhood at Osbaldistone Hall, retreat as in duty bound. She vanished as she spoke, leaving me in astonishment at the mingled character of shrewdness, audacity, and frankness which her conversation displayed. I despair conveying to you the least idea of her manner, although I have, as nearly as I can remember, imitated her language. In fact, there was a mixture of untaught simplicity, as well as native shrewdness and haughty boldness in her manner, and all were modified and recommended by the play of the most beautiful features I had ever beheld. It is not to be thought that, however strange and uncommon I might think her liberal and unreserved communications, a young man of 22 was likely to be severely critical on a beautiful girl of 18 for not observing a proper distance towards him. On the contrary, I was equally diverted and flattered by Miss Vernon's confidence, and that notwithstanding her declaration of its being conferred on me solely because I was the first auditor who occurred of intelligence enough to comprehend it. With the presumption of my age, certainly not diminished by my residence in France, I imagined that well-formed features and a handsome person, both which I conceived myself to possess, were not unsuitable qualifications for the confidant of a young beauty. My vanity thus enlisted in Miss Vernon's behalf, I was far from judging her with severity, merely for a frankness which I supposed was in some degree justified by my own personal merit, and the feelings of partiality which her beauty and the singularity of her situation were of themselves calculated to excite, were enhanced by my opinion of her penetration and judgment in her choice of a friend. After Miss Vernon quitted the apartment, the bottle circulated, or rather flew, around the table in unceasing revolution. My foreign education had given me a distaste to intemperance, then and yet too common a vice among my countrymen. The conversation which seasons such orgies was as little to my taste, and if anything could render it more disgusting, it was the relationship of the company. I therefore seized a lucky opportunity and made my escape through a side door, leading I knew not whither, rather than endure any longer the sight of father and sons practising the same degrading intemperance, and holding the same coarse and disgusting conversation. I was pursued, of course, as I had expected, to be reclaimed by force, as a deserter from the shrine of Bacchus. When I heard the whoop and holler, and the tramp of the heavy boots of my pursuers on the winding stair, which I was descending, I plainly foresaw I should be overtaken unless I could get into the open air. I therefore threw open a casement in the staircase, which looked into an old-fashioned garden, and as the height did not exceed 6 feet, I jumped out without hesitation, and soon heard far behind the "Hey hoop! Stole away! Stole away!" of my baffled pursuers. I ran down one alley, walked fast up another, and then, conceiving myself out of all danger of pursuit, I slackened my pace into a quiet stroll, enjoying the cool air which the heat of the wine I had been obliged to swallow, as well as that of my rapid retreat, rendered doubly grateful. As I sauntered on, I found the gardener hard at his evening employment, and saluted him, as I paused to look at his work. "Good evening, my friend." "Good evening to you," answered the man without looking up, and in a tone which at once indicated his northern extraction. "Fine weather for your work, my friend." "It's no that muckle to be complained o'," answered the man with that limited degree of praise which gardeners and farmers usually bestow on the very best weather. Then raising his head as if to see who spoke to him, he touched his Scotch bonnet with an air of respect as he observed, "Good save us, it's a sight for sae rain to see a good lace jetty score in the heart garden sae late at e'en." "A gold lace what, my good friend?" "Oh, a jetty score, that's a jacket like your ain there." Note, perhaps from the French juste au corps. "They hae other things to do with them up yonder, unbuttoning them to make room for the beef and the bark puddings and the claret wine, nae doubt. That's the ordinary for evening lecture on this side the border." "There's no such plenty of good cheer in your country, my good friend," I replied, "as to tempt you to sit so late at it." "Hoot, sir, you ken little about Scotland. It's no for want of good vivers. The best of fish, flesh, and fowl highway by sybos, ingans, turnips, and other garden fruit, but we hae mince and discretion, and a moderate of our mouths. But here, frae the kitchen to the ha', it's feel and fetch mair frae the tea ender of 24 to the topper. Even there are fast days, they ca' it fasting, when they had the best of sea fish frae Hartlepool and Sunderland by land carriage, forby trouts, grilses, salmon, and a' the lair that. And so they make their very fasting a kind of luxury and abomination. And then the awful masses and muttons of the pure deceived souls. But I shouldna speak about them, for your honour will be a Roman, I'll warrant, like the lathe." "Not I, my friend. I was bred in English Presbyterian or Dissenter." "The right hand of fellowship to your honour, then," quoth the gardener, with as much alacrity as his hard features were capable of expressing; and, as if to show that his goodwill did not rest on words, he plucked forth a huge horn snuff-box, or mull as he called it, and proffered a pinch with a most paternal grin. Having accepted his courtesy, I asked him if he had been long a domestic at his Balderstone Hall. "I have been fighting with wild beasts at our phases," said he, looking towards the building, "for the best part of these 24 years, as sure as my name's Andrew Fairservice." "But, my excellent friend, Andrew Fairservice, if your religion and your temperance are so much offended by Roman rituals and southern hospitality, it seems to me that you must have been putting yourself to an unnecessary penance all this while, and that you might have found a service where they eat less, and are more orthodox in their worship. I dare say it cannot be want of skill which prevented your being placed more to your satisfaction." "It doesna become me to speak to the point of my qualifications," said Andrew, looking round him with great complacency; "but nae doubt I should understand my trade of horticulture, seeing I was bred in the parish of Dreepdaily, where they raise long kale under glass, and forest the early nettles for their spring kale; and, to speak truth, I have been flitting every term these 24 years, but when the time comes, there's aye something to sow that I would like to see sown, or something to mow that I would like to see mown, or something to ripe that I would like to see ripen, and say I e'en dake on with the family for a year's end to year's end. And I would say for certain that I'm going to quit a Cannlemas, only I was just as positive on it 20 years sin, and I find myself still turning up the mules here for all that. For by that, to tell your honour the ever down truth, there's nae better place ever offered to Andrew. But if your honour would wish me to any place where I would hear pure doctrine,
and hae a free cow's grass, and a cot, and a yard, and mair than 10 pounds of annual fee, and where is nae lady about the town to count the apples, I shall hold myself muckle indebted to you. Bravo, Andrew! I perceive you'll lose no preferment for want of asking patronage. I canna see what for I should, replied Andrew. It's not a generation to wait till ends worst discovered, I trow. But you are no friend, I observed to the ladies. Nah, by my troth, I keep up the forest gardeners quarrel to them. They're vicious bargains, crying for apricots, pears, plums, and apples, summer and winter, without distinction of seasons. But we hae nae slices of the spare rib here be praised for it, except old Martha, and she's weel enough pleased with her freedom of the berry bushes to her sister's weans, when they come to drink tea in a holiday in the housekeeper's room, and wi' a wheen cuddlings now and then for our own private supper. You forget your young mistress. What mistress do I forget? How's that? Your young mistress, Miss Vernon. What? The lassie Vernon? She's nae mistress of mine, man. I wish she was her ain mistress. And I wish she mayna be some other body's mistress or its lang. She's a wild slip, that. Indeed, said I, more interested than I cared to own to myself or to show to the fellow. Why, Andrew, you know all the secrets of this family. If I ken them, I can keep them, said Andrew. They winna work in my wame like balm in a barrel, I'll warrant ye. Miss Di is, but it's neither beef nor brose of mine. And he began to dig with a great semblance of assiduity. What is Miss Vernon, Andrew? I am a friend of the family, and should like to know. Other than a good ane, I'm fearing, said Andrew, closing one eye hard, and shaking his head with a grave and mysterious look. Something lead, your honour understands me. I cannot say I do, said I, Andrew, but I should like to hear you explain yourself. And therewithal I slipped a crown piece into Andrew's horn-hard hand. The touch of the silver made him grin a ghastly smile as he nodded slowly, and thrust it into his breeches pocket, and then, like a man who well understood that there was value to be returned, stood up and rested, his arms on his spade, with his features composed into the most important gravity, as for some serious communication. You maun ken, then, young gentleman, since it imports you to know, that Miss Vernon is... Here, breaking off, he sucked in both his cheeks, till his lantern jaws and long chin assumed the appearance of a pair of nutcrackers, winked hard once more, frowned, shook his head, and seemed to think his physiognomy had completed the information which his tongue had not fully told. Good God, said I, so young, so beautiful, so early lost. Troth, you may say so. She's in a manner lost body and soul, forby being a papist, I shall uphold her for. And his northern caution prevailed, and he was again silent. For what, sir? Said I sternly. I insist on knowing the plain meaning of all this. On just for being the bitterest Jacobite in the whole shire. Pshaw! A Jacobite, is that all? Andrew looked at me with some astonishment at hearing his information treated so lightly, and then muttering, "Ah, weel, it's the worst thing I ken about the lassie, howsoever." He resumed his spade, like the King of the Vandals in Marmontel's late novel. End of Volume 1, Chapter 6. Recording by Felicity Campbell, Whanganui, New Zealand. Volume 1, Chapter 7 of Rob Roy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 7th. Bardolph. The sheriff with the monstrous watch is at the door. Henry IV, First Part. I found out with some difficulty the apartment which was destined for my accommodation, and having secured myself the necessary goodwill and attention from my uncle's domestics, by using the means they were most capable of comprehending, I secluded myself there for the remainder of the evening,
conjecturing from the fair way in which I had left my new relatives, as well as from the distant noise which continued to echo from the stone hall, as their banqueting room was called, that they were not likely to be fitting company for a sober man. What could my father mean by sending me to be an inmate in this strange family, was my first and most natural reflection. My uncle, it was plain, received me as one who was to make some stay with him, and his rude hospitality rendered him as indifferent as King Hal to the number of those who fed at his cost. But it was plain my presence or absence would be of as little importance in his eyes as that of one of his blue-coated serving-men. My cousins were mere cubs, in whose company I might, if I liked it, unlearn whatever decent manners or elegant accomplishments I had acquired, but where I could attain no information beyond what regarded worming dogs, rowelling horses, and following foxes. I could only imagine one reason, which was probably the true one. My father considered the life which was led at Osbaldistone Hall as the natural and inevitable pursuits of all country gentlemen, and he was desirous, by giving me an opportunity of seeing that with which he knew I should be disgusted, to reconcile me, if possible, to take an active share in his own business. In the meantime he would take Rashleigh Osbaldistone into the counting house. But he had 100 modes of providing for him, and that advantageously, whenever he chose to get rid of him. So that, although I did feel a certain qualm of conscience at having been the means of introducing Rashleigh, being such as he was described by Miss Vernon, into my father's business, perhaps into his confidence, I subdued it by the reflection that my father was complete master of his own affairs, a man not to be imposed upon or influenced by any one, and that all I knew to the young gentleman's prejudice was through the medium of a singular and giddy girl, whose communications were made with an injudicious frankness, which might warrant me in supposing her conclusions had been hastily or inaccurately formed. Then my mind naturally turned to Miss Vernon herself, her extreme beauty, her very peculiar situation, relying solely upon her reflections and her own spirit for guidance and protection, and her whole character offering that variety in spirit which piques our curiosity, and engages our attention in spite of ourselves. I had sense enough to consider the neighbourhood of this singular young lady, and the chance of our being thrown into very close and frequent intercourse, as adding to the dangers, while it relieved the dulness of Osbaldistone Hall. But I could not, with the fullest exertion of my prudence, prevail upon myself to regret excessively this new and particular hazard to which I was to be exposed. This scruple I also settled, as young men settled most difficulties of the kind. I would be very cautious, always on my guard, consider Miss Vernon rather as a companion than an intimate, and all would do well enough. With these reflections I fell asleep, Miss Vernon, of course, forming the last subject of my contemplation. Whether I dreamed of her or not, I cannot satisfy you, for I was tired and slept soundly. But she was the first person I thought of in the morning, when waked at dawn by the cheerful notes of the hunting horn. To start up and direct my horse to be saddled was my first movement, and in a few minutes I was in the courtyard, where men, dogs, and horses were in full preparation. My uncle, who perhaps was not entitled to expect a very alert sportsman in his nephew, bred as he had been in foreign parts, seemed rather surprised to see me, and I thought his morning salutation wanted something of the hearty and hospitable tone which distinguished his first welcome.
Art there, lad? Ay, yes, I wrath. But look to thyself, mind the old song, lad. He that gallops his horse on Blackstone edge may chance to catch a fall.
I believe there are few young men, and those very sturdy moralists, who would not rather be taxed with some moral peccadillo than with want of knowledge in horsemanship. As I was by no means deficient either in skill or courage, I resented my uncle's insinuations accordingly, and assured him he would find me up with the hounds.
I doubtna, lad,
was his reply.
Thou'lt a rank rider, it's a warrant thee. But take heed, thy father sent thee here to me to be bitted, and I doot I must ride thee on the curb. I will have someone to ride thee on the halter, if I take not a better heed. As this speech was totally unintelligible to me, as besides it did not seem to be delivered for my use or benefit, but was spoken as it were aside, and as if expressing aloud something which was passing through the mind of my much honoured uncle, I concluded it must either refer to my desertion of the bottle on the preceding evening, or that my uncle's morning hours being a little discomposed by the revels of the night before, his temper had suffered in proportion. I only made the passing reflection, that if he played the ungracious landlord, I would remain the shorter while his guest, and then hastened to salute Miss Vernon, who advanced cordially to meet me. Some show of greeting also passed between my cousins and me, but as I saw them maliciously bent upon criticising my dress and accoutrements, from the cap to the stirrup irons, and sneering at whatever had a new or foreign appearance, I exempted myself from the task of paying them much attention, and assuming, in requital of their grins and whispers, an air of the utmost indifference and contempt, I attached myself to Miss Vernon as the only person in the party whom I could regard as a suitable companion. By her side, therefore, we sallied forth to the destined cover, which was a dingle or copse on the side of an extensive common. As we rode thither, I observed to Diana that I did not see my cousin Rashleigh in the field, to which she replied, "Oh no, he's a mighty hunter, but it's after the fashion of Nimrod, and his game is man." The dogs now brushed into the cover, with the appropriate encouragement from the hunters. All was business, bustle, and activity. My cousins were soon too much interested in the business of the morning to take any further notice of me, unless that I overheard Dickon the horse jockey whisper to Wilfred the fool,
"Look thou, and our French cousin ben a tough a first burst."
to which Wilfred answered,
"Reckon thou has a queer outlandish binding on's custer."
Thorncliff, however, who, in his rude way, seemed not absolutely insensible to the beauty of his kinswoman, appeared determined to keep us company more closely than his brothers, perhaps to watch what passed betwixt Miss Vernon and me, perhaps to enjoy my expected mishaps in the chase. In the last particular he was disappointed. After beating in vain for the greater part of the morning, a fox was at length found, who led us a chase of 2 hours, in the course of which, notwithstanding the ill-omened French binding upon my hat, I sustained my character as a horseman, to the admiration of my uncle and Miss Vernon, and the secret disappointment of those who expected me to disgrace it. Reynard, however, proved too wily for his pursuers, and the hounds were at fault. I could at this time observe in Miss Vernon's manner an impatience of the close attendance which we received from Thorncliff or Spaldistone, and as that active spirited young lady never hesitated at taking the readiest means to gratify any wish of the moment, she said to him in a tone of reproach, "I wonder, Thorny, what keeps you dangling at my horse's crupper all the morning, when you know the earths above Wolverton Mill are not stopped?" "I know no such a thing, Miss Day. That matter swore himself, as black as night, that he stopped them at 12 o'clock midnight, that was." "Oh, fie upon you, Thorny! Would you trust to a miller's word? And these earths too, where we lost the fox 3 times this season, and you on your grey mare that can gallop there and back in 10 minutes." "Well, Miss Day, as a go to Wolverton then, and if the earths arena stopped, as a raddle dick the miller's bones for him." "Do, my dear Thorny, horsewhip the rascal to purpose. Via, fly away and about it." Thorncliff went off at the gallop. "Or get horsewhipped yourself, which will serve my purpose just as well. I must teach them all discipline and obedience to the word of command. I am raising a regiment, you must know. Thorny shall be my sergeant major, Dickon my riding master, and Wilfred, with his deep dub-a-dub tones, that speak but 3 syllables at a time, my kettle drummer." "And Rashleigh?"
Rashleigh shall be my scoutmaster. And will you find no employment for me, most lovely colonel? You shall have the choice of being paymaster or plunder master to the corps. But see how the dogs puzzle about there. Come, Mr. Frank, the scent's cold. They won't recover it there this while. Follow me. I have a view to show you." And in fact she cantered up to the top of a gentle hill, commanding an extensive prospect. Casting her eyes around to see that no one was near us, she drew up her horse beneath a few birch trees, which screened us from the rest of the hunting field. "Do you see yon peaked, brown, heathy hill, having something like a whitish speck upon the side, terminating that long ridge of broken moorish uplands? I see it distinctly. That whitish speck is a rock called Hawksmoor Crag, and Hawksmoor Crag is in Scotland." "Indeed, I did not think we had been so near Scotland." "It is so, I assure you, and your horse will carry you there in 2 hours." "I shall hardly give him the trouble. Why, the distance must be 18 miles as the crow flies." "You may have my mare, if you think her less blown. I say that in 2 hours you may be in Scotland." "And I say that I have so little desire to be there, that if my horse's head were over the border, I would not give his tail the trouble of following. What should I do in Scotland?" "Provide for your safety, if I must speak plainly. Do you understand me now, Mr. Frank?" "Not a whit. You are more and more oracular." "Then, on my word, you either mistrust me most unjustly, and are a better dissembler than Rashleigh Osbaldistone himself, or you know nothing of what is imputed to you, and then no wonder you stare at me in that grave manner, which I can scarce see without laughing." "Upon my word of honour, Miss Vernon," said I, with an impatient feeling of her childish disposition to mirth, "I have not the most distant conception of what you mean. I am happy to afford you any subject of amusement, but I am quite ignorant in what it consists." "Nay, there's no sound jest after all," said the young lady, composing herself, "only one looks so very ridiculous when he is fairly perplexed. But the matter is serious enough. Do you know one Moray or Morris, or some such name?" "Not that I can at present recollect." "Think a moment. Did you not lately travel with somebody of such a name?" "The only man with whom I travelled for any length of time was a fellow whose soul seemed to lie in his portmanteau." "Then it was like the soul of the licentiate Pedro Garcias, which lay among the ducats in his leathern purse. That man has been robbed, and he has lodged an information against you as connected with the violence done to him." "Jest, Miss Vernon." "I do not, I assure you. The thing is an absolute fact." "And do you," said I, with strong indignation, which I did not attempt to suppress, "do you suppose me capable of meriting such a charge?" "You would call me out for it, I suppose, had I the advantage of being a man. You may do so as it is, if you like it. I can shoot flying, as well as leap a 5-barred gate." "And are colonel of a regiment of horse besides," replied I, reflecting how idle it was to be angry with her. "But do explain the present jest to me." "There's no jest whatever," said Diana. "You are accused of robbing this man, and my uncle believes it as well as I did." "Upon my honour, I am greatly obliged to my friends for their good opinion." "Now do not, if you can help it, snort and stare and snuff the wind, and look so exceedingly like a startled horse. There's no such offence as you suppose. You are not charged with any petty larceny or vulgar felony, by no means. This fellow was carrying money from government, both specie and bills, to pay the troops in the north, and it is said he has been also robbed of some dispatches of great consequence." "And so it is high treason then, and not simple robbery, of which I am accused?" "Certainly, which, you know, has been in all ages accounted the crime of a gentleman. You will find plenty in this country, and one not far from your elbow, who think it a merit to distress the Hanoverian government by every means possible." Neither my politics nor my morals, Miss Vernon, are of a description so accommodating. I really begin to believe that you are a Presbyterian and Hanoverian in good earnest. But what do you propose to do? Instantly to refute this atrocious calumny. Before whom, I asked, was this extraordinary accusation laid? Before old Squire Inglewood, who had sufficient unwillingness to receive it. He sent tidings to my uncle, I suppose, that he might smuggle you away into Scotland, out of reach of the warrant. But my uncle is sensible that his religion and old predilections render him obnoxious to government, and that were he caught playing booty, he would be disarmed, and probably dismounted, which would be the worse evil of the two, as a Jacobite, Papist, and suspected person. Note. On occasions of public alarm, in the beginning of the 18th century, the horses of the Catholics were often seized upon, as they were always supposed to be on the eve of rising in rebellion. I can conceive that, sooner than lose his hunters, he would give up his nephew. His nephew, nieces, sons, daughters, if he had them, and whole generation, said Diana. Therefore trust not to him, even for a single moment, but make the best of your way before they can serve the warrant. That I shall certainly do, but it shall be to the house of the Squire Inglewood. Which way does it lie? About 5 miles off, in the low ground, behind yonder plantations. You may see the tower of the clock house. I will be there in a few minutes, said I, putting my horse in motion. And I will go with you and show you the way, said Diana, putting her palfrey also to the trot. Do not think of it, Miss Vernon, I replied. It is not, permit me the freedom of a friend, it is not proper, scarcely even delicate, in you to go with me on such an errand as I am now upon. I understand your meaning, said Miss Vernon, a slight blush crossing her haughty brow. It is plainly spoken. And after a moment's pause, she added, and I believe kindly meant. It is indeed, Miss Vernon. Can you think me insensible of the interest you show me, or ungrateful for it? Said I, with even more earnestness than I could have wished to express. Yours is meant for true kindness, shown best at the hour of need, but I must not, for your own sake, for the chance of misconstruction, suffer you to pursue the dictates of your generosity. This is so public an occasion, it is almost like venturing into an open court of justice. And if it were not almost, but altogether entering into an open court of justice, do you think I would not go there, if I thought it right, and wished to protect a friend? You have no one to stand by you. You are a stranger, and here, in the outskirts of the kingdom, country justices do odd things. My uncle has no desire to embroil himself in your affair. Rashleigh is absent, and were he here, there is no knowing which side he might take. The rest are all more stupid and brutal one than another. I will go with you, and I do not fear being able to serve you. I am no fine lady to be terrified to death with law books, hard words, or big wigs. But my dear Miss Vernon, but my dear Mr. Francis, be patient and quiet, and let me take my own way, for when I take the bit between my teeth, there is no bridle will stop me. Flattered with the interest so lovely a creature seemed to take in my fate, yet vexed at the ridiculous appearance I should make by carrying a girl of 18 along with me as an advocate, and seriously concerned for the misconstruction to which her motives might be exposed, I endeavoured to combat her resolution to accompany me to Squire Inglewood's. The self-willed girl told me roundly that my dissuasions were absolutely in vain, that she was a true Vernon, whom no consideration, not even that of being able to do but little to assist him, should induce to abandon a friend in distress, and that all I could say on the subject might be very well for pretty, well-educated, well-behaved misses from a town boarding school, but did not apply to her, who was accustomed to mind nobody's opinion but her own. While she spoke thus, we were advancing hastily towards Inglewood Place, while, as if to divert me from the task of further remonstrance, she drew a ludicrous picture of the magistrate and his clerk. Inglewood was, according to her description, a whitewashed Jacobite, that is, one who, having been long a non-juror, like most of the other gentlemen of the country, had lately qualified himself to act as a justice, by taking the oaths to government. He had done so, she said, in compliance with the urgent request of most of his brother squires, who saw, with regret, that the palladium of sylvan sport, the game laws, were likely to fall into disuse for want of a magistrate who would enforce them, the nearest acting justice being the Mayor of Newcastle, and he, as being rather inclined to the consumption of the game when properly dressed, than to its preservation when alive, was more partial, of course, to the cause of the poacher than of the sportsman. Resolving, therefore, that it was expedient some one of their number should sacrifice the scruples of Jacobitical loyalty to the good of the community, the Northumbrian country gentleman imposed the duty on Inglewood, who, being very inert in most of his feelings and sentiments, might, they thought, comply with any political creed without much repugnance. Having thus procured the body of justice, they proceeded, continued Miss Vernon, to attach to it a clerk, by way of soul, to direct and animate its movements. Accordingly they got a sharp Newcastle attorney called Jobson, who, to vary my metaphor, finds it a good thing enough to retail justice at the sign of Squire Inglewood, and, as his own emoluments depend on the quantity of business which he transacts, he hooks in his principal for a great deal more employment in the justice line than the honest squire had ever bargained for, so that no apple wife within the circuit of 10 miles can settle her account with a costermonger without an audience of the reluctant justice and his alert clerk, Mr. Joseph Jobson. But the most ridiculous scenes occur when affairs come before him, like our business of to-day, having any colouring of politics. Mr. Joseph Jobson, for which no doubt he has his own very sufficient reasons, is a prodigious zealot for the Protestant religion, and a great friend to the present establishment in church and state. Now his principal, retaining a sort of instinctive attachment to the opinions which he professed openly, until he relaxed his political creed with the patriotic view of enforcing the law against unauthorized destroyers of black game, grouse, partridges, and hares, is peculiarly embarrassed when the zeal of his assistant involves him in judicial proceedings connected with his earlier faith, and instead of seconding his zeal, he seldom fails to oppose to it a double dose of indolence and lack of exertion. And this inactivity does not by any means arise from actual stupidity. On the contrary, for one whose principal delight is in eating and drinking, he is an alert, joyous, and lively old soul, which makes his assumed dulness the more diverting. So you may see Jobson on such occasions, like a bit of a broken-down blood-tit condemned to drag an overloaded cart, puffing, strutting, and spluttering, to get the justice put in motion, while, though the wheels groan, creak, and revolve slowly, the great and preponderating weight of the vehicle fairly frustrates the efforts of the willing quadruped, and prevents its being brought into a state of actual progression. Nay, more, the unfortunate pony, I understand, has been heard to complain that this same car of justice, which he finds it so hard to put in motion on some occasions, can on others run fast enough downhill of its own accord, dragging his reluctant self backwards along with it, when anything can be done of service to Squire Inglewood's quondam friends. And then Mr. Jobson talks big about reporting his principal to the Secretary of State for the Home Department, if it were not for his particular regard and friendship for Mr. Inglewood and his family. As Miss Vernon concluded this whimsical description, we found ourselves in front of Inglewood Place, a handsome, though old-fashioned building, which showed the consequence of the family. End of Volume 1, Chapter 7. Recording by Felicity Campbell, Whanganui, New Zealand. Volume 1, Chapter 8 of Rob Roy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 8. Sir, quoth the lawyer, not to flatter ye, ye have as good and fair a battery as heart could wish, and need not shame the proudest man alive to claim. Butler. Our horses were taken by a servant in Sir Hildebrand's livery, whom we found in the courtyard, and we entered the house. In the entrance hall I was somewhat surprised, and my fair companion still more so, when we met Rashleigh Osbaldistone, who could not help showing equal wonder at our rencounter. "Rashleigh," said Miss Vernon, without giving him time to ask any question, "you have heard of Mr. Francis Osbaldistone's affair, and you have been talking to the Justice about it." "Certainly," said Rashleigh composedly. "It has been my business here. I have been endeavouring," he said, with a bow to me, "to render my cousin what service I can. But I am sorry to meet him here." "As a friend and relation, Mr. Osbaldistone, you ought to have been sorry to have met me anywhere else, at a time when the charge of my reputation required me to be on this spot as soon as possible." "True, but judging from what my father said, I should have supposed a short retreat into Scotland, just till matters should be smoothed over in a quiet way." I answered with warmth, that I had no prudential measures to observe, and desired to have nothing smoothed over. On the contrary, I was come to inquire into a rascally calumny, which I was determined to probe to the bottom. "Mr. Francis Osbaldistone is an innocent man, Rashleigh," said Miss Vernon, "and he demands an investigation of the charge against him, and I intend to support him in it." "You do, my pretty cousin? I should think now Mr. Francis Osbaldistone was likely to be as effectually, and rather more delicately, supported by my presence than by yours." "Oh, certainly; but two heads are better than one, you know." "Especially such a head as yours, my pretty Di," advancing and taking her hand with a familiar fondness, which made me think him 50 times uglier than nature had made him. She led him, however, a few steps aside. They conversed in an undervoice, and she appeared to insist upon some request which he was unwilling or unable to comply with. I never saw so strong a contrast betwixt the expression of two faces. Miss Vernon's, from being earnest, became angry, her eyes and cheeks became more animated, her colour mounted, she clenched her little hand, and, stamping on the ground with her tiny foot, seemed to listen with a mixture of contempt and indignation to the apologies which, from his look of civil deference, his composed and respectful smile, his body rather drawing back than advanced, and other signs of look and person, I concluded him to be pouring out at her feet. At length she flung away from him with, "I will have it so." "It is not in my power. There is no possibility of it." "Would you think it, Mr. Osbaldistone?" said he, addressing me. "You are not mad?" said she, interrupting him. "Would you think it?" said he, without attending to her hint. "Miss Vernon insists not only that I know your innocence, of which indeed it is impossible for any one to be more convinced, but that I must also be acquainted with the real perpetrators of the outrage on this fellow, if indeed such an outrage has been committed. Is this reasonable, Mr. Osbaldistone?" "I will not allow any appeal to Mr. Osbaldistone, Rashleigh," said the young lady. "He does not know, as I do, the incredible extent and accuracy of your information on all points. As I am a gentleman, you do me more honour than I deserve." "Justice, Rashleigh, only justice, and it is only justice which I expect at your hands." "You are a tyrant, Diana," he answered with a sort of sigh, "a capricious tyrant, and rule your friends with a rod of iron. Still, however, it shall be as you desire. But you ought not to be here. You know you ought not. You must return with me." Then, turning from Diana, who seemed to stand undecided, he came up to me in the most friendly manner, and said, "Do not doubt my interest in what regards you, Mr. Osbaldistone. If I leave you just at this moment, it is only to act for your advantage. But you must use your influence with your cousin to return. Her presence cannot serve you, and must prejudice herself." "I assure you, sir," I replied, "you cannot be more convinced of this than I. I have urged Miss Vernon's return as anxiously as she would permit me to do." "I have thought on it," said Miss Vernon, after a pause, "and I will not go till I see you safe out of the hands of the Philistines. Cousin Rashleigh, I dare say, means well, but he and I know each other well. Rashleigh, I will not go. I know," she added, in a more soothing tone, "my being here will give you more motive for speed and exertion." "Stay then, rash, obstinate girl," said Rashleigh; "you know but too well to whom you trust." And hastening out of the hall, we heard his horse's feet a minute afterwards in rapid motion. "Thank Heaven he is gone!" said Diana. "And now let us seek out the Justice." "Had we not better call a servant?" "Oh, by no means. I know the way to his den. We must burst on him suddenly. Follow me." I did follow her accordingly, and she tripped up a few gloomy steps, traversed a twilight passage, and entered a sort of anteroom hung round with old maps, architectural elevations, and genealogical trees. A pair of folding doors opened from this into Mr. Inglewood's sitting apartment, from which was heard the fag end of an old ditty, chanted by a voice which had been in its day fit for a jolly bottle song. "On Skipton and Craven is never a haven, but many a day foul weather, and he that would say a pretty girl nay, I wish for his cravat a tether." "Heyday!" said Miss Vernon, "the genial Justice must have dined already. I did not think it had been so late." It was even so. Mr. Inglewood's appetite having been sharpened by his official investigations, he had antedated his meridian repast, having dined at 12 instead of 1 o'clock, then the general dining hour in England. The various occurrences of the morning occasioned our arriving some time after this hour, to the Justice the most important of the 4 and 20, and he had not neglected the interval. "Stay you here," said Diana. "I know the house, and I will call a servant. Your sudden appearance might startle the old gentleman even to choking." And she escaped from me, leaving me uncertain whether I ought to advance or retreat. It was impossible for me not to hear some part of what passed within the dinner apartment, and particularly several apologies for declining to sing, expressed in a dejected croaking voice, the tones of which I conceived were not entirely new to me. "Not sing, sir? By Our Lady, but you must. What! You have cracked my silver-mounted cocoa-nut of sack, and tell me you cannot sing? Sir, sack will make a cat sing, and speak too. So up with a merry stave, or trundle yourself out of my doors. Do you think you are to take up all my valuable time with your damned declarations, and then tell me you cannot sing?" "Your worship is perfectly in rule," said another voice, which from its pert conceited accent might be that of the cleric, "and the party must be conformable. He hath Carnet written on his face in court hand." "Up with it then," said the Justice, "or by Saint Christopher you shall crack the cocoa-nut full of salt and water, according to the statute for such effect made and provided." Thus exhorted and threatened, my quondam fellow traveller, for I could no longer doubt that he was the recusant in question, uplifted with a voice similar to that of a criminal singing his last psalm on the scaffold, a most doleful stave to the following effect: "Good people all, I pray give ear, a woeful story you shall hear. 'Tis of a robber as stout as ever bade a true man stand and deliver, with his foodle-doo fadoodle-doo. This knave most worthy of a court, being armed with pistol and with sword, 'Twixt Kensington and Brentford then did boldly stop 6 honest men, with his foodle-doo-fi-loodle-doo. These honest men did at Brentford dine, having drank each man his pint of wine, when this bold thief with many curses did say, "You dogs, your lives or your purses," with his foodle-doo-fi-loodle-doo. I question if the honest men, whose misfortune is commemorated in this pathetic ditty, were more startled at the appearance of the bold thief than the songster was at mine; for, tired of waiting for some one to announce me, and finding my situation as a listener rather awkward, I presented myself to the company just as my friend Mr. Morris, for such it seems was his name, was uplifting the 5th stave of his doleful ballad. The high tone with which the tune started died away in a quaver of consternation on finding himself so near one whose character he supposed to be little less suspicious than that of the hero of his madrigal, and he remained silent, with a mouth gaping as if I had brought the Gorgon's head in my hand. The Justice, whose eyes had closed under the influence of the somniferous lullaby of the song, started up in his chair as it suddenly ceased, and stared with wonder at the unexpected addition which the company had received, while his organs of sight were in abeyance. The clerk, as I conjectured him to be from his appearance, was also commoved, for, sitting opposite to Mr. Morris, that honest gentleman's terror communicated itself to him, though he wotted not why. I broke the silence of surprise occasioned by my abrupt entrance. "My name, Mr. Inglewood, is Francis Osbaldistone. I understand that some scoundrel has brought a complaint before you, charging me with being concerned in a loss which he says he has sustained." "Sir," said the Justice, somewhat peevishly, "these are matters I never enter upon after dinner. There is a time for everything, and a justice of peace must eat as well as other folks." The goodly person of Mr. Inglewood, by the way, seemed by no means to have suffered by any fasts, whether in the service of the law or of religion. "I beg pardon for an ill-timed visit, sir, but as my reputation is concerned, and as the dinner appears to be concluded—" "It is not concluded, sir," replied the magistrate. "Man requires digestion as well as food, and I protest I cannot have benefit from my victuals unless I am allowed 2 hours of quiet leisure, intermixed with harmless mirth, and a moderate circulation of the bottle." "If your honour will forgive me," said Mr. Jobson, who had produced and arranged his writing implements in the brief space that our conversation afforded, "as this is a case of felony, and the gentleman seems something impatient, the charge is contra pacem domini regis." "Damn domini regis," said the impatient Justice. "I hope it's no treason to say so, but it's enough to make one mad to be worried in this way. Have I a moment of my life quiet for warrants, orders, directions, acts, bails, bonds, and recognizances? I pronounce to you, Mr. Jobson, that I shall send you and the justiceship to the devil one of these days. Your honour will consider the dignity of the office, one of the quorum in custos rotulorum, an office of which Sir Edward Coke wisely saith, the whole Christian world hath not the like of it, so it be duly executed." "Well," said the Justice, partly reconciled by this eulogium on the dignity of his situation, and gulping down the rest of his dissatisfaction in a huge bumper of claret, "let us to this gear then, and get rid of it as fast as we can. Here, you, sir, you, Morris, you, knight of the sorrowful countenance, is this Mr. Francis Osbaldistone, the gentleman whom you charge with being art and part of felony?" "Ay, sir," replied Morris, whose scattered wits had hardly yet reassembled themselves, "I charge nothing, I say nothing against the gentleman." "Then we dismiss your complaint, sir, that's all, and a good riddance. Push about the bottle. Mr. Osbaldistone, help yourself." Jobson, however, was determined that Morris should not back out of the scrape so easily. "What do you mean, Mr. Morris? Here is your own declaration. The ink's scarce dried, and you would retract it in this scandalous manner." "How do I know," whispered the other in a tremulous tone, "how many rogues are in the house to bag him? I have read of such things in Johnson's Lives of the Highwaymen. I protest the door opens." And it did open, and Diana Vernon entered. "You keep fine order here, Justice. Not a servant to be seen or heard of." "Ah!" said the Justice, starting up with an alacrity which showed that he was not so engrossed by his devotions to Themis or Comus as to forget what was due to beauty. "Aha! Di Vernon, the Heath belle of Cheviot, and the blossom of the Border, come to see how the old bachelor keeps house? Art welcome, girl, as flowers in May." "A fine open hospitable house you do keep, Justice, that must be allowed, not a soul to answer a visitor." "Ah, the knaves! They reckoned themselves secure of me for a couple of hours. But why did you not come earlier? Your cousin Rashleigh dined here, and ran away like a poltroon after the first bottle was out. But you have not dined. We'll have something nice and ladylike, sweet and pretty like yourself, tossed up in a trice." "I may eat a crust in the ante-room before I set out," answered Miss Vernon. "I have had a long ride this morning, but I can't stay long, Justice. I came with my cousin Frank Osbaldistone there, and I must show him the way back again to the Hall, or he'll lose himself in the wolds." "Whew! Sits the wind in that quarter?" inquired the Justice. "She showed him the way, she showed him the way, she showed him the way to woo. What, no luck for old fellows then, my sweet bud of the wilderness?" "None whatever, Squire Inglewood. But if you will be a good kind Justice, and dispatch young Frank's business, and let us canter home again, I'll bring my uncle to dine with you next week, and we'll expect merry doings."
"And you shall find them, my pearl of the Tyne. Circus, lass, I never envy these young fellows their rides and scampers, unless when you come across me. But I must not keep you just now, I suppose. I am quite satisfied with Mr. Francis Osbaldistone's explanation. Here has been some mistake, which can be cleared at greater leisure." "Pardon me, sir," said I, "but I have not heard the nature of the accusation yet." "Yes, sir," said the clerk, who at the appearance of Miss Vernon had given up the matter in despair, but who picked up courage to press farther investigations on finding himself supported from a quarter whence assuredly he expected no backing. "Yes, sir, and Dalton saith, that he who is apprehended as a felon shall not be discharged upon any man's discretion, but shall be held either to bail or commitment, paying to the clerk of the peace the usual fees for recognizance or commitment." The Justice, thus goaded on, gave me at length a few words of explanation. It seems the tricks which I had played to this man Morris had made a strong impression on his imagination, for I found they had been arrayed against me in his evidence, with all the exaggerations which a timorous and heated imagination could suggest. It appeared also that on the day he parted from me he had been stopped on a solitary spot, and eased of his beloved travelling companion the portmanteau, by two men well mounted and armed, having their faces covered with vizards. One of them he conceived had much of my shape and air, and in a whispering conversation which took place betwixt the freebooters, he heard the other apply to him the name of Osbaldistone. The declaration farther set forth that upon inquiring into the principles of the family so named, he, the said declarant, was informed that they were of the worst description, the family in all its members having been Papists and Jacobites, as he was given to understand by the dissenting clergyman at whose house he stopped after his rencontre, since the days of William the Conqueror. Upon all and each of these weighty reasons he charged me with being accessory to the felony committed upon his person. He, the said declarant, then travelling in the special employment of government, and having charge of certain important papers, and also a large sum in specie, to be paid over, according to his instructions, to certain persons of official trust and importance in Scotland. Having heard this extraordinary accusation, I replied to it, that the circumstances on which it was founded were such as could warrant no justice or magistrate in any attempt on my personal liberty. I admitted that I had practised a little upon the terrors of Mr. Morris while we travelled together,
but in such trifling particulars as could have excited apprehension in no one who was one whit less timorous and jealous than himself. But I added that I had never seen him since we parted, and if that which he feared had really come upon him, I was in no ways accessory to an action so unworthy of my character and station in life. That one of the robbers was called Osbaldistone, or that such a name was mentioned in the course of the conversation betwixt them, was a trifling circumstance to which no weight was due; and concerning the disaffection alleged against me, I was willing to prove to the satisfaction of the justice, the clerk, and even the witness himself, that I was of the same persuasion as his friend the dissenting clergyman, had been educated as a good subject in the principles of the Revolution, and as such now demanded the personal protection of the laws which had been assured by that great event. The justice fidgeted, took snuff, and seemed considerably embarrassed, while Mr. Attorney Jobson, with all the volubility of his profession, ran over the statute of the 34 Edward III., by which justices of the peace are allowed to arrest all those whom they find by indictment or suspicion, and to put them into prison. The rogue even turned my own admissions against me, alleging that since I had confessedly, upon my own showing, assumed the bearing or deportment of a robber or malefactor, I had voluntarily subjected myself to the suspicions of which I complained, and brought myself within the compass of the act, having wilfully clothed my conduct with all the colour and livery of guilt. I combated both his arguments and his jargon with much indignation and scorn, and observed that I should, if necessary, produce the bail of my relations, which I conceived could not be refused without subjecting the magistrate in a misdemeanour. "Pardon me, my good sir, pardon me," said the insatiable clerk. "This is a case in which neither bail nor main prize can be received. The felon who is liable to be committed on heavy grounds of suspicion, not being reprovisible under the statute of the 3rd of King Edward, there being in that act an express exception of such as be charged of commandment or force, and aid of felony done." And he hinted that his worship would do well to remember that such were no way reprovisible by common writ, nor without writ. At this period of the conversation a servant entered, and delivered a letter to Mr. Jobson. He had no sooner run it hastily over than he exclaimed, with the air of one who wished to appear much vexed at the interruption, and felt the consequence attached to a man of multifarious avocations, "Good God! why, at this rate, I shall have neither time to attend to the public concerns nor my own, no rest, no quiet. I wish to Heaven another gentleman in our line would settle here." "God forbid," said the Justice, in a tone of sotto voce deprecation. "Some of us have enough of one of the tribe." "This is a matter of life and death, if your worship pleases." "In God's name, no more justice business, I hope," said the alarmed magistrate. "No, no," replied Mr. Jobson, very consequentially. "Old Gaffer Rutledge of Grimeshill is subpoenaed for the next world. He has sent an express for Dr. Kildown to put in bail, another for me to arrange his worldly affairs." "Away with you, then," said Mr. Inglewood, hastily. "His may not be a reprovisible case under the statute, you know, or Mr. Justice Death may not like the doctor for a main pernor or bailsman." "And yet," said Jobson, lingering as he moved towards the door, "if my presence here be necessary, I could make out the warrant for committal in a moment, and the constable is below. And you have heard," he said, lowering his voice, "Mr. Rashleigh's opinion?" The rest was lost in a whisper. The Justice replied aloud, "I tell thee no, man, no. We'll do nought till thou return, man. 'Tis but a 4-mile ride. Come, push the bottle, Mr. Morris. Don't be cast down, Mr. Osbaldistone. And you, my rose of the wilderness, 1 cup of claret to refresh the bloom of your cheeks." Diana started as if from a reverie, in which she appeared to have been plunged while we held this discussion. "No, Justice, I should be afraid of transferring the bloom to a part of my face where it would show to little advantage. But I will pledge you in a cooler beverage." And filling a glass with water, she drank it hastily, while her hurried manner belied her assumed gaiety. I had not much leisure to make remarks upon her demeanour, however, being full of vexation at the interference of fresh obstacles to an instant examination of the disgraceful and impertinent charge which was brought against me. But there was no moving the justice to take the matter up in absence of his clerk, an incident which gave him apparently as much pleasure as a holiday to a schoolboy. He persisted in his endeavours to inspire jollity into a company, the individuals of which, whether considered with reference to each other or to their respective situations, were by no means inclined to mirth. "Come, Master Morris, you're not the first man that's been robbed, I trow. Grieving never brought back lost man. And you, Mr. Frank Osbaldistone, are not the first bully boy that has said stand to a true man. And there was Jack Winterfield in my young days, kept the best company in the land at horse races and cockfights. Who but he, hand and glove was I with Jack. Push the bottle, Mr. Morris, it's dry talking. Many quart bumpers have I cracked, and thrown many a merry main with poor Jack, good family, ready wit, quick eye, as honest a fellow, and barring the deed he died for. We'll drink to his memory, gentlemen. Poor Jack Winterfield. And since we talk of him and of those sort of things, and since that damned clerk of mine has taken his gibberish elsewhere, and since we're snug among ourselves, Mr. Osbaldistone, if you will have my best advice, I would take up this matter. The law's hard, very severe, hanged poor Jack Winterfield at York, despite family connections and great interest, all for easing a fat west country grazier of the price of a few beasts. Now, here is honest Mr. Morris has been frightened and so forth. Damn it, man, let the poor fellow have back his portmanteau and end the frolic at once." Morris's eyes brightened up at this suggestion, and he began to hesitate forth an assurance that he thirsted for no man's blood, when I cut the proposed accommodation short by resenting the Justice's suggestion as an insult that went directly to suppose me guilty of the very crime which I had come to his house with the express intention of disavowing. We were in this awkward predicament when a servant, opening the door, announced "A strange gentleman to wait upon his honour," and the party whom he thus described entered the room without farther ceremony. End of Volume 1, Chapter 8. Recording by Felicity Campbell, Whanganui, New Zealand. Volume 1, Chapter 9 of Rob Roy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Rob Roy by Sir Walter Scott, Volume 1, Chapter 9th. One of the thieves come back again? I'll stand close. He dares not wrong me now, so near the house, and call in vain 'tis, till I see him offer it. The Widow. "A stranger?" echoed the Justice. "Not upon business, I trust, for I'll be—" His protestation was cut short by the answer of the man himself.
"My business is of a nature somewhat onerous and particular,"
said my acquaintance Mr. Campbell, for it was he, the very Scotchman whom I had seen at Northallerton,
"and I must solicit your honour to give instant and heedful consideration to it. I believe, Mr. Morris,"
he added, fixing his eye on that person with a look of peculiar firmness and almost ferocity,
"I believe ye ken brawly what I am. I believe ye cannot have forgotten what passed at our last meeting on the road."
Morris's jaw dropped, his countenance became the colour of tallow, his teeth chattered, and he gave visible signs of the utmost consternation.
"Take heart of grace, man,"
said Campbell,
"and dinna sit clattering your jaws there like a pair of castanets. I think there canna be any difficulty in your telling Mr. Justice that ye have seen me of yore, and ken me to be a cavalier of fortune and a man of honour. Ye ken full well you will be sometime resident in my vicinity, when I may have the power, as I will possess the inclination, to do you as good a turn."
Sir, I believe you to be a man of honour, and, as you say, a man of fortune. Yes, Mr. Inglewood," he added, clearing his voice, "I really believe this gentleman to be so." "And what are this gentleman's commands with me?" said the Justice, somewhat peevishly. "One man introduces another like the rhymes in the house that Jack built, and I get company without either peace or conversation."
"It shall be yours, sir," answered Campbell, "in a brief period of time. I come to release your mind from a piece of troublesome duty, not to make increment to it."
"Body me, then you are welcome as ever Scot was to England, and that's not saying much. But get on, man. Let's hear what you have got to say at once."
"I presume this gentleman,"
continued the North Briton,
"told you there was a person of the name of Campbell with him when he had the mischance to lose his valise."
"He has not mentioned such a name from beginning to end of the matter," said the Justice.
"Oh, I conceive, replied Mr. Campbell. "Mr. Morris was kindly afeard of committing a stranger into collision with the judicial forms of the country; but as I understand my evidence is necessary to the compurgation of one honest gentleman here, Mr. Francis Osbaldistone, who has been most unjustly suspected, I will dispense with the precaution. You will therefore," he added, addressing Morris with the same determined look and accent, "please tell Mr. Justice Inglewood whether we did not travel several miles together on the road, in consequence of your own anxious request and suggestion, reiterated once and again, both on the evening that we were at Northallerton, and there declined by me, but afterwards accepted when I overtook ye on the road near Clowberry Allers, and was prevailed on by ye to resign my own intentions of proceeding to Rothbury, and for my misfortune to accompany ye on your proposed route." "It's a melancholy truth," answered Morris, holding down his head, as he gave this general assent to the long and leading question which Campbell put to him, and seemed to acquiesce in the statement it contained with rueful docility. "And I presume you can also asseverate to his worship that no man is better qualified than I am to bear testimony in this case, seeing that I was by you and near you constantly during the whole occurrence." "No man better qualified, certainly," said Morris, with a deep and embarrassed sigh. "And why the devil did you not assist him then?" said the Justice, "since by Mr. Morris's account there were but two robbers, so you were 2 to 2, and you are both stout likely men." "Sir, if it please your worship," said Campbell, "I have been all my life a man of peace and quietness, no ways given to broils or batteries. Mr. Morris, who belongs, as I understand, or hath belonged to his Majesty's army, might have used his pleasure in resistance, travelling, as I also understand, with a great charge of treasure, but for me, who had but my own small peculiar to defend, and who am moreover a man of a pacific occupation, I was unwilling to commit myself to hazard in the matter." I looked at Campbell as he muttered these words, and never recollect to have seen a more singular contrast than that between the strong daring sternness expressed in his harsh features, and the air of composed meekness and simplicity which his language assumed. There was even a slight ironical smile lurking about the corners of his mouth, which seemed, involuntarily as it were, to intimate his disdain of the quiet and peaceful character which he thought proper to assume, and which led me to entertain strange suspicions that his concern in the violence done to Morris had been something very different from that of a fellow sufferer, or even of a mere spectator. Perhaps some such suspicions crossed the Justice's mind at the moment, for he exclaimed, as if by way of ejaculation, "Body o' me, but this is a strange story." The North Briton seemed to guess at what was passing in his mind, for he went on, with a change of manner and tone, dismissing from his countenance some part of the hypocritical affectation of humility which had made him obnoxious to suspicion, and saying, with a more frank and unconstrained air, "To say the truth, I am just ane of those canny folks I care not to fight but when they had gotten something to fight for, which did not chance to be my predicament when I fell in with these clans. But that your worship may know that I am a person of good fame and character, please to cast your eye o'er that billet.
Mr. Inglewood took the paper from his hand and read, half aloud, "These are to certify that the bearer, Robert Campbell of some place which I cannot pronounce," interjected the justice, "is a person of good lineage and peaceable demeanour, travelling towards England on his own proper affairs, etc., 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 given under our hand at our castle of Argyle."
A select testimonial, sir, which I thought fit to impetrate fray that worthy nobleman.
Here he raised his hand to his head as if to touch his hat.
MacCallum Mayor.
"MacCallum who, sir?" said the justice.
Him the Southern called the Duke of Argyle.
"I know the Duke of Argyle very well to be a nobleman of great worth and distinction, and a true lover of his country. I was one of those that stood by him in 1714 when he unhorsed the Duke of Marlborough out of his command. I wish we had more noblemen like him. He was an honest Tory in those days, and hand in glove with Ormond, and he has succeeded to the present government, as I have done myself, for the peace and quiet of his country, for I cannot presume that great man to have been actuated, as violent folks pretend, with the fear of losing his places and regiment. His testimonial, as you call it, Mr. Campbell, is perfectly satisfactory. And now, what have you got to say to this matter of the robbery?"
Briefly this, if it please your worship, that Mr. Morris might as well charge it against the baby yet Terry Baron, or against myself in, as against this young gentleman, Mr. Osbaldistone, for I am not only afraid to pain that the person whom he took for him was a shorter man and a thicker man, but also for I chanced to obtain a glimpse of his visage, as his false face slipped aside, that he was a man of other features and complexion than those of this young gentleman, Mr. Osbaldistone, and I believe,"
he added, turning round with a natural, yet somewhat sterner air to Mr. Morris,
"that the gentleman will allow I had better opportunity to take cognizance who were present on that occasion than he, being, I believe, much the cooler of the two."
"I agree to it, sir, I agree to it perfectly," said Morris, shrinking back as Campbell moved his chair towards him to fortify his appeal. "And I incline, sir," he added, addressing Mr. Inglewood, "to retract my information as to Mr. Osbaldistone, and I request, sir, you will permit him, sir, to go about his business, and me to go about mine also. Your worship may have business to settle with Mr. Campbell, and I am rather in haste to be gone." "Then there go the declarations," said the justice, throwing them into the fire. "And now you are at perfect liberty, Mr. Osbaldistone, and you, Mr. Morris, are set quite at your ease."
"Ay,"
said Campbell, eyeing Morris as he assented with a rueful grin to the justice's observations,
"which lacked the ease of a toad under a pair of harrows. But fear nothing, Mr. Morris, ye and I may lay the house together. I will see ye safe. I hope you will not doubt my honour when I say take the next highway, and then we part company. And if we dinna meet as friends in Scotland, it will be your own fault."
with such a lingering look of terror as the condemned criminal throws when he is informed that the cart awaits him. Morris arose, but when on his legs appeared to hesitate.
"I tell the man, fear nothing,"
reiterated Campbell.
"I will keep my word with ye. Why, thou sheep's heart, how do ye ken but we may can pick up some spearings of your valise, if ye will be amenable to good counsel? Our horses are ready. Bid the justice farewell, man, and show your southern breeding."
Morris, thus exhorted and encouraged, took his leave, under the escort of Mr. Campbell, but apparently new scruples and terrors had struck him before they left the house, for I heard Campbell reiterating assurances of safety and protection as they left the ante-room.
By the soul of my body, man, thou'rt as safe as in thy father's kail yard. Zounds, that a child with sic a black beard should hae nae mair heart than a hen partridge. Come on with ye, like a frank fellow, ance and for aye.
The voices died away, and the subsequent trampling of their horses announced to us that they had left the mansion of Justice Inglewood. The joy which that worthy magistrate received at this easy conclusion of a matter which threatened him with some trouble in his judicial capacity was somewhat damped by reflection on what his clerk's views of the transaction might be at his return. "Now I shall have Jobson on my shoulders about these damned papers. I doubt I should not have destroyed them after all, but hang it, it is only paying his fees, and that will make all smooth. And now, Miss Di Vernon, though I have liberated all the others, I intend to sign a writ for committing you to the custody of Mother Blake's, my old housekeeper, for the evening, and we will send for my neighbour, Mrs. Musgrave, and the Miss Dawkins, and your cousins, and have old Cobbs the fiddler, and be as merry as the maids. And Frank Osbaldistone and I will have a carouse that will make us fit company for you in half an hour." "Thanks, most worshipful," returned Miss Vernon, "but as matters stand, we must return instantly to Osbaldistone Hall, where they do not know what has become of us, and relieve my uncle of his anxiety on my cousin's account, which is just the same as if one of his own sons were concerned."
"I believe it truly," said the Justice, "for when his eldest son Archie came to a bad end in that unlucky affair of Sir John Fenwick's, old Hildebrand used to hollow out his name as readily as any of the remaining 6, and then complain that he could not recollect which of his sons had been hanged. So, pray, hasten home and relieve his paternal solicitude, since go you must. But hark thee hither, Heathblossom," he said, pulling her towards him by the hand, and in a good-humoured tone of admonition, "another time let the law take its course, without putting your pretty finger into her old musty pie, all full of fragments of law, gibberish, French, and dog Latin. And, Di, my beauty, let young fellows show each other the way through the moors, in case you should lose your own road, while you are pointing out theirs, my pretty will o' the wisp." With this admonition he saluted and dismissed Miss Vernon, and took an equally kind farewell of me. "Thou seems to be a good tight lad, Mr. Frank, and I remember thy father too, he was my playfellow at school. Hark thee, lad, ride early at night, and don't swagger with chance passengers on the king's highway. What, man, all the king's liege subjects are not bound to understand joking, and it's ill cracking jests on matters of felony. And here's poor Di Vernon too, in a manner alone and deserted on the face of this wide earth, and left to ride and run and scamper at her own silly pleasure. Thou must be careful of Di, or, egad, I will turn a young fellow again on purpose and fight thee myself, although I must own it would be a great deal of trouble. And now get ye both gone, and leave me to my pipe of tobacco and my meditations. For what says the song? The Indian leaf doth briefly burn, so doth man's strength to weakness turn. The fire of youth extinguished quite, comes age, like embers, dry and white. Think of this as you take tobacco. The lines here quoted belong to, or were altered from, a set of verses at one time very popular in England, beginning, "Tobacco that is withered quite." In Scotland, the celebrated Ralph Erskine, author of the Gospel Sonnets, published what he called Smoking Spiritualized in 2 parts, the first part being an old meditation upon smoking tobacco. It begins, "This Indian weed, now withered quite, though green at noon, cut down at night, shows thy decay, all flesh is hay, thus thank and smoke tobacco." I was much pleased with the gleams of sense and feeling which escaped from the Justice through the vapours of sloth and self-indulgence, assured him of my respect to his admonitions, and took a friendly farewell of the honest magistrate and his hospitable mansion. We found a repast prepared for us in the ante-room, which we partook of slightly, and rejoined the same servant of Sir Hildebrand who had taken our horses at our entrance,
and who had been directed, as he informed Miss Vernon, by Mr. Rashleigh to wait and attend upon us home. We rode a little way in silence, for, to say truth, my mind was too much bewildered with the events of the morning to permit me to be the first to break it. At length Miss Vernon exclaimed, as if giving vent to her own reflections, "Well, Rashleigh is a man to be feared and wondered at, and all but loved. He does whatever he pleases, and makes all others his puppets, has a player ready to perform every part which he imagines, and an invention and readiness which supply expedients for every emergency." "You think, then," said I, answering rather to her meaning than to the express words she made use of, "that this Mr. Campbell, whose appearance was so opportune, and who trussed up and carried off my accuser as a falcon trusses a partridge, was an agent of Mr. Rashleigh Osbaldistone's?" "I do guess as much," replied Diana, "and shrewdly suspect, moreover, that he would hardly have appeared so very much in the nick of time if I had not happened to meet Rashleigh in the hall at the Justice's." "In that case my thanks are chiefly due to you, my fair preserver." "To be sure they are," returned Diana, "and pray suppose them paid, and accepted with a gracious smile, for I do not care to be troubled with hearing them in good earnest, and am much more likely to yawn than to behave becoming. In short, Mr. Frank, I wish to serve you, and I have fortunately been able to do so, and have only one favour to ask in return, and that is, that you will say no more about it. But who comes here to meet us, bloody with spurring, fiery red with haste?" "It is a subordinate man of law, I think, no less than Mr. Joseph Jobson." And Mr. Joseph Jobson it proved to be, in great haste, and, as it speedily appeared, in most extreme bad humour. He came up to us and stopped his horse, as we were about to pass with a slight salutation. "So, sir, so, Miss Vernon, I see well enough how it is. Bail put in during my absence, I suppose. I should like to know who drew the recognisance, that's all. If his worship uses this form of procedure often, I advise him to get another clerk, that's all, for I shall certainly deem it." "Or suppose he get this present clerk stitched to his sleeve, Mr. Jobson," said Diana, "would not that do as well? And pray, how does Farmer Rutledge, Mr. Jobson? I hope you found him able to sign, seal, and deliver." This question seemed greatly to increase the wrath of the man of law. He looked at Miss Vernon with such an air of spite and resentment as laid me under a strong temptation to knock him off his horse with the butt end of my whip, which I only suppressed in consideration of his insignificance. "Farmer Rutledge, ma'am?" said the clerk, as soon as his indignation permitted him to articulate. "Farmer Rutledge is in as handsome enjoyment of his health as you are. It's all a bam, ma'am, all a bamboozle and a bite, that affair of his illness, and if you did not know as much before, you know it now, ma'am." "Ah, you there now," replied Miss Vernon, with an affectation of extreme and simple wonder. "Sure you don't say so, Mr. Jobson." "But I do say so, ma'am," rejoined the incensed scribe; "and moreover I say that the old miserly clodbreaker called me pettifogger, ma'am, and said I came to hunt for a job, ma'am, which I have no more right to have said to me than any other gentleman of my profession, ma'am, especially as I am clerk to the peace, having and holding said office under Trigissimo Septimo Henrici Octavi and Primo Guglielmi, the first of King William, ma'am, of glorious and immortal memory, our immortal deliverer from papists and pretenders, and wooden shoes and warming pans, Miss Vernon." "Sad things these wooden shoes and warming pans," retorted the young lady, who seemed to take pleasure in augmenting his wrath; "and it is a comfort you don't seem to want a warming pan at present, Mr. Jobson. I am afraid Gaffer Rutledge has not confined his incivility to language. Are you sure he did not give you a beating?" "Beating, ma'am? No. No man alive shall beat me, I promise you, ma'am." "That is according as you happen to merit, sir," said I; "for your mode of speaking to this young lady is so unbecoming, that, if you do not change your tone, I shall think it worth while to chastise you myself." "Chastise, sir? And Me, sir? Do you know whom you speak to, sir? Yes, sir, I replied. You say yourself you are clerk of peace to the county, and Gaffer Rutledge says you are a pettifogger, and in neither capacity are you entitled to be impertinent to a young lady of fashion. Miss Vernon laid her hand on my arm, and exclaimed, Come, Mr. Osbaldistone, I will have no assaults and battery on Mr. Jobson. I am not in sufficient charity with him to permit a single touch of your whip. Why, he would live on it for a term at least. Besides, you have already hurt his feelings sufficiently. You have called him impertinent. I don't value his language, miss, said the clerk, somewhat crestfallen. Besides, impertinent is not an actionable word, but pettifogger is slander in the highest degree, and that I will make Gaffer Rutledge know to his cost, and all who maliciously repeat the same, to the breach of the public peace, and the taking away of my private good name. Never mind that, Mr. Jobson, said Miss Vernon. You know, where there is nothing, your own law allows that the king himself must lose his rights, and for the taking away of your good name, I pity the poor fellow who gets it, and wish you joy of losing it with all my heart. Very well, ma'am. Good evening, ma'am. I have no more to say. Only there are laws against papists, which it would be well for the land were they better executed. There's 3rd and 4th Edward the 6th, of antiphoners, missals, grails, professionals, manuals, legends, PEAs, portuasses, and those that have such trinkets in their possession, Miss Vernon. And there's summoning of papists to take the oaths, and there are popish recusant convicts under the first of his present majesty, ay, and there are penalties for hearing mass, see 23rd of Queen Elizabeth, and 3rd James I, chapter 25th, and there are estates to be registered, and deeds and wills to be enrolled, and double taxes to be made, according to the acts in that case made and provided. See the new edition of the statutes at large, published under the careful revision of Joseph Jobson, gentleman, clerk of the peace, said Miss Vernon. Also, and above all, continued Jobson, for I speak to your warning, you, Diana Vernon, spinstress, not being a femme couverte, and being a convict popish recusant, are bound to repair to your own dwelling, and that by the nearest way, under penalty of being held felon to the king, and diligently to seek for passage at common ferries, and to tarry there but one ebb and flood, and unless you can have it in such places, to walk every day into the water up to the knees, a saying to pass over. A sort of Protestant penance for my Catholic errors, I suppose, said Miss Vernon, laughing. Well, I thank you for the information, Mr. Jobson, and will hie me home as fast as I can, and be a better housekeeper in time coming. Good night, my dear Mr. Jobson, thou mirror of clerical courtesy. Good night, ma'am, and remember the law is not to be trifled with. And we rode on our separate ways. There he goes for a troublesome, mischief-making tool, said Miss Vernon, as she gave a glance after him. It is hard that persons of birth and rank and estate should be subjected to the official impertinence of such a paltry pick-think as that, merely for believing as the whole world believed not much above 100 years ago. For certainly our Catholic faith has the advantage of antiquity at least. I was much tempted to have broken the rascal's head, I replied. You would have acted very like a hasty young man, said Miss Vernon, and yet, had my own hand been an ounce heavier than it is, I think I should have laid its weight upon him. Well, it does not signify complaining, but there are 3 things for which I am much to be pitied, if any one thought it worth while to waste any compassion upon me. And what are these 3 things, Miss Vernon, may I ask? Will you promise me your deepest sympathy if I tell you? Certainly. Can you doubt it? I replied, closing my horse nearer to hers as I spoke, with an expression of interest which I did not attempt to disguise. Well, it is very seducing to be pitied after all, so here are my 3 grievances. In the first place, I am a girl and not a young fellow, and would be shut up in a madhouse if I did half the things that I have a mind to, and that, if I had your happy prerogative of acting as you list, would make all the world mad with imitating and applauding me. I can't quite afford you the sympathy you expect upon this score, I replied. The misfortune is so general, that it belongs to one half of the species, and the other half are so much better cared for that they are jealous of their prerogatives," interrupted Miss Vernon. "I forgot you were a party interested. Nay," she said, as I was going to speak, "that soft smile is intended to be the preface of a very pretty compliment respecting the peculiar advantages which Di Vernon's friends and kinsmen enjoy, by her being born one of the Helots. But spare me the utterance, my good friend, and let us try whether we shall agree better on the second count of my indictment against fortune, as that quill-driving puppy would call it. I belong to an oppressed sect and antiquated religion, and instead of getting credit for my devotion, as is due to all good girls beside, my kind friend Justice Inglewood may send me to the house of correction, merely for worshipping God in the way of my ancestors, and say, as old Pembroke did to the Abbess of Wilton, when he usurped her convent and establishment, 'Go spin, you jade, go spin.' Note F. The Abbess of Wilton." "This is not a cureless evil," said I gravely. "Consult some of our learned divines, or consult your own excellent understanding, Miss Vernon, and surely the particulars in which our religious creed differs from that in which you have been educated." "Hush!" said Diana, placing her forefinger on her mouth. "Hush! No more of that. Forsake the faith of my gallant fathers. I would as soon, were I a man, forsake their banner when the tide of battle pressed hardest against it, and turn, like a hireling recreant, to join the victorious enemy." "I honour your spirit, Miss Vernon, and as to the inconveniences to which it exposes you, I can only say, that wounds sustained for the sake of conscience carry their own balsam with the blow." "Ay, but they are fretful and irritating for all that. But I see, hard of heart as you are, my chance of beating hemp or drawing out flax into marvellous coarse thread affects you as little as my condemnation to coif and pinners instead of bevel and cockade, so I will spare myself the fruitless pains of telling my third cause of vexation." "Nay, my dear Miss Vernon, do not withdraw your confidence, and I will promise you that the threefold sympathy due to your very unusual causes of distress shall be all duly and truly paid to account of the third, providing you assure me that it is one which you neither share with all womankind, nor even with every Catholic in England, who, God bless you, are still a sect more numerous than we Protestants, in our zeal for church and state, would desire them to be." "It is indeed," said Diana, with a manner greatly altered and more serious than I had yet seen her assume, "a misfortune that well merits compassion. I am by nature, as you may easily observe, of a frank and unreserved disposition, a plain, true-hearted girl, who would willingly act openly and honestly by the whole world, and yet fate has involved me in such a series of nets and toils and entanglements, that I dare hardly speak a word for fear of consequences, not to myself, but to others." "That is indeed a misfortune, Miss Vernon, which I do most sincerely compassionate, but which I should hardly have anticipated. Oh, Mr. Osbaldistone, if you but knew, if any one knew, what difficulty I sometimes find in hiding an aching heart with a smooth brow, you would indeed pity me. I do wrong, perhaps, in speaking to you even thus far on my own situation, but you are a young man of sense and penetration, who cannot but long to ask me 100 questions on the events of this day, on the share which Rashleigh has in your deliverance from this petty scrape, upon many other points which cannot but excite your attention, and I cannot bring myself to answer with the necessary falsehood and finesse. I should do it awkwardly, and lose your good opinion, if I have any share of it, as well as my own. It is best to say at once, ask me no questions. I have it not in my power to reply to them." Miss Vernon spoke these words with a tone of feeling which could not but make a corresponding impression upon me. I assured her she had neither to fear my urging her with impertinent questions, nor my misconstruing her declining to answer those which might in themselves be reasonable, or at least natural. I was too much obliged, I said, by the interest she had taken in my affairs, to misuse the opportunity her goodness had afforded me of prying into hers. I only trusted and entreated that if my services could at any time be useful, she would command them without doubt or hesitation. "Thank you, thank you," she replied. "Your voice does not ring the cuckoo chime of compliment, but speaks like that of one who knows to what he pledges himself. But it is impossible, but yet, if an opportunity should occur, I will ask you if you remember this promise, and I assure you I shall not be angry if I find you have forgotten it, for it is enough that you are sincere in your intentions just now. Much may occur to alter them ere I call upon you, should that moment ever come, to assist Di Vernon, as if you were Di Vernon's brother." "And if I were Di Vernon's brother," said I, "there could not be less chance that I should refuse my assistance. And now I am afraid I must not ask whether Rashleigh was willingly accessory to my deliverance." "Not of me, but you may ask it of himself, and depend upon it he will say yes. For rather than any good action should walk through the world like an unappropriated adjective in an ill-arranged sentence, he is always willing to stand noun substantive to it himself. And I must not ask whether this Campbell be himself the party who eased Mr. Morris of his portmanteau, or whether the letter which our friend the attorney received was not a finesse to withdraw him from the scene of action, lest he should have marred the happy event of my deliverance. And I must not ask—" "You must ask nothing of me," said Miss Vernon. "So it is quite in vain to go on putting cases. You are to think just as well of me as if I had answered all these queries, and 20 others besides, as glibly as Rashleigh could have done. And observe, whenever I touch my chin just so, it is a sign that I cannot speak upon the topic which happens to occupy your attention. I must settle signals of correspondence with you, because you are to be my confidant and my counsellor, only you are to know nothing whatever of my affairs." "Nothing can be more reasonable," I replied, laughing; "and the extent of your confidence will, you may rely upon it, only be equalled by the sagacity of my counsels." This sort of conversation brought us, in the highest good humour with each other, to Osbaldistone Hall, where we found the family far advanced in the revels of the evening. "Get some dinner for Mr. Osbaldistone and me in the library," said Miss Vernon to a servant. "I must have some compassion upon you," she added, turning to me, "and provide against your starving in this mansion of brutal abundance. Otherwise I am not sure that I should show you my private haunts. This same library is my den, the only corner of the Hall house where I am safe from the orangutans, my cousins. They never venture there, I suppose for fear the folios should fall down and crack their skulls, for they will never affect their heads in any other way. So follow me." And I followed through hall and bower, vaulted passage and winding stair, until we reached the room where she had ordered our refreshments. End of Volume 1, Chapter 9. Recording by Felicity Campbell, Whanganui, New Zealand.
Volume 1, Chapter 10 of Rob Roy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Catherine Lois. Rob Roy by Sir Walter Scott. Volume 1, Chapter 10. In the wide pile, by others needed not, hers was one sacred solitary spot, whose gloomy aisles and bending shelves contain for moral hunger food, and cures for moral pain. Anonymous. The library at Osbaldistone Hall was a gloomy room, whose antique oaken shelves bent beneath the weight of the ponderous folios so dear to the 17th century, from which, under favour be it spoken, we have distilled matter for our quartos and octavos, and which, once more subjected to the alembic, may, should our sons be yet more frivolous than ourselves, be still farther reduced into duodecimos and pamphlets. The collection was chiefly of the classics, as well foreign as ancient history, and above all divinity. It was in wretched order. The priests, who in succession had acted as chaplains at the hall, were for many years the only persons who entered its precincts, until Rashleigh's thirst for reading had led him to disturb the venerable spiders, who had muffled the fronts of the presses with their tapestry. His destination for the church rendered his conduct less absurd in his father's eyes than if any of his other descendants had betrayed so strange a propensity, and Sir Hildebrand acquiesced in the library receiving some repairs, so as to fit it for a sitting-room. Still, an air of dilapidation, as obvious as it was uncomfortable, pervaded the large apartment, and announced the neglect from which the knowledge which its walls contained had not been able to exempt it. The tattered tapestry, the worm-eaten shelves, the huge and clumsy, yet tottering, tables, desks, and chairs, the rusty grate, seldom gladdened by either sea-coal or fagots, intimated the contempt of the lords of Osbaldistone Hall for learning, and for the volumes which record its treasures. "You think this place somewhat disconsolate, I suppose?" said Diana, as I glanced my eye round the forlorn apartment. "But to me it seems like a little paradise, for I call it my own, and fear no intrusion. Rashleigh was joint proprietor with me while we were friends." "And are you no longer so?" was my natural question. Her forefinger immediately touched her dimpled chin, with an arch look of prohibition. "We are still allies," she continued, "bound, like other confederate powers, by circumstances of mutual interest. But I am afraid, as will happen in other cases, the treaty of alliance has survived the amicable dispositions in which it had its origin. At any rate, we live less together. And when he comes through that door there, I vanish through this door here. And so, having made the discovery that we two were one too many for this apartment, as large as it seems, Rashleigh, whose occasions frequently call him elsewhere, has generously made a cession of his rights in my favour, so that I now endeavour to prosecute alone the studies in which he used formerly to be my guide." "And what are those studies, if I may presume to ask?" "Indeed you may, without the least fear of seeing my forefinger raised to my chin. Science and history are my principal favourites, but I also study poetry and the classics." "And the classics? Do you read them in the original?" "Unquestionably. Rashleigh, who is no contemptible scholar, taught me Greek and Latin, as well as most of the languages of modern Europe. I assure you there has been some pains taken in my education, although I can neither sew a tucker nor work cross-stitch, nor make a pudding, nor, as the vicar's fat wife, with as much truth as elegance, goodwill, and politeness, was pleased to say in my behalf, do any other useful thing in the varsal world." "And was this selection of studies Rashleigh's choice, or your own, Miss Vernon?" I asked. Said she, as if hesitating to answer my question. "It's not worth while lifting my finger about, after all. Why, partly his, and partly mine. As I learned out of doors to ride a horse, and bridle and saddle him in cue of necessity, and to clear a 5-barred gate, and fire a gun without winking, and all other of those masculine accomplishments that my brute cousins run mad after, I wanted, like my rational cousin, to read Greek and Latin within doors, and make my complete approach to the tree of knowledge, which you men scholars would engross to yourselves, in revenge, I suppose, for our common mother's share in the great original transgression." "And Rashleigh indulged your propensity to learning?" "Why, he wished to have me for his scholar, and he could but teach me that which he knew himself. He was not likely to instruct me in the mysteries of washing lace ruffles, or hemming cambric handkerchiefs, I suppose. I admit the temptation of getting such a scholar, and have no doubt that it made a weighty consideration on the tutor's part. Oh, if you begin to investigate Rashleigh's motives, my finger touches my chin once more. I can only be frank where my own are inquired into. But to resume. He has resigned the library in my favour, and never enters without leave had and obtained, and so I have taken the liberty to make it the place of deposit for some of my own goods and chattels, as you may see by looking round you. I beg pardon, Miss Vernon, but I really see nothing around these walls which I can distinguish as likely to claim you as mistress. That is, I suppose, because you neither see a shepherd or shepherdess wrought in worsted and handsomely framed in black ebony, or a stuffed parrot, or a breeding cage full of canary birds, or a housewife case broidered with tarnished silver, or a toilet table with a nest of japanned boxes with as many angles as Christmas minced pies, or a broken-backed spinet, or a lute with 3 strings, or rock-work, or shell-work, or needle-work, or work of any kind, or a lap-dog with a litter of blind puppies. None of these treasures do I possess, she continued, after a pause, in order to recover the breath she had lost in enumerating them. But there stands the sword of my ancestor, Sir Richard Vernon, slain at Shrewsbury, and sorely slandered by a sad fellow called Will Shakespeare, whose Lancastrian partialities, and a certain knack at embodying them, has turned history upside down, or rather inside out. And by that redoubted weapon hangs the mail of the still older Vernon, squire to the Black Prince, whose fate is the reverse of his descendants, since he is more indebted to the bard who took the trouble to celebrate him, for good will than for talents. Amidst the rout you may discern one brave knight with pipes on shield, yclept Vernon. Like a born fiend along the plain he thundered, pressed to be carving throatus while others plundered. Then there is a model of a new martingale, which I invented myself, a great improvement on the Duke of Newcastle's. And there are the hood and bells of my falcon Cheviot, who spitted himself on a heron's bill at Horsley Moss. Poor Cheviot, there is not a bird on the perches below but are kites and riflers compared to him. And there is my own light fowling-piece with an improved firelock, with 20 other treasures, each more valuable than another. And there, that speaks for itself. She pointed to the carved oak frame of a full-length portrait by Van Dyck, on which were inscribed in Gothic letters the words Vernon semper viret. I looked at her for explanation. Do you not know, said she, with some surprise, our motto, the Vernon motto, where, like the solemn vice iniquity, we moralize 2 meanings in 1 word? And do you not know our cognizance, the pipes? Pointing to the armorial bearings, sculpted on the oaken scutcheon, around which the legend was displayed. Pipes, they look more like penny whistles. But pray, do not be angry with my ignorance, I continued, observing the colour mount to her cheeks. I can mean no affront to your armorial bearings, for I do not even know my own. You an Osbaldistone, and confess so much, she exclaimed. Why, Percy, Thorny, John, Dickon, Wilfred himself might be your instructor. Even ignorance itself is at plummet over you. With shame I confess it, my dear Miss Vernon. The mysteries couched under the grim hieroglyphics of heraldry are to me as unintelligible as those of the pyramids of Egypt. What! Is it possible? Why, even my uncle reads Gwillem sometimes of a winter night. Not know the figures of heraldry! Of what could your father be thinking? Of the figures of arithmetic, I answered, the most insignificant unit of which he holds more highly than all the blazonry of chivalry. But, though I am ignorant to this inexpressible degree, I have knowledge and taste enough to admire that splendid picture, in which I think I can discover a family likeness to you. What ease and dignity in the attitude! What richness of colouring! What breadth and depth of shade! Is it really a fine painting? She asked. I have seen many works of the renowned artist, I replied, but never beheld one more to my liking. Well, I know as little of pictures as you do of heraldry, replied Miss Vernon. Yet I have the advantage of you, because I have always admired the painting without understanding its value. While I have neglected pipes and tabors, and all the whimsical combinations of chivalry, still I am informed that they floated in the fields of ancient fame. But you will allow their exterior appearance is not so peculiarly interesting as to the uninformed spectator as that of a fine painting. Who is the person here represented? My grandfather. He shared the misfortunes of Charles I, and, I am sorry to add, the excesses of his son. Our patrimonial estate was greatly impaired by his prodigality, and was altogether lost by his successor, my unfortunate father. But peace be with them who have got it. It was lost in the cause of loyalty. Your father, I presume, suffered in the political dissensions of the period? He did indeed. He lost his all, and hence is his child a dependent orphan, eating the bread of others, subjected to their caprices, and compelled to study their inclinations. Yet prouder of having had such a father, than if, playing a more prudent but less upright part, he had left me possessor of all the rich and fair baronies which his family once possessed. As she thus spoke, the entrance of the servants with dinner cut off all conversation but that of a general nature. When our hasty meal was concluded, and the wine placed on the table, the domestic informed us that Mr. Rashleigh had desired to be told when our dinner was removed. "Tell him," said Miss Vernon, "we shall be happy to see him if he will step this way. Place another wine-glass and chair, and leave the room. You must retire with him when he goes away," she continued, addressing herself to me. "Even my liberality cannot spare a gentleman above 8 hours of the 24, and I think we have been together for at least that length of time." "The old scythe man has moved so rapidly," I answered, "that I could not count his strides." "Hush!" said Miss Vernon. "Here comes Rashleigh," and she drew off her chair, to which I had approached mine rather closely, so as to place a greater distance between us. A modest tap at the door, a gentle manner of opening when invited to enter, a studied softness and humility of step and deportment, announced that the education of Rashleigh Osbaldistone at the College of St. Omer's accorded well with the ideas I entertained of the manners of an accomplished Jesuit. I need not add that, as a sound Protestant, these ideas were not the most favourable. "Why should you use the ceremony of knocking," said Miss Vernon, "when you knew that I was not alone?" This was spoken with a burst of impatience, as if she had felt that Rashleigh's air of caution and reserve covered some insinuation of impertinent suspicion. "You have taught me the form of knocking at this door so perfectly, my fair cousin," answered Rashleigh, without change of voice or manner, "that habit has become a second nature." "I prize sincerity more than courtesy, sir, and you know I do," was Miss Vernon's reply. "Courtesy is a gallant gay, a courtier by name and by profession," replied Rashleigh, "and therefore most fit for a lady's bower." "But sincerity is the true knight," retorted Miss Vernon, "and therefore much more welcome, cousin. But to end a debate not over amusing to your stranger kinsman, sit down, Rashleigh, and give Mr. Francis Osbaldistone your countenance to his glass of wine. I have done the honours of the dinner, for the credit of Osbaldistone Hall." Rashleigh sat down and filled his glass, glancing his eye from Diana to me, with an embarrassment which his utmost efforts could not entirely disguise. I thought he appeared to be uncertain concerning the extent of confidence she might have reposed in me, and hastened to lead the conversation into a channel which should sweep away his suspicion that Diana might have betrayed any secrets which rested between them. "Miss Vernon," I said, "Mr. Rashleigh has recommended me to return my thanks to you for my speedy disengagement from the ridiculous accusation of Morris, and, unjustly fearing my gratitude might not be warm enough to remind me of this duty, she has put my curiosity on its side, by referring me to you for an account, or rather explanation, of the events of the day." "Indeed," answered Rashleigh, "I should have thought," looking keenly at Miss Vernon, "that the lady herself might have stood interpreter," and his eye, reverting from her face, sought mine, as if to search from the expression of my features whether Diana's communication had been as narrowly limited as my words had intimated. Miss Vernon retorted his inquisitorial glance with one of decided scorn, while I, uncertain whether to deprecate or resent his obvious suspicion, replied, "If it is your pleasure, Mr. Rashleigh, as it has been Miss Vernon's, to leave me in ignorance, I must necessarily submit. But pray do not withhold your information from me on the ground of imagining that I have already obtained any on the subject, for I tell you, as a man of honour, I am as ignorant as that picture of anything relating to the events I have witnessed to-day, excepting that I understand from Miss Vernon that you have been kindly active in my favour." "Miss Vernon has overrated my humble efforts," said Rashleigh, "though I claim full credit for my zeal. The truth is, that as I galloped back to get some one of our family to join me in becoming your bail, which was the most obvious, or indeed, I may say, the only way of serving you which occurred to my stupidity, I met the man Colville, Campbell, or whatsoever they call him. I had understood from Morris that he was present when the robbery took place, and had the good fortune to prevail on him, with some difficulty, I confess, to tender his evidence in your exculpation, which I presume was the means of your being released from an unpleasant situation. Indeed, I am much your debtor for procuring such a seasonable evidence in my behalf, but I cannot see why, having been, as he said, a fellow-sufferer with Morris, it should have required much trouble to persuade him to step forth and bear evidence, whether to convict the actual robber or free an innocent person. "You do not know the genius of that man's country, sir," answered Rashleigh. "Discretion, prudence, and foresight are their leading qualities. These are only modified by a narrow-spirited but yet ardent patriotism, which forms, as it were, the outmost of the concentric bulwarks with which a Scotchman fortifies himself against all the attacks of a generous philanthropical principle. Surmount this mound, you find an inner and still dearer barrier, the love of his province, his village, or most probably his clan. Storm this second obstacle, you have a third, his attachment to his own family, his father, mother, sons, daughters, uncles, aunts, and cousins, to the 9th generation. It is within these limits that a Scotchman's social affection expands itself, never reaching those which are outermost, till all means of discharging itself in the interior circles have been exhausted. It is within these circles that his heart throbs, each pulsation being fainter and fainter, till, beyond the widest boundary, it is almost unfelt. And what is worst of all, could you surmount all these concentric outworks, you have an inner citadel, deeper, higher, and more efficient than them all, a Scotchman's love for himself." "All this is extremely eloquent and metaphorical, Rashleigh," said Miss Vernon, who listened with unrepressed impatience. "There are only two objections to it. First, it is not true. Secondly, if true, it is nothing to the purpose." "It is true, my fairest Diana," returned Rashleigh, "and moreover it is most instantly to the purpose. It is true, because you cannot deny that I know the country and people intimately, and the character is drawn from deep and accurate consideration. And it is to the purpose, because it answers Mr. Francis Osbaldistone's question, and shows why this same wary Scotchman, considering our kinsman to be neither his countryman, nor a Campbell, nor his cousin in any of the inextricable combinations by which they extend their pedigree, and above all, seeing no prospect of personal advantage, but on the contrary, much hazard of loss of time and delay of business, with other inconveniences, perhaps, of a nature yet more formidable," interrupted Miss Vernon. "Of which doubtless there might be many," said Rashleigh, continuing in the same tone. "In short, my theory shows why this man, hoping for no advantage, and afraid of some inconvenience, might require a degree of persuasion ere he could be prevailed on to give his testimony in favour of Mr. Osbaldistone." "It seems surprising to me," I observed, "that during the glance I cast over the declaration, or whatever it is termed, of Mr. Morris, he should never have mentioned that Campbell was in his company when he met the marauders." "I understood from Campbell that he had taken his solemn promise not to mention that circumstance," replied Rashleigh, His reason for exacting such an engagement you may guess from what I have hinted. He wished to get back to his own country, undelayed and unembarrassed by any of the judicial inquiries which he would have been under the necessity of attending, had the fact of his being present at the robbery taken air while he was on this side of the border. But let him once be as distant as the 4th, Morris will, I warrant you, come forth with all he knows about him, and, it may be, a good deal more. Besides, Campbell is a very extensive dealer in cattle, and has often occasion to send great droves into Northumberland, and, when driving such a trade, he would be a great fool to embroil himself with our Northumbrian thieves, than whom no men who live are more vindictive. I dare be sworn of that, said Miss Vernon, with a tone which implied something more than a simple acquiescence in the proposition. Still, I said, resuming the subject, allowing the force of the reasons which Campbell might have for desiring that Morris should be silent with regard to his promise when the robbery was committed, I cannot yet see how he could attain such an influence over the man as to make him suppress his evidence in that particular, at the manifest risk of subjecting his story to discredit. Rashleigh agreed with me that it was very extraordinary, and seemed to regret that he had not questioned the Scotchman more closely on that subject, which he allowed looked extremely mysterious. But, he asked, immediately after this acquiescence, are you very sure the circumstance of Morris's being accompanied by Campbell is really not alluded to in his examination? I read the paper over hastily, said I, but it is my strong impression that no such circumstance is mentioned. At least, it must have been touched on very slightly, since it failed to catch my attention. True, true, answered Rashleigh, forming his own inference while he adopted my words. I incline to think with you that the circumstance must in reality have been mentioned, but so slightly that it failed to attract your attention. And then, as to Campbell's interest with Morris, I incline to suppose that it must have been gained by playing upon his fears. This chicken-hearted fellow, Morris, is bound, I understand, for Scotland, destined for some little employment under government, and, possessing the courage of the wrathful dove, or most magnanimous mouse, he may have been afraid to encounter the ill will of such a kill-cow as Campbell, whose very appearance would be enough to fright him out of his little wits. You observed that Mr. Campbell has at times a keen and animated manner, something of a martial cast in his tone and bearing. I own, I replied, that his expression struck me as being occasionally fierce and sinister, and little adapted to his peaceable professions. Has he served in the army? Yes, no, not strictly speaking served, but he has been, I believe, like most of his countrymen, trained to arms. Indeed, among the hills, they carry them from boyhood to the grave. So, if you know anything of your fellow-traveller, you will easily judge that, going to such a country, he will take cue to avoid a quarrel, if he can help it, with any of the natives. But come, I see you decline your wine, and I too am a degenerate Osbaldistone, so far as respects the circulation of the bottle. If you will go to my room, I will hold you a hand at piquet. We rose to take leave of Miss Vernon, who had from time to time suppressed, apparently with difficulty, a strong temptation to break in upon Rashleigh's details. As we were about to leave the room, the smothered fire broke forth. "Mr. Osbaldistone," she said, "your own observation will enable you to verify the justice or injustice of Rashleigh's suggestions concerning such individuals as Mr. Campbell and Mr. Morris. But, in slandering Scotland, he has borne false witness against a whole country, and I request you will allow no weight to his evidence." "Perhaps," I answered, "I may find it somewhat difficult to obey your injunction, Miss Vernon, for I must own I was bred up with no very favourable idea of our northern neighbours." "Distrust that part of your education, sir," she replied, "and let the daughter of a Scotchwoman pray you to respect the land which gave her parent birth, until your own observation has proved them to be unworthy of your good opinion. Preserve your hatred and contempt for dissimulation, baseness, and falsehood, wheresoever they are to be met with. You will find enough of all, without leaving England. Adieu, gentlemen. I wish you good evening." And she signed to the door with the manner of a princess dismissing her train. We retired to Rashleigh's apartment, where a servant brought us coffee and cards. I had formed my resolution to press Rashleigh no farther on the events of the day. A mystery, and, as I thought, not of a favourable complexion, appeared to hang over his conduct, but to ascertain if my suspicions were just, it was necessary to throw him off his guard. We cut for the deal, and were soon earnestly engaged in our play. I thought I perceived in this trifling for amusement, for the stake which Rashleigh proposed was a mere trifle, something of a fierce and ambitious temper. He seemed perfectly to understand the beautiful game at which he played, but preferred, as it were on principle, the risking bold and precarious strokes to the ordinary rules of play. And, neglecting the minor and better balanced chances of the game, he hazarded everything for the chance of piquing, repiquing, or capoting his adversary. So soon as the intervention of a game or two at piquet, like the music between the acts of a drama, had completely interrupted our previous course of conversation, Rashleigh appeared to tire of the game, and the cards were superseded by discourse, in which he assumed the lead. More learned than soundly wise, better acquainted with men's minds than with the moral principles that ought to regulate them, he had still powers of conversation which I have rarely seen equalled, never excelled. Of this his manner implied some consciousness. At least it appeared to me that he had studied hard to improve his natural advantages of a melodious voice, fluent and happy expression, apt language, and fervid imagination. He was never loud, never overbearing, never so much occupied with his own thoughts as to outrun either the patience or the comprehension of those he conversed with. His ideas succeeded each other with the gentle but unintermitting flow of a plentiful and bounteous spring. While I have heard those of others, who aimed at distinction in conversation, rush along like the turbid gush from the sluice of a mill-pond, as hurried and as easily exhausted, it was late at night ere I could part from a companion so fascinating, and, when I gained my own apartment, it cost me no small effort to recall to my mind the character of Rashleigh, such as I had pictured him previous to this tete-a-tete. So effectual, my dear Tresham, does the sense of being pleased and amused blunt our facilities of perception and discrimination of character, that I can only compare it to the taste of certain fruits, at once luscious and poignant, which renders our palate totally unfit for relishing or distinguishing the viands which are subsequently subjected to its criticism. End of Volume 1, Chapter 10. Recording by Catherine, Hong Kong.
Chapter 11 of Rob Roy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Rob Roy by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 11th. What gars ye gaunt, my merry men a'? What gars ye look so dreary? What gars ye hing your heads sae sere in the castle of Balwearie? Old Scotch Ballad. The next morning chanced to be Sunday, a day peculiarly hard to be got rid of at Osbaldistone Hall, for after the formal religious service of the morning had been performed, at which all the family regularly attended, it was hard to say upon which individual, Rashleigh and Miss Vernon excepted, the fiend of ennui descended with the most abundant outpouring of his spirit. To speak of my yesterday's embarrassment amused Sir Hildebrand for several minutes, and he congratulated me on my deliverance from Morpeth or Hexham jail, as he would have done if I had fallen in attempting to clear a 5-barred gate, and got up without hurting myself. "Hast had a lucky turn, lad, but do not be over venturous again. What, man, the King's road is free to all men, be they Whigs, be they Tories." "On my word, sir, I am innocent of interrupting it, and it is the most provoking thing on earth that every person will take it for granted that I am an accessory to a crime which I despise and detest, and which would, moreover, deservedly forfeit my life to the laws of my country. Well, well, lad, even so be it. I ask no questions. No man bound to tell on himself, that's fair play, or the devil's in it. Rashleigh here came to my assistance, but I could not help thinking that his arguments were calculated rather as hints to his father to put on a show of acquiescence in my declaration of innocence, than fully to establish it. In your own house, my dear sir, and your own nephew, you will not surely persist in hurting his feelings by seeming to discredit what he is so strongly interested in affirming. No doubt you are fully deserving of all his confidence, and I am sure were there anything you could do to assist him in this strange affair, he would have had recourse to your goodness. But my cousin Frank has been dismissed as an innocent man, and no one is entitled to suppose him otherwise. For my part, I have not the least doubt of his innocence, and our family honour, I conceive, requires that we should maintain it with tongue and sword against the whole country. Rashleigh, said his father, looking fixedly at him, thou art a sly loon. Thou hast ever been too cunning for me, and too cunning for most folks. Have a care thou prove not too cunning for thyself. Two faces under one hood is no true heraldry. And since we talk of heraldry, I'll go and read Gwillym. This resolution he intimated with a yawn, resistless as that of the goddess in the Dunciad, which was responsively echoed by his giant sons, as they dispersed in quest of the pastimes to which their minds severally inclined them. Percy to discuss a pot of March beer with the steward in the buttery, Thorncliff to cut a pair of cudgels, and fix them in their wicker hilts, John to dress mayflies, Dickon to play at pitch and toss by himself, his right hand against his left, and Wilfred to bite his thumbs and hum himself into a slumber, which should last until dinner-time, if possible. Miss Vernon had retired to the library. Rashleigh and I were left alone in the old hall, from which the servants, with their usual bustle and awkwardness, had at length contrived to hurry the remains of our substantial breakfast. I took the opportunity to upbraid him with the manner in which he had spoken of my affair to his father, which I frankly stated was highly offensive to me, as it seemed rather to exhort Sir Hildebrand to conceal his suspicions than to root them out. "Why, what can I do, my dear friend?" replied Rashleigh. "My father's disposition is so tenacious of suspicions of all kinds, when once they take root, which, to do him justice, does not easily happen, that I have always found it the best way to silence him upon such subjects, instead of arguing with him. Thus I get the better of the weeds which I cannot eradicate, by cutting them over as often as they appear, until at length they die away of themselves. There is neither wisdom nor profit in disputing with such a mind as Sir Hildebrand's, which hardens itself against conviction, and believes in its own inspirations as firmly as we good Catholics do in those of the Holy Father of Rome. It is very hard, though, that I should live in the house of a man, and he a near relation too, who will persist in believing me guilty of highway robbery. My father's foolish opinion, if one may give that epithet to any opinion of a father's, does not affect your real innocence, and as to the disgrace of the fact, depend on it that, considered in all its bearings, political as well as moral, Sir Hildebrand regards it as a meritorious action, a weakening of the enemy, a spoiling of the Amalekites, and you will stand the higher in his regard for your supposed accession to it. I desire no man's regard, Mr. Rashleigh, on such terms as must sink me in my own, and I think these injurious suspicions will afford a very good reason for quitting Osbaldistone Hall, which I shall do whenever I can communicate on the subject with my father." The dark countenance of Rashleigh, though little accustomed to betray its master's feelings, exhibited a suppressed smile, which he instantly chastened by a sigh. "You are a happy man, Frank. You go and come as the wind bloweth where it listeth. With your address, tastes, and talents, you will soon find circles where they will be more valued than amid the dull inmates of this mansion, while he paused. "And what is there in your lot that can make you or any one envy mine, an outcast, as I may almost term myself, from my father's house and favour?" "Ay, but," answered Rashleigh, "consider the gratified sense of independence which you must have attained by a very temporary sacrifice, for such I am sure yours will prove to be. Consider the power of acting as a free agent, of cultivating your own talents in the way to which your taste determines you, and in which you are well qualified to distinguish yourself. Fame and freedom are cheaply purchased by a few weeks' residence in the north, even though your place of exile be Osbaldistone Hall, a second Ovid in Thrace. You have not his reasons for writing Tristia." "I do not know," said I, blushing, as became a young scribbler, "how you should be so well acquainted with my truant studies. There was an emissary of your father's here some time since, a young coxcomb, one Twineall, who informed me concerning your secret sacrifices to the Muses, and added, that some of your verses had been greatly admired by the best judges. Tresham, I believe you are guiltless of having ever essayed to build the lofty rhyme, but you must have known in your day many an apprentice and fellow craft, if not some of the master masons, in the temple of Apollo. Vanity is their universal foible, from him who decorated the shades of Twickenham to the veriest scribbler whom he has lashed in his Dunciad. I had my own share of this common failing, and without considering how little likely this young fellow Twineall was, by taste and habits, either to be acquainted with one or two little pieces of poetry which I had at times insinuated into Button's coffee house, or to report the opinion of the critics who frequented that resort of wit and literature, I almost instantly gorged the bait, which Rashleigh perceiving, improved his opportunity by a diffident, yet apparently very anxious request to be permitted to see some of my manuscript productions. "You shall give me an evening in my own apartment," he continued, "for I must soon lose the charms of literary society for the drudgery of commerce, and the coarse everyday avocations of the world. I repeat it, that my compliance with my father's wishes for the advantage of my family is indeed a sacrifice, especially considering the calm and peaceful profession to which my education destined me." I was vain, but not a fool, and this hypocrisy was too strong for me to swallow. "You would not persuade me," I replied, "that you really regret to exchange the situation of an obscure Catholic priest, with all its privations, for wealth and society, and the pleasures of the world?" Rashleigh saw that he had coloured his affectation of moderation too highly, and after a second's pause, during which I suppose he calculated the degree of candour which it was necessary to use with me, that being a quality of which he was never needlessly profuse, he answered with a smile, "At my age, to be condemned, as you say, to wealth and the world does not indeed sound so alarming as perhaps it ought to do. But, with pardon be it spoken, you have mistaken my destination. A Catholic priest, if you will, but not an obscure one. No, sir, Rashleigh Osbaldistone will be more obscure, should he rise to be the richest citizen in London, than he might have been as a member of a church whose ministers, as some one says, set their sandalled feet on princes. My family interest at a certain exiled court is high, and the weight which that court ought to possess, and does possess at Rome, is yet higher. My talents not altogether inferior to the education I have received. In sober judgment, I might have looked forward to a high eminence in the church, in the dream of fancy to the very highest. Why might not?" he added, laughing, for it was part of his manner to keep much of his discourse apparently betwixt jest and earnest. "Why might not Cardinal Osbaldistone have swayed the fortunes of empires, well born and well connected, as well as the low born Mazarin, or Alberoni, the son of an Italian gardener? Nay, I can give you no reason to the contrary, but in your place I should not much regret losing the chance of such precarious and invidious elevation." "Neither would I," he replied, "were I sure that my present establishment was more certain, but that must depend upon circumstances which I can only learn by experience. The disposition of your father, for example." "Confess the truth without finesse, Rashleigh. You would willingly know something of him from me." "Since, like Die Vernon, you make a point of following the banner of the good knight Sincerity, I reply, certainly." "Well, then, you will find in my father a man who has followed the paths of thriving more for the exercise they afforded to his talents than for the love of the gold with which they are strewed. His active mind would have been happy in any situation which gave it scope for exertion, though that exertion had been its sole reward. But his wealth has accumulated because, moderate and frugal in his habits, no new sources of expense have occurred to dispose of his increasing income. He is a man who hates dissimulation in others, never practises it himself, and is peculiarly alert in discovering motives through the colouring of language. Himself silent by habit, he is readily disgusted by great talkers, the rather that the circumstances by which he is most interested afford no great scope for conversation. He is severely strict in the duties of religion, but you have no reason to fear his interference with yours, for he regards toleration as a sacred principle of political economy. But if you have any Jacobitical partialities, as is naturally to be supposed, you will do well to suppress them in his presence, as well as the least tendency to the high-flying or Tory principles, for he holds both in utter detestation. For the rest, his word is his own bond, and must be the law of all who act under him. He will fail in his duty to no one, and will permit no one to fail towards him. To cultivate his favour, you must execute his commands, instead of echoing his sentiments. His greatest failings arise out of prejudices connected with his own profession, or rather his exclusive devotion to it, which makes him see little worthy of praise or attention, unless it be in some measure connected with commerce. "Oh, rare painted portrait!" exclaimed Rashleigh, when I was silent. "Van Dyck was a dauber to you, Frank. I see thy sire before me in all his strength and weakness, loving and honouring the king as a sort of Lord Mayor of the Empire, or Chief of the Board of Trade, venerating the Commons for the acts regulating the export trade, and respecting the peers because the Lord Chancellor sits on a woolsack. Mine was a likeness, Rashleigh, yours is a caricature. But in return for the carte du pays, which I have unfolded to you, give me some lights on the geography of the unknown lands." "On which you are wrecked," said Rashleigh. "It is not worth while. It is no isle of Calypso, umbrageous with shade and intricate with sylvan labyrinth, but a bare, ragged Northumbrian moor, with as little to interest curiosity as to delight the eye. You may descry it in all its nakedness in half an hour's survey, as well as if I were to lay it down before you by line and compass." "Oh, but something there is worthy a more attentive survey. What say you to Miss Vernon? Does she not form an interesting object in the landscape, where all round is rude as Iceland's coast?" I could plainly perceive that Rashleigh disliked the topic now presented to him, but my frank communication had given me the advantageous title to make inquiries in my turn. Rashleigh felt this, and found himself obliged to follow my lead, however difficult he might find it to play his cards successfully. "I have known less of Miss Vernon," he said, "for some time than I was wont to do formerly. In early age I was her tutor, but as she advanced towards womanhood, my various avocations, the gravity of the profession to which I was destined, the peculiar nature of her engagements, our mutual situation, in short, rendered a close and constant intimacy dangerous and improper. I believe Miss Vernon might consider my reserve as unkindness, but it was my duty. I felt as much as she seemed to do, when compelled to give way to prudence. But where was the safety in cultivating an intimacy with a beautiful and susceptible girl, whose heart, you are aware, must be given either to the cloister or to a betrothed husband?" "The cloister or a betrothed husband?" I echoed. "Is that the alternative destined for Miss Vernon?" "It is indeed," said Rashleigh with a sigh. "I need not, I suppose, caution you against the danger of cultivating too closely the friendship of Miss Vernon. You are a man of the world, and know how far you can indulge yourself in her society with safety to yourself and justice to her. But I warn you that, considering her ardent temper, you must let your experience keep guard over her as well as yourself, for the specimen of yesterday may serve to show her extreme thoughtlessness and neglect of decorum." There was something, I was sensible, of truth as well as good sense in all this. It seemed to be given as a friendly warning, and I had no right to take it amiss. Yet I felt I could with pleasure have run Rashleigh Osbaldistone through the body all the time he was speaking. "The deuce take his insolence!" was my internal meditation. Would he wish me to infer that Miss Vernon had fallen in love with that hatchet face of his, and had become degraded so low as to require his shyness to cure her of an imprudent passion? "I will have his meaning from him," was my resolution, "if I should drag it out with cart ropes." For this purpose I placed my temper under as accurate a guard as I could, and observed that for a lady of her good sense and acquired accomplishments it was to be regretted that Miss Vernon's manners were rather blunt and rustic. "Frank and unreserved at least, to the extreme," replied Rashleigh. "Yet, trust me, she has an excellent heart. To tell you the truth, should she continue her extreme aversion to the cloister and to her destined husband, and should my own labours in the mine of Plutus promise to secure me a decent independence, I shall think of reviewing our acquaintance, and sharing it with Miss Vernon." With all his fine voice and well-turned periods, thought I, this same Rashleigh Osbaldistone is the ugliest and most conceited coxcomb I ever met with. But, continued Rashleigh, as if thinking aloud, I should not like to supplant Thorncliff. Supplant Thorncliff? Is your brother Thorncliff, I inquired with great surprise, the destined husband of Diana Vernon? Why, ay, her father's commands, and a certain family contract, destined her to marry one of Sir Hildebrand's sons. A dispensation has been obtained from Rome to Diana Vernon to marry Osbaldistone, Esquire, son of Sir Hildebrand Osbaldistone, of Osbaldistone Hall, Bart, and so forth, and it only remains to pitch upon the happy man whose name shall fill the gap in the manuscript. Now, as Percy is seldom sober, my father pitched on Thorncliff, as the second prop of the family, and therefore most proper to carry on the line of the Osbaldistones. The young lady, said I, forcing myself to assume an air of pleasantry which I believe became me extremely ill, would perhaps have been inclined to look a little lower on the family tree, for the branch to which she was desirous of clinging. I cannot say, he replied. There is room for little choice in our family. Dick is a gambler, John a boor, and Wilfred an ass. I believe my father really made the best selection for poor Di after all. The present company, said I, being always excepted. Oh, my destination to the church placed me out of the question. Otherwise, I will not affect to say that, qualified by my education both to instruct and guide Miss Vernon, I might not have been a more creditable choice than any of my elders. And so thought the young lady, doubtless. You are not to suppose so, answered Rashleigh, with an affectation of denial, which was contrived to convey the strongest affirmation the case admitted of. Friendship, only friendship, formed the tie betwixt us, and the tender affection of an opening mind to its only instructor. Love came not near us. I told you I was wise in time. I felt little inclination to pursue this conversation any farther, and shaking myself clear of Rashleigh, withdrew to my own apartment, which I recollect I traversed with much vehemence of agitation, repeating aloud the expressions which had most offended me. Susceptible, ardent, tender affection, love, Diana Vernon, the most beautiful creature I ever beheld, in love with him, the bandy-legged, bull-necked, limping scoundrel, Richard III in all but his hump back. And yet the opportunities he must have had during his cursed course of lectures, and the fellow's flowing and easy strain of sentiment, and her extreme seclusion from every one who spoke and acted with common sense, ay, and her obvious pique at him, mixed with admiration of his talents, which looked as like the result of neglected attachment as anything else. Well, and what is it to me that I should storm and rage at it? Is Diana Vernon the first pretty girl that has loved and married an ugly fellow? And if she were free of every Osbaldistone of them, what concern is it of mine? A Catholic, a Jacobite, a termagant into the boot. For me to look that way were utter madness. By throwing such reflections on the flame of my displeasure, I subdued it into a sort of smouldering heart-burning, and appeared at the dinner-table in as sulky a humour as could well be imagined. End of chapter 11.
Volume 1, Chapter 12. Rob Roy, by Sir Walter Scott. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. Rob Roy, by Sir Walter Scott. Volume 1, Chapter 12. Drunk? And speak parrot? And squabble? Swagger? Swear? And discourse fustian on one's own shadow? Othello. I have already told you, my dear Tresham, what probably was no news to you, that my principal fault was an unconquerable pitch of pride, which exposed me to frequent mortification. I had not even whispered to myself that I loved Diana Vernon, yet no sooner did I hear Rashleigh talk of her as a prize which he might stoop to carry off or neglect at his pleasure, than every step which the poor girl had taken, in the innocence and openness of her heart, to form a sort of friendship with me, seemed in my eyes the most insulting coquetry. So she would secure me as a pis-aller, I suppose, in case Mr. Rashleigh Osbaldistone should not take compassion upon her. But I will satisfy her that I am not a person to be trepanned in that manner. I will make her sensible that I see through her arts, and that I scorn them. I did not reflect for a moment that all this indignation, which I had no right whatever to entertain, proved that I was anything but indifferent to Miss Vernon's charms, and I sate down to table in high ill humour with her and all the daughters of Eve. Miss Vernon heard me, with surprise, return ungracious answers to one or two playful strokes of satire which she threw out with her usual freedom of speech, but having no suspicion that offence was meant, she only replied to my rude repartees with jests somewhat similar, but polished by her good temper, though pointed by her wit. At length she perceived that I was really out of humour, and answered one of my rude speeches thus: "They say, Mr. Frank, that one may gather sense from fools. I heard cousin Wilfred refuse to play any longer at cudgels the other day with cousin Thorny, because cousin Thorny got angry, and struck harder than the rules of amicable combat, it seems, permitted. Were I to break your head in good earnest, quoth honest Wilfred, I care not how angry you are, for I should do it so much the more easily, but it's hard I should get raps over the custard, and only pay you back in make-believes. Do you understand the moral of this, Frank?" "I have never felt myself under the necessity, madam, of studying how to extract the slender portion of sense with which this family season their conversation." "Necessity! And, madam, you surprise me, Mr. Osbaldistone. I am unfortunate in doing so. Am I to suppose that this capricious tone is serious, or is it only assumed to make your good humour more valuable? You have a right to the attention of so many gentlemen in this family, Miss Vernon, that it cannot be worth your while to inquire into the cause of my stupidity and bad spirits." "What!" she said, "am I to understand, then, that you have deserted my faction and gone over to the enemy?" Then, looking across the table, and observing that Rashleigh, who was seated opposite, was watching us with a singular expression of interest on his harsh features, she continued: "Horrible thought! Ay, now I see 'tis true, for the grim-visaged Rashleigh smiles on me, and points at thee for his. Well, thank heaven, and the unprotected state which has taught me endurance, I do not take offence easily, and that I may not be forced to quarrel, whether I like it or no, I have the honour, earlier than usual, to wish you a happy digestion of your dinner and your bad humour." And she left the table accordingly. Upon Miss Vernon's departure, I found myself very little satisfied with my own conduct. I had hurled back offered kindness, of which circumstances had but lately pointed out the honest sincerity, and I had but just stopped short of insulting the beautiful, and, as she had said with some emphasis, the unprotected being by whom it was preferred. My conduct seemed brutal in my own eyes. To combat or drown these painful reflections, I applied myself more frequently than usual to the wine which circulated on the table. The agitated state of my feelings combined with my habits of temperance to give rapid effect to the beverage. Habitual topers, I believe, acquire the power of soaking themselves with a quantity of liquor that does little more than muddy those intellects which in their sober state are none of the clearest, but men who are strangers to the vice of drunkenness, as a habit, are more powerfully acted upon by intoxicating liquors. My spirits, once aroused, became extravagant. I talked a great deal, argued upon what I knew nothing of, told stories of which I forgot the point, then laughed immoderately at my own forgetfulness. I accepted several bets without having the least judgment. I challenged the giant John to wrestle with me, although he had kept the ring at Hexham for a year. And I never tried so much as a single fall. My uncle had the goodness to interpose and prevent this consummation of drunken folly, which, I suppose, would have otherwise ended in my neck being broken. It has even been reported by maligners that I sung a song while under this vinous influence, but as I remember nothing of it, and never attempted to turn a tune in all my life before or since, I would willingly hope there is no actual foundation for the calumny. I was absurd enough without this exaggeration. Without positively losing my senses, I speedily lost all command of my temper, and my impetuous passions whirled me onward at their pleasure. I had sate down sulky and discontented, and disposed to be silent. The wine rendered me loquacious, disputatious, and quarrelsome. I contradicted whatever was asserted, and attacked, without any respect to my uncle's table, both his politics and his religion. The affected moderation of Rashleigh, which he well knew how to qualify with irritating ingredients, was even more provoking to me than the noisy and bullying language of his obstreperous brothers. My uncle, to do him justice, endeavoured to bring us to order, but his authority was lost amidst the tumult of wine and passion. At length, frantic at some real or supposed injurious insinuation, I actually struck Rashleigh with my fist. No stoic philosopher, superior to his own passion and that of others, could have received an insult with a higher degree of scorn. What he himself did not think it apparently worth while to resent, Thorncliff resented for him. Swords were drawn, and we exchanged one or two passes, when the other brother separated us by main force, and I shall never forget the diabolical sneer which writhed Rashleigh's wayward features, as I was forced from the apartment by the main strength of two of these youthful Titans. They secured me in my apartment by locking the door, and I heard them, to my inexpressible rage, laugh heartily as they descended the stairs. I essayed in my fury to break out, but the window grates, and the strength of a door clenched with iron, resisted my efforts. At length I threw myself on my bed, and fell asleep amidst vows of dire revenge to be taken in the ensuing day. But with the morning cool repentance came. I felt, in the keenest manner, the violence and absurdity of my conduct, and was obliged to confess that wine and passion had lowered my intellects even below those of Wilfrid Osbaldistone, whom I held in so much contempt. My uncomfortable reflections were by no means soothed by meditating the necessity of an apology for my improper behaviour, and recollecting that Miss Vernon must be a witness of my submission. The impropriety and unkindness of my conduct to her personally added not a little to these galling considerations. For this I could not even plead the miserable excuse of intoxication. Under all these aggravating feelings of shame and degradation, I descended to the breakfast hall like a criminal to receive sentence. It chanced that a hard frost had rendered it impossible to take out the hounds, so that I had the additional mortification to meet the family, excepting only Rashleigh and Miss Vernon, in full divan, surrounding the cold venison pasty and chine of beef. They were in high glee as I entered, and I could easily imagine that the jests were furnished at my expense. In fact, what I was disposed to consider with serious pain was regarded as an excellent good joke by my uncle, and the greater part of my cousins. Sir Hildebrand, while he rallied me on the exploits of the preceding evening, swore he thought a young fellow had better be thrice drunk in one day than sneak sober to bed like a Presbyterian, and leave a batch of honest fellows and a double quart of claret. And to back this consolatory speech, he poured out a large bumper of brandy, exhorting me to swallow a hair of the dog that had bit me. "Never mind these lads laughing, Nevoy," he continued. "They would have been all as great milksops as yourself, had I not nursed them, and one may say, on the toast and tankard." Ill nature was not the fault of my cousins in general. They saw I was vexed and hurt at the recollections of the preceding evening, and I endeavoured, with clumsy kindness, to remove the painful impression they had made on me. Thorncliff alone looked sullen and unreconciled. This young man had never liked me from the beginning, and in the marks of attention occasionally shown me by his brothers, awkward as they were, he alone had never joined. If it was true, of which, however, I began to have my doubts, that he was considered by the family, or regarded himself, as the destined husband of Miss Vernon, a sentiment of jealousy might have sprung up in his mind from the marked predilection which it was that young lady's pleasure to show for one whom Thorncliff might, perhaps, think likely to become a dangerous rival. Rashleigh at last entered, his visage as dark as morning weed, brooding, I could not but doubt, over the unjustifiable and disgraceful insult I had offered to him. I had already settled in my own mind how I was to behave on the occasion, and had schooled myself to believe that true honor consisted not in defending, but in apologizing for, an injury so much disproportioned to any provocation I might have to allege. I therefore hastened to meet Rashleigh, and to express myself in the highest degree sorry for the violence with which I had acted on the preceding evening. No circumstances, I said, could have wrung from me a single word of apology, save my own consciousness of the impropriety of my behaviour. I hoped my cousin would accept of my regrets so sincerely offered, and consider how much of my misconduct was owing to the excessive hospitality of Osbaldistone Hall. "He shall be friends with thee, lad," cried the honest knight, in the full effusion of his heart, "or darn me if I call him son more. Why, Rashie, dost stand there like a log? Sorry for it is all a gentleman can say, if he happens to do anything awry, especially over his claret. I served in Hounslow, and should know something, I think, of affairs of honour. Let me hear no more of this, and we'll go in a body and rummage out the badger of Birkenwood Bank." Rashleigh's face resembled, as I have already noticed, no other countenance that I ever saw. But this singularity lay not only in the features, but in the mode of changing their expression. Other countenances, in altering from grief to joy, or from anger to satisfaction, pass through some brief interval, ere the expression of the predominant passion supersedes entirely that of its predecessor. There is a sort of twilight, like that between the clearing up of the darkness and the rising of the sun, while the swollen muscles subside, the dark eye clears, the forehead relaxes and expands itself, and the whole countenance loses its sterner shades, and becomes serene and placid. Rashleigh's face exhibited none of these gradations, but changed almost instantaneously from the expression of one passion to that of the contrary. I can compare it to nothing but the sudden shifting of a scene in the theatre, where, at the whistle of the prompter, a cavern disappears and a grove arises. My attention was strongly arrested by this peculiarity on the present occasion. At Rashleigh's first entrance, black he stood as night. With the same inflexible countenance he heard my excuse and his father's exhortation, and it was not until Sir Hildebrand had done speaking that the cloud cleared away at once, and he expressed, in the kindest and most civil terms, his perfect satisfaction with the very handsome apology I had offered. "Indeed," he said, "I have so poor a brain myself, when I impose on it the least burden beyond my usual 3 glasses, that I have only, like honest Cassio, a very vague recollection of the confusion of last night, remember a mass of things, but nothing distinctly, a quarrel, but nothing wherefore. So, my dear cousin," he continued, shaking me kindly by the hand, "conceive how much I am relieved by finding out that I have to receive an apology, instead of having to make one. I will not have a word said upon the subject more. I should be very foolish to institute any scrutiny into an account, when the balance, which I expected to be against me, has been so unexpectedly and agreeably struck in my favour. You see, Mr. Osbaldistone, I am practising the language of Lombard Street, and qualifying myself for my new calling." As I was about to answer, and raised my eyes for the purpose, they encountered those of Miss Vernon, who, having entered the room unobserved during the conversation, had given it her close attention. Abashed and confounded, I fixed my eyes on the ground, and made my escape to the breakfast table, where I herded among my busy cousins. My uncle, that the events of the preceding day might not pass out of our memory without a practical moral lesson, took the occasion to give Rashleigh and me his serious advice to correct our milksop habits, as he termed them, and gradually to inure our brains to bear a gentlemanlike quantity of liquor, without brawls or breaking of heads. He recommended that we should begin piddling with a regular quart of claret per day, which, with the aid of March beer and brandy, made a handsome competence for a beginner in the art of toping. And for our encouragement, he assured us that he had known many a man who had lived to our years without having drunk a pint of wine at a sitting, who yet, by falling into honest company, and following hearty example, had afterwards been numbered among the best good fellows of the time, and could carry off their 6 bottles under their belt quietly and comfortably, without brawling or babbling, and be neither sick nor sorry the next morning. Sage as this advice was, and comfortable as was the prospect it held out to me, I profited but little by the exhortation, partly perhaps because, as often as I raised my eyes from the table, I observed Miss Vernon's looks fixed on me, in which I thought I could read grave compassion blended with regret and displeasure. I began to consider how I should seek a scene of explanation and apology with her also, when she gave me to understand she was determined to save me the trouble of soliciting an interview. "Cousin Francis," she said, addressing me by the same title she used to give to the other Osbaldistones, although I had, properly speaking, no title to be called her kinsman, "I have encountered this morning a difficult passage in the Divina Commedia of Dante. Will you have the goodness to step to the library and give me your assistance? And when you have unearthed for me the meaning of the obscure Florentine, we will join the rest at Birkenwood Bank, and see their luck at unearthing the badger." I signified, of course, my readiness to wait upon her. Rashleigh made an offer to accompany us. "I am something better skilled," he said, "at tracking the sense of Dante through the metaphors and elisions of his wild and gloomy poem, than at hunting the poor inoffensive hermit yonder out of his cave." "Pardon me, Rashleigh," said Miss Vernon, "but as you are to occupy Mr. Francis's place in the counting-house, you must surrender to him the charge of your pupil's education at Osbaldistone Hall. We shall call you in, however, if there is any occasion, so pray do not look so grave upon it. Besides, it is a shame to you not to understand field sports. What will you do should our uncle in Crane Alley ask you the signs by which you track a badger?" "Ay, true, said Sir Hildebrand with a sigh. "I misdoubt Rashleigh will be found short at the leap when he is put to the trial. And he would ha' learned useful knowledge like his brothers. He was bred up where it grew, I was. But French antics and book learning, with the new turnips and the rats and the Hanoverians, have changed the world that I had known in old England. But come along with us, Rashie, and carry my hunting staff, man. Thy cousin lacks none of thy company as now, and I wanna had I crossed. It's ne'er be said there was but one woman in Osbaldistone Hall, and she died for lack of her will." Rashleigh followed his father as he commanded, not, however, ere he had whispered to Diana, "I suppose I must in discretion bring the courtier ceremony in my company, and knock when I approach the door of the library?" "No, no, Rashleigh," said Miss Vernon. "Dismiss from your company the false archimage dissimulation, and it will better ensure your free access to our classical consultations." So saying, she led the way to the library, and I followed, like a criminal, I was going to say, to execution. But, as I bethink me, I have used the simile once, if not twice before. Without any simile at all, then, I followed, with a sense of awkward and conscious embarrassment, which I would have given a great deal to shake off. I thought it a degrading and unworthy feeling to attend one on such an occasion, having breathed the air of the continent long enough to have imbibed the notion that lightness, gallantry, and something approaching to well-bred self-assurance should distinguish the gentleman whom a fair lady selects for her companion in a tete-a-tete. My English feelings, however, were too many for my French education, and I made, I believe, a very pitiful figure when Miss Vernon, seating herself majestically in a huge elbow-chair in the library, like a judge about to hear a cause of importance, signed to me to take a chair opposite to her, which I did, much like the poor fellow who was going to be tried, and entered upon conversation in a tone of bitter irony. End of Volume 1, Chapter 12. Rob Roy, by Sir Walter Scott. Read by Dennis Smith.